Yeah, Matt, give Matt the yellow one. And
One time, turns green, it's ready to go. Green, you're ready to talk.
hey, Matt, hold up just a second. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2015 North American. It's my pleasure to serve as your public address announcer again today. My name is Kent Jakey. Before we start any of our shows today, I would ask that you please rise, remove your hats for the playing of the greatest song in the world, the national anthem. Thank you. Entering the ring now in our west ring is Class 1 Gelbvieh Spring Heifer Calves for our Eastern National Gelbvieh Show. And in our east ring, entering the ring is Class 1 Spring Bull Calves for our Roll of Victory Angus Show. I need Class 2 Class 4. I need Class 4 Angus bull calves to the makeup ring. Class 4 Angus bull calves. We need to weigh those bulls. Please get those bulls to the makeup ring. And I need Class 5. Be making your way to the makeup. Please bring Class 4 Gelbvieh Junior Heifer Calves to our makeup area. Class 4 Gelbvieh Heifer Calves to the makeup area, please. Okay, so is that something I can read off of that, or is? Okay, so is this mine here? The first and second place bulls in our Roll of Victory Angus show this morning, our Class 1, will also be our spring calf and reserve calf champion. It is my pleasure to introduce our judges for today in our Angus ring. Could possibly be the first time we've ever had this at the North American, but we have a husband and wife team evaluating our cattle today. It's my pleasure to introduce Bruce and Amy Sturzbach, owners of Sturzbach Cattle Company, Louisville, Ohio. Bruce and Amy have two sons, Dylan and Cade, and own the family-owned business that breeds purebred Angus cattle. They also are breeders of registered AKC Australian Shepherds. Bruce is a graduate of the Ohio State University with a 2-year ag science degree. They've bred numerous national champions and have judged several shows throughout the United States. And when I asked Amy to write down some things on this card, the most important thing on here is they've been married 26 years to her. Let's put our hands together and welcome Bruce and Amy Sturzbach, Louisville, Ohio, to judge our Angus Cattle Roll of Victory show. And in our Gelbvieh ring, Matt, are you ready to talk them? Okay.
Well, good morning. It certainly is a pleasure to be in Freedom Hall on Monday morning and starting off with the Gelbvieh Heifer Show. The heifers at this class are all March females, and at the top end, the black heifer with the small birthmark on the right side of her neck is the one that puts the things together for me for a structure standpoint and volume, and yet she's so feminine and cowy when you view her from the side. Love her in terms of how square she is at the base of her rib, and she sets her tail head in really smooth from hooks to pins. She's got more than enough shape, and you set her into motion, she sure fills her tracks. Now the heifers in second and third, I think maybe a little bit closer, but for me it's balance and symmetry on the heifer that I've got in second. I think she matches in terms of her foot size with the power that she has up high. A heifer that maybe sets her neck just a bit more correctly upon that shoulder, a little more reach up front. Now the heifer here in third is bigger outlined and higher performing. I appreciate her length of body that she has, as well as a female that's pulled down in terms of her flank. I think as you study her, she maybe gets just a bit forward in her knee, particularly out of her right front, maybe not quite as coordinated off of that hind leg. Then the heifer here in fourth. Here's one that's the greenest in her body condition score, really a long-bodied, feminine-fronted heifer for this young man. Heifer that's maybe just a notch frailer at the ground, like to see just a little bit more three-dimensional shape to move her up at this time.
Thank you, Matt. Placing first in Class 1 Gelbvieh Spring Heifer Calves at our 2015 Eastern National Gelbvieh and Balancer Show is entry 10. GGGE 3G Cowgirl Cleopatra 551C. This female is shown by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. She will also serve as our Division I champion. Placing second is entry 11, CIRS 72YC, shown by John Shear, Canton, Kansas. This calf will also serve as our reserve Division I champion. Third, entry 7, shown by Sheely Hunter, Hillsboro, Ohio. And fourth is entry 12, shown by Connor Durham, Piedmont, South Carolina. Entering the ring now is Class 4 Junior Gelbvieh Heifer Calves. Okay, do we have my bull weight? In our says class 1. In our Angus ring today, the weights on the bulls are as follows. Entry 406 weighs 920. Entry 407 weighs 950. Entry 510 weighs 900. Entry 411 weighs 850. Entry 412 weighs 975. Entry 416 weighs 810. Entry 417 weighs 916. Weighs 910, excuse me. 417 weighs 910, and entry 419 weighs 955. Really? Yeah, I'll share them. Entering the ring now in our Gelbvieh show is Class 4 Junior Heifer Calves. This time I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our judge for our Eastern National Gelbvieh show, Mr. Matt Clays, Extension Beef Specialist and Livestock Judging Coach at Purdue University. Matt and his 2014 National Judging team won a year ago right here in Louisville. Matt is a native of Atkinson, Illinois, graduated from Blackhawk East University, and from the got his bachelor's degree from University of Illinois, and his master's from University of Illinois, and his doctorate from Auburn University. He served as a livestock specialist at NCSU prior to moving to Purdue. Matt has 2 children, Kara and Joseph, and 2 grandchildren, Maddox and Wyatt. Let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Matt Clays to West Lafayette, Indiana, to judge our Gelby show today. Welcome, Matt. And now comments in our Angus ring from our judge, Mr. Bruce Sturzbach.
First of all, I'd like to say it's a pleasure to be here. It's an honor to be here with my wife to do this. I've been showing here for a lot of years and really have a lot of respect for this show down here, and it's just been a pleasure to be here. We're going to start today with a bull that, for me and Amy, won the class. And from what I understand, the division relatively handily. I just like the completeness of this bull. He's sound as he goes about the ring. He's made well through his front end. He's got shape and dimension to him, especially when you get him on a 3/4 angle here. A lot of depth to the center of that rib, but what I really like is the shape to it when I get out here on a 3/4 angle. Plenty of muscle in this young bull. He's got enough performance for me today. All the bulls, performance will play a factor for me in this. I think these cattle need to weigh enough to do the job they're supposed to do. I think all the bulls out here have enough performance for their age right now. So a bull that handles the division for us relatively nicely. The bull that's going to come in next, granted a little framier bull, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Again, a high-performing bull. Extremely sound as he goes about the ring. Compared to the first bull, doesn't have the depth in the center of that rib or the spring in that rib cage, but we moved him up a notch because of the way he goes about the ring. He's a bull that's got a lot of hip in him and a lot of muscle when you view him out from behind. The gentleman's bull that's going to come in next, I think closely follows the kind of our second place bull. He's a bull, though, when you get behind him, maybe he's a little more disappointing as you view him from a muscle standpoint compared to the bull right in front of him. But again, a bull that's sound enough as he goes about the ring with some shape and dimension look to him. The young man's bull that's going to come in next, little more moderate bull, a bull that maybe has a little more condition than some of the bulls in the class, but a bull that's got a lot of muscle when you view him out from behind, got a lot of hip in him, he's balanced enough from a profile. Gentleman's bull that comes in next, I think more closely follows the kind of that bull right in front of him, a more moderate frame bull with a lot of shape and dimension to him, but a bull to me that gives up a little bit of bone as you view him from here, and as you get him in motion, he's maybe a little harder on those rear pasterns. As we get on down the line, we got some bulls that maybe have a little more structure problems than some of the bulls in front of them today. Thank you.
Placing first in Class 1 and selected as our Spring Bull Calf Champion in our 2015 ROV Angus Show is entry 417, DAJSHH Bonfire 300, shown by Doug Satry Angus, Montague, Texas, and Haley Herzog, Robinson, Texas. Selected as our Reserve Spring Bull Calf Champion in second in class is entry 410. FF Scholar 506, shown by Fitzner Farm, Wolverine, Michigan, and Charles P. Mann, Imlay City, Michigan. Third is entry 406, APS Good Deal, shown by Ann Patton Schubert, Taylorsville, Kentucky. Fourth is entry 419, shown by Justin Wood, Willow Spring, North Carolina. Fifth, entry 407, shown by Woodruff Angus Farm, Milton, Iowa. Sixth, entry 416, LMF Laser 1615, shown by Miller Family Angus, Gaston, Indiana. And seventh, entry 412, shown by Carrie M. Wiley, Marysville, Indiana. Eighth, entry 411, shown by Allie Falsgraf, Streeter, Illinois. Entering the ring now is Class 4. Class 4 Junior Bull Calves in our Angus ring. Now comments in our Gelby ring from our judge, Mr. Matt Clays.
The west side here of Freedom Hall, really two high-quality females at the top end of this class. The red heifer starts the class. Here's the one that just balances up and has a bit more function to her. I think her best look is when you view her on the go. She gets out and reaches out of her front end, really good in terms of her rib shape. She's the squarest from her pins down and utilizes her hock when she's in motion. Now the heifer that maybe has a little bit of an advantage in her FPI is standing here in second. She too is really a big ribbed female that's got a nice broody look to her, really pretty long about her hip. I think for me, when she gets out and goes, she's probably not quite as secure off of her hind leg. Just like to see her utilize her hock and sit down on the surface with just a bit more comfort. Now the heifer that I've gotten third from the side is really good to look at. She's long and slender about her neck. She's got some slope to her shoulder and reach up front. Heifer that's maybe just going to be a little bit greener in terms of her body condition relative to the first two. I'd like to possibly change her back through her pins, maybe just make her a little bit wider at her base as she tracks away. Another big-bodied heifer here in fourth, and one that you appreciate the amount of shape and mass that she has from behind. She maybe gets just a notch frailer underneath. Like to see her a little bit neater balanced when you view her from the side. And then the heifer to round off the class, one that's extremely heavy muscled. She does have some pin width to her. Just maybe like to soften her up, maybe just make her a little more cowy when you view her from the side.
Placing first in Class 4, Gelby Junior Heifer Calves, and also selected as our Division II champion female is entry 13. CIRS 33 NTC, shown by John Shear, Canton, Kansas. Second, and our reserve champion female in this division is entry 17. JENJ Miss JENJ 507C, shown by Genjo Farms, Clinton, Kentucky. Third, entry 19, shown by Bailey Bell, Saffel, Arkansas. Fourth is entry 18, shown by Bluewell Farms, Lebanon, Tennessee. And fifth, entry 15, shown by Brett Bell, Saffel, Arkansas. Entering the ring now is Class 7, Gelby Senior Heifer Calves. Please bring Class 7 Gelby Heifer Calves into the ring. I need Class 8 Gelby Senior Heifer Calves to the makeup area. Class 8 Gelby Senior Heifer Calves to the makeup area.
Oh, the one is scratched. Okay. Tommy.
Okay, our single entry in Class 7 has been scratched, so I need Class 8 Gelby Senior Heifer Calves to the makeup. Bring them into the ring, folks. Need Gelby Senior Heifer Calves, Class 8 into the ring. Class 9 Gelby Senior Heifer Calves to the makeup area. Class 9 Gelby Senior Heifer Calves to the makeup area immediately. In our Angus show today, weights on Class 2. In our junior bull calf, entry 420 weighs 910. Entry 421 weighs 1110. Entry 425 or 424, excuse me, weighs 1,005 pounds. Entry 427 weighs 960. Entry 429 weighs 1020. And entry 430 weighs 1025. Once again, Class 4 junior bull calves in our Angus Roll of Victory show are in the ring. I need Class 5 to the makeup area. Following Class 5, we will be selecting our winner bull calf and reserve bull calf champion.
Nice pair of females here in the Gelfie ring. The heifer at the top end of the class not only excels in terms of her FPI and her genetic profile, but here's a heifer that puts together structure and volume as well as some femininity and a nice look from the side. You set them into motion, she's a bit more collected in terms of her top line, more readily fills her track. Now, there's no doubt that the heifer in second is really stout back through her pin, and she too's a little bit bolder up through her chest. There's a lot to this female. However, if you study her at the surface, she's maybe a bit splayed up front, coils up in her top as we ask her to go.
Thank you, Matt. Placing first in Class 8 Gelfie Senior Heifer Calves is entry 25. CCRO Cross Carolina 4313B, shown by C Cross Cattle Company, Asheboro, North Carolina. Second is entry 22. SBSF B-Lick Bobby, shown by Reynolds B-Lick Gelfie, Crab Orchard, Kentucky. We now are ready for Class 9. Class 9 Gelfie Senior Heifer Calves. Class 9. Entering the ring.
Here on the Angus side, a lot of give and take as we go through this class. Amy and I both really like the makeup of this bull that's going to win the class from a structure standpoint. We like the soundness he goes about the ring, the strength of his hip from behind. He's very impressive. I will grant you, I sure wish there was more center rib in this bull. He gets plenty tight through the middle of that rib, but it's a give and take thing in this class for Amy and I. The bull we're going to use in second, I think, more closely follows the type and kind of the first bull. Some soundness, the way he puts his feet down. He's a bull to us that gets maybe just a little more pinched in that forerib, in that lower forerib. I'm not a person, the upper forerib bothers me as much as some people because the vital organs don't exist up there. I look more in that lower forerib. He maybe is just a tick more pinched, not as expanded as a bull that's going to beat him. Again, I'd like to see more rib in him. The third place bull in the class is the problem bull for me and Amy in this class because he has the shape and dimension to a center rib that Amy and I really like. But as you get to analyzing this bull, he just is more restricted in that forerib coming out of that chest. He's a bull that maybe gets a little more pitched in his flank, and he's having a little trouble on his left hind pastern as he goes about the ring. The next bull in line, I think, is a bull to me that combines some of the things of our class winner, but doesn't have near the power. When you get out behind him, it's not as sound as he goes about the ring. The two bulls that come up behind him, bulls that just need to be a little more structurally sound to get them any higher today. Thank you.
Placing first in Class 4 in our Junior Bull Calf Angus class is entry 424. Classic Fullback Ernie 151, shown by Kimberly Hammer, McGaheysville, Virginia. Second entry 429, Heritage 0129 Insight 511, shown by Jonathan Tyler McGinnis, Shelbyville, Kentucky. Third entry 421, shown by Luke Nord, Wolverton, Minnesota, and Alicia Nord, Wolverton, Minnesota. Fourth, entry 427, shown by Justin Wood, Willow Spring, North Carolina. Fifth, entry 430, shown by Patrick Combe, Grahamsville, New York. And sixth, entry 420, Fred Fry, shown by Fred Fry, Drew Moore, Pennsylvania. Entering the ring now is Class 5 Junior Bull Calves. Angus Class 5 Junior Bull Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our winner bull calf champion. Please bring Class 9 Senior Bull Calves, Angus Senior Bull Calves to the makeup area. Class 9 Angus Senior Bull Calves to the makeup area, please.
Tim, he said just write it on top like that.
In our Gelfie ring right now, we have Class 9 Senior Heifer Calves. Please bring, following this class, we will be selecting our Division III champion and reserve champion females. Class 5 Junior Angus Bull Calves, our weights are as follows. Entry 435 weighed 1295. Entry 437 weighs 1160. And entry 439 weighs 1115. Now comments in our Angus ring from our judge, Bruce Sturzbach.
Over here on the Angus side, a nice competitive class Angus bulls. I think the performance is good on them. Again, Amy and I are going to go with the bull we consider the most complete bull in the class. He's really laid in well at the point of his shoulder. When you get out behind him, plenty of muscle in this bull, good top, a good hip in this bull, sound enough as he goes about the ring. Again, I'd probably like to see a little more center rib, especially in the rear third of that rib cage, but really a nice complete bull. The gentleman's bull that's going to come in next in line, a little bigger bull, that I don't hold that against anybody. I actually like the performance in the bull. I like the rib shape. As we put him in motion, like his stride from a profile, as we get behind him, he hawks in a little more, doesn't show the dimension to a stifle that the bull that's going to win the class does. The young man's bull that comes in next, Amy and I really like the makeup of this bull from a standpoint of the shape and dimension, the length of neck. When we get him in motion, he's just too restricted off his hind legs to get him any higher today.
Placing first in Class 5, Junior Bull Calves is entry 437. DAJS Mastermind 442, shown by Doug Satry, Angus, Montag, Texas, Haley Herzog, Robinson, Texas, and Katie Satry, Montag, Texas. Second, entry 435. WCC Spill C2, shown by Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana, and Soapstone Farm, Olney, Illinois. Third, entry 439. LAH Naysay 511C, shown by Larry and Joe Horseman, Horseman Cattle Company, West Lafayette, Indiana. We now will be selecting our champion winner, bull calf champion. Attention in the Angus barn, I need Class 9 fall bull calves, Class 9 fall bull calves to the makeup area, please. Class 9 fall bull calves to the makeup area, please. Senior bull calves. Attention in the Gelby barn. Class 9 senior heifer calves are in the ring. We need Class 12 summer Gelby females to the makeup area. Class 12 to the makeup area, please.
In the Gelby Arena, really a high-quality set of cattle here from top to bottom, cattle that have got certain things that you may want to take home and put into your operation and utilize them as you try to make some breeding decisions and move along. For me, the red heifer at the top end of the class, for some, this may be a first or a third type of female. I think it depends on whether you think she's got enough to her when you view her from behind. This one from the side, however, is the one that reads the most right in terms of her angles, really maternal in her rib shape, and yet she's assembled a bit more correctly up through her front 1/3 than the heifer in second. She's more neatly laid in about the point of her shoulder, laid back in her knee, and gets out and goes when you ask them to move. Now the heifer in second does have a little more pin width to her, is a stout-made female that's got a plenty of rib to her as well. I think once we stop and we pose this heifer on the profile, she gets somewhat deeper and rounder about her shoulder, maybe not quite as feminine and attractive up through her front 1/3. The heifer here in third, another high-quality female. To me, this one has got as much muscle shape as any of the heifers within this drive. I like her in terms of her arch and curvature through her upper portion of her rib as well. I think at times when we get her out on the go, here's a heifer that gets a little more rigid in terms of her pastern, maybe not quite as secure in her rear leg relative to the first two. The next heifer in the drive, the black female, really strong topped, and she too is fairly level out through her rump. A heifer that does have plenty of rib shape to her. As you watch this heifer go, I'd like for her to utilize her hock just a bit better. She gets a notch more rigid off of her hind leg and maybe just a little coarse up through her tail head. The next heifer in the lineup, a pair of red heifers actually to finish off this class. Female that we've got next in the lineup is one that's really pretty stout back through her pin. Heifer that drops down a nice hind leg, maybe gets just a little straighter fronted, a little less flex to her knee as you ask her to go. And then the heifer to round off the class, another high-quality female, has some extension up front, maybe a little bigger in terms of her skeletal size. See her as maybe just being the most costly to maintain as a brood cow.
Now comments for our Angus judge, Bruce Sturzbach, on our Winter Bull Calf champion.
Here in the Winter Bull Calf side, I think we got a nice pair of bulls out here to vie for the championship of this Winter Bull Calf division. It was a nice division. I think a lot of complete nice bulls. I think as you view out here, we got two bulls that are very similar. Me and Amy were kind of surprised when we get them out here side by side how similar they are in type and kind. Both bulls, when you get out behind them, have plenty of muscle. They have good hip in them. They're bulls that have balance as they go around the ring. They're sound enough. I think there's a few minor differences in the bull. They're both laid in well at the point of their shoulder. I think we have the stouter bone bull with maybe a little more eye appeal that won the first class. The bull in the back here I think is very complete. Doesn't have quite the hair, and maybe that gives a little bit of illusion of not having quite as much bone, but they're very complete bulls. I will say this, both bulls I would probably like to give a little more center rib and a little more rear third in their rib cage, but they're very complete individuals. It's a very close pairing. But today, Amy and I are going to use the bull that won the first class to win the division, and the gentleman's bull that won the second class will be reserved in this division. Thank you. Nice division, nice pair of bulls to win the division.
Selected as your Winter Bull Calf champion is entry 424, Classic Fullback Ernie 151, shown by Kimberly Hammer, McGaysville, Virginia. And selected as your reserve Winter Bull Calf champion is entry 437, DAJS Mastermind 442, shown by Doug Satry, Angus, Montague, Texas, Katie Satry, Montague, Texas, and Haley Herzog, Robinson, Texas. Congratulations to both of you. Entering the ring now is Class 9 Senior Bull Calves. Please bring Class 9 Angus Senior Bull Calves into the ring, please.
Oh yes, I'm sorry. I was wrong on that division. We got 8 Angels. Is that the generic just divisions that Taylor was getting? He's not right then. What's it? Generic division.
Tim, do you have any whiteout?
In our Gelby ring now, we are selecting our Division III champion female. I need Class 12 intermediate yearling females. I need Class 12 Gelby late summer females and Class 13. Oh, excuse me, just Class 12, please. Bring Class 12 into the makeup area.
For division here in the Gelby ring on the west side here of Freedom Hall, I'm pleased with the cattle that we've gotten out here, trying to find cattle that are functional in their build and read right in their angles, and yet certainly maternal in terms of their shape. Nice class winners that we have out here, and I think as you look at the respective seconds, they're certainly deserving to be within this lineup. For me, there's a pair of cattle that put the most positives together from a structure and a volume standpoint, along with having a feminine look. I'm going to keep the two together out of the second class within this division. If you would please put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors.
Selected as your Division III Gelby champion female is entry 33. SDSC Miss Lady Love, shown by Karen Eby, Duncan, South Carolina. And selected as your reserve Division III female is HILC Blackbird 500B, shown by Cody Moore, Fountain Run, Kentucky. Congratulations to both of those farms. We need Class 12, late summer yearling Gelby females into the ring, please. Class 12, please bring Class 15 Gelby junior yearling females to the makeup area. I need Class 15 Gelby junior yearling females to the makeup area, please. For those of you that are in attendance to this year's North American but have family and friends at home that could not make it, we are streaming live on the internet. So if you do have family and friends at home that would like to watch the North American Angus show and Gelby show, or for matter of fact the rest of the week, our website for that is www.livestocexpo.org/livestream.html. Once again, it is www.livestocexpo.org/livestream.html. Also, I have my weights for Class 9 in our Senior Bull Calves in our ROV Angus show this morning. Entry 444 weighed 1,400 pounds. Entry 446 weighed 1,470. Entry 447 weighed 1,660. Entry 449 weighed 1,390. Entry 452 weighed 1,220. Entry 454 weighed 1,545.
On the west side of the ring in the Gelby Arena, just a single entry here, an August-born female, and one that certainly has performed quite well. Extremely long-bodied heifer as you study her from the point of her shoulder all the way back to her pin. A nice heifer for this gentleman.
Placing first in our Class 12 Gelby late summer yearling females is entry 39 TDU Shakers M. Lee, shown by Shaker Hill Farm, Lebanon, Ohio. This female will also serve as our Division 4 champion female. I need entry 46 from Victoria Nowak. Entry 46 from Victoria Nowak, Bland, Michigan, to the show ring immediately. You are late for your class. I need Class 15 junior yearling females, Gelby females, into the ring, please. Class 15. Attention in the Angus barn, I need Class 9 Senior Bull Calves. Angus Senior Bull Calves are in the ring. I need Class 12 Summer Bull Calves, and Class 13 to the makeup area, please. Class 12 and Class 13 Angus Bull Calves to the makeup area, please. Also, for those of you that are interested in photographs for this year's North American, we have taken the liberty of adding a picture backdrop in the makeup area, and the ring shots are being taken throughout the show as well. So Lindy Livestock Photos is here again this year. We're happy to partner up with Lindy Livestock Photos. They have representatives all over the North American, but specifically at each of the 3 backdrops. All champions and reserves, please come to the backdrops up by the announcer stand. Anyone is welcome to have their photo taken at the backdrop in the makeup ring, but photos can be viewed this year at their office near the entrance to Freedom Hall or on their website. And their website is www.lindeslivestockphotos.com. That's www.lindes, and that's Lindes, livestockphotos.com. There was a little bit of confusion yesterday. Anyone can come up to these front photo drops to get their pictures taken, but we definitely need all the champion and reserve of each divisions to do so. But anyone can come up and get their pictures taken at any of the backdrops available here in Freedom Hall. Thank you.
Here in the Angus, I guess this is actually the senior bull calf division. Really a nice pair of bulls, very similar bulls in type and kind to start this off. I really love the performance of both these bulls. I like the center rib shape in these bulls. Me and Amy flip this as you get them in motion. We're going to prefer the bull that's going to win the class on these rear pasterns. Love the softness, love the reach on that hind leg when he goes, like the cushion and the softness he puts that hind leg down with. I'll be honest with you, when I had him the other way at first, I thought maybe he was a little more restricted in that fore rib coming out of that chest and that fore flank. But then as I got to analyze him again here, that's very similar. So that was kind of an advantage I was given the second place bull. But then when I get him in motion, me and Amy just prefer like I said, the hind leg, the pastern, the softness, the soundness this bull goes about the ring. Both bulls are big hip. They got plenty of muscle. They got rib shape. Love the performance. Like I said, the young lady's bull that comes in next here, love the profile he gives you as she gets him set up. He's a long-sided, good hip bull. He's extended out front, plenty of performance. Just gets maybe a little restricted on those rear pasterns as he goes about the ring here. Maybe just a little more rigid in them than I'd like to see. But really a close pair of good bulls and a good set of bulls. The gentleman's bull that's going to come in next in line, love the balance and the squareness of this bull. He's a bull that gives up some performance to those two bulls that are going to beat him today. And you see it as you view him from a profile, the performance he gives up. Doesn't have the shape and dimension to the center of that rib, doesn't have the length of side, doesn't have the rear rib cage that those two bulls above him. Gentleman's bull comes in next, more similar to the two bulls that are going to win the class from that rib shape standpoint, the performance standpoint. A very high-performing bull. I appreciate that. But as we get him in motion here again, I'd have to change how he gets off these hind wheels to get him up any higher in class today. Gentleman's bull that's going to come in next in line. Again, love the rib shape in this bull, but when you get out behind him, too much power is given up to all the bulls in front of him today, get him any higher. Young lady's bull that's going to come in next in line, has some structural soundness in that to him, but the performance is just lacking in this bull. Can't get him any higher because of that.
Thank you, Bruce. Now comments in our Gelby ring from our judge, Mr. Matt Clays.
An outstanding class here, March and April females with a great deal of quality in them. Heifer at the top end of the class. Not only is she really nice and balanced across the paper, but she's really balanced phenotypically when you see her out here in the ring. Brood cow potential here, big-bodied and yet still feminine and angular up through her front end. She's got some width of base, and she's sure if it gets out and fills her track when you view her on the move. Now, the heifer that I've got here in second is probably the next most like her. She's maybe not quite as attractive up through the top part of her shoulder, but a big-bodied heifer that matches in terms of her skeletal size, along with her rib shape, a wide-pinned heifer that certainly has some width of base as she tracks away as well. The female here in third is one that's really kind of off the charts in terms of FPI, and boy, that marbling number is sure up there, and I appreciate those values. Here's a little bigger kind of heifer if you can certainly tolerate this excess size, and I think there's bulls that'll complement the genetic power that this heifer has. Really long-hipped, and she's good up through her front end in terms of blending into the point of her shoulder, a female that I just like to moderate just a touch. And then the heifer that we've got here in fourth is one that's really powerfully constructed in terms of her muscle mass, heifer that's got some width of pin to her. I'd really just like to relax her a bit in terms of her skeleton, make her utilize her hock a bit better when we ask her to go. The red heifer in the lineup probably does reach just a bit more off of her hind leg, and a female that does have plenty of rib shape to her. I think as you view her from the side, however, she's maybe the most off balance, maybe gets a little frailer at the ground.
Thank you, Matt. Back in our Angus ring, our results from Class 9 and also selected as our senior bull calf champion was entry 446, CCC Womack Ace B505, shown by Cheyenne Jones, Franklinton, Louisiana. Second, and our reserve senior bull calf champion is entry 454, Cherry Knoll Pleasant Classen 142, shown by Shelby Stabler, Gathersburg, Maryland. Third, entry 449, shown by Purebred Livestock Services, Fairgrove, Missouri. Fourth, entry 447, shown by Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana. Fifth, entry 444, Jason Earls, Morristown, Tennessee. And sixth was entry 452, shown by Leslie Craig, Harrodsburg, Kentucky, Alex Popplewell, Russell Springs, Kentucky, and Morgan Stevens, Ewing, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 12. Class 12 Summer Bull Calves. We have two entries. Their weights are as follows. Entry 455 weighs 1740. Entry 456 weighs 1625. Now comments from our judge, Bruce Sturzbach.
This pair of July bulls, a lot of give and take here. We're going to use the bull. It's a little more balanced when you get him set up on a profile. He's good out through his hip. He's a square-made bull with a lot of shape and dimension. When you get behind him, he's got enough rib shape in him. As he gets in motion here, he gets up a little bit in his top. I'd like to give him a little more slope at the point of that shoulder, but a nice balanced individual. The young lady's bull's going to come in next. I think they're similar in type and kind from a rib standpoint and a muscle standpoint. As I get out and watch this bull go away from us, he's wanting to get those hind feet placed outside those hooks a little bit as you watch him go away from you. I would just like to change how he handles his hind legs, especially walking away from me, to get him any higher today. Thank you.
Placing first in Class 12 in our summer bull calf or summer yearling bulls is entry 456, DAJS All About It 034, shown by Doug and Katie Saytree, Montague, Texas, and Haley Herzog, Robinson, Texas. Second, entry 455, WCC Alert B84, shown by Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 13. Class 13, late spring bull yearling bulls. Late spring yearling bulls, Class 13.
In the Gelby Arena on the west side here of Freedom Hall, really a nice pair of red heifers, and you can sort them however you like. I think that both of them, there's a little bit of give and take, but the heifer that's just fresher up through her front end and her brisket, and maybe just a little bit more correct down her top line and from hooks to pins, is a heifer at the top end of the class. Now, I would tell you that I'd sure maybe like to relax her a bit out of her shoulder and give her a little bit more accurate stride out of that front end. The heifer that we've gotten second is more relaxed there, a little more laid back in her knee, and does take a longer stride. However, as you view her from the side, she just got a little more brisket to her and gets a little bit more off balance. Maybe not quite as good in terms of matching her power up high as with what she has down on the surface.
Attention in the Angus barn, we need Class 16 and 17. Class 16 bulls and Class 17 spring yearling bulls to the makeup area, please. Class 16 and Class 17 to the makeup area. Exhibitors, please realize that class numbers have been designated in our division classes. So when I call these class numbers, please be aware of what class number you are. But I need Class 16 and Class 17 to the makeup area Angus bulls. Weights in Class 13 Angus bulls are as follows. Entry 461 weighed 1875, and entry 462 weighs 1955. Following this class, we will be selecting our intermediate champion and reserve intermediate champion Angus bull. In our Gelby ring, Class 16 results were: winning the class is entry 51, Double Diamond Farms from Cynthiana, Kentucky on SSMK Stardust. Placing second was entry 50, GGGE 3G Cowgirl B 426B, showed by Reynolds Beelick Gelby, Crab Orchard, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our Division 5 champion and reserve champion Gelby females.
So that
This pair of May bulls here in the Angus ring, really a complete individual to start off with. I grant he's a little moderate, but he's a bull with tremendous rib shape. I really like the bone structure in this bull that I really like how he's expanded in that forerib, coming out of that chest floor, but he's laid in good at the point of shoulders, won't disappoint you when you get behind him, takes a nice stride on a profile. I will grant you I dinged the bull that I beat in the last class because he got a little outside his hooks when you watched him go away. That's what probably disappoints me in this bull, but this is a really good bull that I just wish I could change that one thing about him. I wish he could get those feet inside those hooks a little more as he goes about the ring. Gentleman's bull that comes in next, really a complete long-sided individual, really good out through his hip. He's a bull, though, as you get him in motion, even standing still here. He needs a little slope to that shoulder. He gets just too steep for me at the point of that shoulder. He's not near as powerful when you get behind him either, but a nice pair of bulls with a good individual to start with.
Placing first in Class 13 in our spring yearling bulls and our Angus show is entry 461, DDA Gemstone 1439, shown by Double Diamond Angus, Chrisman, Illinois, PD Angus, Full Day Enterprises, and Rock Creek Angus. Second is entry 462, WCC Defense B80, shown by Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana, LLB Angus, Erskine, Alberta, Canada, and Defense Associates, Cloverdale, Indiana. I'd like to apologize for Class 12. I announced those cattle wrong. The correct placings in those classes first went to entry 455, shown by Wilson Cattle Company, and second went to entry 456, shown by Doug and Katie Satrig, Montague, Texas, and Haley Herzog, Robinson. My apologies to those exhibitors. We now will be selecting our intermediate and reserve intermediate champion bull in our Roll of Victory Angus show.
Gelby Arena Championship drive of this division, junior division of the female show. I'm really pleased with the quality of cattle that the exhibitors have brought out. From top to bottom and within this division, I think you've got a lot of cattle that are certainly functional in terms of their type and kind and their rib shape. To me, as we look out here and we For champion, to me, the black heifer really hit me pretty hard when she came into the ring, sound structured and big bodied and really balances up nice. We talked about the red heifer from the second class within this division, really wide pinned and has a tremendous amount of rib shape to her. Maybe just like to change her a bit in the angle to her shoulder. So for me, as we look for champion, the one that puts those brood cow attributes together to the highest degree will be the black heifer. She'll be your junior division champion.
Selected as your Division 5 champion, Gelby female, is entry 42. Entry 42 is BCFG Butler's Bianca 534B, shown by Aiden Rabb, Markle, Indiana.
Over here in the Angus division, I think another, the numbers weren't huge in this division, but I think we got some good quality bulls out here. The gentleman's bull that won the first class, love his length aside, love the growth pattern of this bull. He's a bull to me that has enough rib shape and dimension in the front third of that rib cage, maybe gets a little light in the rear third of that rib cage. He's sound enough as he goes about the ring. He's extended up front with some muscle in him. Doesn't have near the shape and dimension when you get at that 3/4 angle as our bull that's going to win the second class. The bull that wins the second class, really love the rib shape and dimension of this bull when you get him out on that 3/4 angle. A lot of shape and dimension through the center of that rib, really expanded in that forerib, carries all that expansion and that width and that depth back into that rear rib cage. He's sure a bull when you get him on a profile. He's sure sound as he goes about the ring. He's good hipped. He's a little more moderate bull. I might want to extend him just a little bit front to rear, maybe just jack him up just a little bit, but that's picking on an individual, puts a lot of things together very nicely. Our second place bulls here, I think the second place in the first class was a bull that has some style and balance when you get him on a profile. You just get out behind him, not near as powered up as any of the other three bulls in the division. The May bull that was second in class to our second class winner, a really long-sided, long hip, heavy muscled bull. Not quite as stout. Like I said, I'd maybe like to give him a little slope to that front shoulder. Amy will go out here and get your division champion, and then we'll grab you a reserve. Thank you.
Selected as your intermediate Angus Bull champion is entry 461, DDA Gemstone 1439. Shown by Double Diamond Angus, Chrisman, Illinois, PDA Angus, Full Day Enterprises, and Rock Creek Angus. And selected as your reserve intermediate champion bull is entry 462, WCC Devents B80. Shown by Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana, LLB Angus, Erskine, Alberta, Canada, and Defense Associates, Cloverdale, Indiana. Congratulations to those firms. Selected as our reserve Division 5 Gelby female was entry 49, High Miss Daisy 14B37, shown by Jesse Lowe, Adrian, Michigan. Congratulations to both of those firms. I need Class 19 Gelby females into the ring, please. Class 19 is in the ring. Following this class will be our division, and we will move right into our grand and reserve grand female.
She said to announce Gelby's division champions and reserves need pictures for Gelby.
Attention in the Gelby barn. If you had a champion, division champion or reserve, we need photographs of all divisional champions, please. Please, Gelby exhibitors, we need photographs of all division champions, please. In our ROV Roll of Victory Angus show here, Class 16 is in the ring. Class 16 is in the ring. I need Class 17 to the makeup area. Calling Class 18. Class 18 Angus Bulls to the makeup area, please. Our weights on Class 16. Entry 463 weighs 1885. Class entry 466 weighs 1755.
We have a pair of females in this senior division of the Gelbvieh Female Show that we really appreciate these cattle in terms of where they are in their udder development. Both of them are going to calve here next month, about a week apart. The heifer at the top end's maybe just a bit better in terms of her teat design, a little bit smaller and more refined. It's up underneath the floor of that udder that she's making. Plus, here's the higher quality female. I see her as balancing up just a bit better, maybe a little more feminine through her front end. And she's certainly more authoritative off of her hind leg when you set them into motion. Now, the red heifer here in second is really long-bodied, and she's really pretty level about her hip. She tends to maybe pull in at her hock and close at her foundation, but a nice female here for this young exhibitor.
Winning our Class 19 in our Gelbvieh show is entry 52, JTPF Blue Well Astro 234A, shown by Blue Well Farms, Lebanon, Tennessee. Second, entry 53, SVFG Lindsay, shown by Spring Valley Farm, Lebanon, Kentucky. Those two females will serve as our Division 6 champion and reserve champion female. We now are ready to select our grand and reserve grand champion Gelbvieh females. Please bring all division champions and reserves into the ring, please.
Here on the Angus side, a really nice bull to start the class off with. My wife and I thought he handled the class really easily. Really loved the rib shape and dimension, the depth through the center of the rib of this bull. He's laid in good at his point of his shoulder. He's got good slope to that shoulder. He's got good set to that front knee. He's a bull that travels sound and easy. I like the flex in his rear pastern. He's a big bone bull. He's got enough muscle when you get out behind him. Just a very nice complete, high-performing bull. The young lady's bull is going to come in next. Gives up some performance to the bull, gives up the stoutness of the bull, but he's a long-sided bull that has some muscle on him. He's laid in good at the point of his shoulder. He just gives up some power when you get out behind him, and performance to the bull. It's going to win the class today. Thank you.
Selected to win our class in Class 16 in our Roll of Victory Angus Bull Show is entry 463. Top line, first in line, 4364, shown by Top Line Farms, Tremont, Illinois. Second is entry 466, Destiny's Mayweather 154, shown by Morgan Lee Hutchins, Columbia, Tennessee. Entering the ring now is Class 17 Spring Yearling Bulls. Attention in the barn, we need Angus Class 18 Junior Yearling Bulls to the make-ready area. Class 18 Junior Yearling Bulls to the make-ready area, please. Attention in the Gelbvieh barn, we are selecting our grand and reserve grand Gelbvieh female. We need Class 1, 2, and 5. Class 1, 2, and 5 balancer Gelbvieh heifer calves to the makeup area. Class 1, Class 2, and Class 5 to the makeup area. Balancer Gelbvieh junior heifer calves. Weights in Class 17 of our Angus Bull Show. Entry 467, weighed 1885. Entry 468, weighed 1875. Entry 469, weighed 2,015 pounds. Entry 471, weighed 1885. Entry 472 weighs 1910. And entry 473 weighs 2095.
Needs 482, class 21.
Attention in the Angus barn. We need entry 482. Entry 482 to class 21 of our Angus show. Class 21, we need entry 482. Once again, before he makes these comments, I'd like to introduce our judge again for our Gelby show, Mr. Matt Clays, West Lafayette, Indiana. Matt, your comments, please.
What a lineup here on the Gelby side of Freedom Hall, a female show that's really been outstanding in terms of those productive type of cattle that have got plenty of growth to them. I know that we've had a number of classes, but I would like to go through and just maybe make a few comments about each one of these division winners. I think as you look at the black heifer calf, a March female that has a tremendous amount of performance to her, really good in terms of her rib shape. She gets out and goes and fills her track, and you certainly appreciate that about her. A female at this stage of the game that's certainly fairly far along, has got plenty of condition on her. A heifer that I think looks like she's going to make a nice brood cow for this gentleman. The heifer here that wins the next class is a February female, or next division, a February female, one that you really appreciate from the side. She's green in terms of her condition, I think very appropriate for her age. A calf that's really strong tops, really level out through her rump, drops down a nice hind leg, and is very appropriate in her body condition score. A nice heifer for that gentleman. The next heifer in the lineup is a November heifer, if I remember correctly, a female that's really balanced. I think from a brood cow standpoint, you look and study her angles, her slope to shoulder. She's laid back in her knee and got a nice banana curve up there through her front end, yet she's really long and dimensional in terms of her rib shape. In class, I had commented that you had to decide if there was enough to her, and I think for a heifer that's just coming a year of age, there certainly is. She's really long and open in her muscle shape. She, too, is very appropriate in terms of her feet, her depth of heel and length of toe, and you ask her to get out and go, and she certainly covers her tracks. The August heifer that the gentleman with the vest on here has is one that's really long-bodied, a female that may be a little bit harsher in terms of her body condition score, but she does have some strength to her top and fairly level out through her rump. The black heifer next is a March female that the young man in the cowboy hat has. A female, when we walked into class, hit me pretty hard. She put so many things together. Her skeleton is really good, really maternal in terms of her rib shape, and yet she still looks like a lady out here when you view her from the side. And when you view her from behind, she's just as impressive. She's pretty wide and square set about her pen and maintains some width of base as she gets out and moves and covers her tracks. The senior yearling heifer has got a nice udder underneath, a female that's maybe a little more moderate in terms of her skeletal size, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. A heifer that I like from her hooks forward. She's got a nice rib shape, and she's pretty feminine up through her front 1/3. An outstanding set of Gelbfie females. If you would, please go ahead and put your hands together. Congratulate these exhibitors on such a fine set.
Selected as your grand champion, Gelby female, is entry 42. Our Division 5 champion, BCFG Butler's Bianca 534B, shown by Aiden Rabb, Markle, Indiana. Congratulations, Aiden.
Reserve out of that division is another big-bodied female, and one that you appreciate that shape and rib that she has. I think on either side of that rib, we maybe want to change her just a bit. She maybe tends to open up just a touch at the top end of her shoulder. Like to give her a little more attractive hind leg when you view her from the side. To me, the next heifer within the lineup that puts things together. And by the way, we did have numbers on all these cattle. Thought they were all acceptable in terms of their FPI, and you look at, there's a lot of genetic pieces out here that whether you were first in class or third or fourth in class, a lot of cattle that can contribute to the breed. Reserve will be the red heifer right here in the middle.
Selected as your reserve grand champion Gelby female is entry 33, SDSC Miss Lady Love, shown by Karen Eby, Duncan, South Carolina. Congratulations to Karen. That concludes our purebred Gelby female show. We'll be going right into our balancer female show immediately. We will be doing photographs before we move into our balancer show. We need
Over
all
here in
division champion. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, Bruce. Go ahead.
Over here in this March Angus bull class, we got a nice pair of bulls to start with. We got some give and take here, and Amy and I are going to put our emphasis a little more on the bull we believe is a sounder bull in this class. He's a long-sided, good hip bull, got a lot of muscle in his hip. Maybe he doesn't have quite the shape and dimension as stifle. As you get him on a profile and get him set up, you really like the structural soundness and correctness of the bull and the look he gives you, except you'd like to see him deeper. Where Amy and I had a tug and pull here is we'd like to see the bull with a little more depth in the center of that rib and a little more depth in that rear flank. But when you get him in motion, I think he's easily the soundest bull of the pair of bulls. The young lady's bull comes in next. I really like from a power standpoint. I like the way he's built in his fore rib coming out of his chest. He's got enough shape and dimension to that center of the rib. Actually, when they first come in the ring, I thought he was probably the class winner. As we get him in motion, he's a little more restricted on both ends here, a little steeper in that shoulder, a little harder on his pastern. So that's why in this class, a nice pair of bulls, but we're going to use a bull we deem a little sounder in the class. The young lady's bull that comes in next, we really like the soundness of this bull as he gets in motion. This bull travels the ring relatively free and easy, takes a long stride. When you get him stopped and set, he is an extremely long-sided bull with a lot of shape and dimension in his rib and good out through his hip. But he gets into some structural issues. He's more restricted in that fore rib. He's easy in that top. He gets more open in that shoulder. So he just runs into some structure issues, but we do really appreciate the soundness. Gentleman's bull that's going to come in next, the larger frame bull in the class. He's down here because Amy and I don't feel there's enough stretch to cross this frame from a muscle shape dimension point. He's a bull that with this kind of frame just needs more muscle put down that top and into that stifle. With that said, we moved him up because, again, I appreciate his soundness and I like his rib shape in him. Gentleman's bull that comes in next, a very balanced bull with some rib shape in him. Amy and I, again, thinks he gets just a little too steep at the point of his shoulder. He's just a little more restricted off that front end. The young lady's bull that comes in next, when you first get him out here, you appreciate the mass and power of this bull, the smoothness that he goes together with, the amount of expansion in that fore rib. But as you analyze him a little longer, he's a bull that really struggles getting around for Amy and I off both ends. We just would have to free him up to try to get him any higher in this class today.
Thank you, Bruce. Placing first in Class 17 is entry 471. HB Guyman 485, shown by Ann Patton Schubert, Taylorsville, Kentucky, and Horsley Brothers, Galva, Illinois. Second, entry 469, Lazy JB Tito 4914, shown by Lazy JB Angus, Montrose, Colorado. Third, entry 467, shown by Sugar Maple Angus, Bloomington, Wisconsin. Fourth, entry 473, shown by Patton Farms, Crawfordsville, Indiana. Fifth, entry 472, shown by Hartfelt Farms, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, and B&K Cattle Company, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. And sixth is entry 468, shown by Jake Barnes, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Entering the ring now is Class 18 Angus Bulls. Junior Yearling Angus Bulls, Class 18, is in the ring. Following this class, we will be selecting our junior and reserve junior champion Angus Bull. Please bring Class 21 Angus Bulls to the makeup area immediately. Attention in the Gelby barn. We are taking a break to picture our champions in our Gelby female show. But let's be bringing Class 1, 2, and 5 balancer, junior heifer calves, and spring heifer calves to the makeup area. Class 1, Class 2, and Class 5 balancer, spring, and junior heifer calves to the makeup area. Thank you. Attention in the barn for all you Charolais exhibitors. Our National Charolais Show will start promptly at noon. All Charolais exhibitors, we will be starting the Charolais Show today at noon.
Here in your junior yearling class here of Angus bulls, we're going to start with a really complete individual, a bull that when you view him on a profile, he's sure a deep-sided bull. He's got plenty of frame to him, both bulls too. They're good-sized bulls. I'm not going to hold that against him. Where we're headed today in the beef industry, maybe we don't need to quite be looking at them as little as we have in the past when steers are where they're at and Angus bulls, what they sell for yearling weight, how big you want those bulls, the more popular bulls that sell. You know, size is a thing that maybe sometimes we could use a little more than some of us in the show ring want to admit. As I look at these two bulls, they're both good size. The bull I'm going to start with, I prefer the way he's made through the point of his shoulder, the way he's expanded in his chest floor, he's expanded in that forerib down low. I'm not talking about up high. Sometimes we emphasize that a little too much, and nobody's ever been explained to me what the point of that is in production. But down low, we want that expansion. We want that base width. He carries that base width back through his rib cage into his rear flank. He's a bull that has enough muscle when you get behind him. He's good in his hip. He's not overly expressive in his stifle, but he's got enough. He travels relatively free and easy. The gentleman's bull that's going to be second class, extremely long-sided, long out through its front end, sound as he goes about the ring. Love the shape and dimension, the center of the rib. He's a bull that gets, to me, a little more restricted in that chest, a little more restricted in that foreflank. He's a bull that gets a little more pitched in his rear flank. But really two nice bulls to lead off the class with. The gentleman's bull that's going to come in next, tremendous rib shape in this bull as you view him from a profile. Really deep, a lot of shape and dimension to it. As you get out behind him, just gives up too much power from a bone standpoint, from a muscle standpoint to the two bulls in front of him. You know, really sound bull, more moderate in his frame, but just needs more power stretched across his frame to get him any higher today. The young lady's bull that's going to come in next, like the bone structure in this bull, he's a bull that's got some appeal when you get him on the side. He's strong topped and square out through his hip. Not enough shape and dimension to the center of this rib to be able to get him above any of the three bulls that's standing above him today. Gentleman's bull that comes in next has a little more of that shape and dimension to his rib, but he's a bull to me. He gets a little rounder out through his hip. He's a bull that's a little more pitched in his flank and not as sound as he needs to be going. The bull that's going to come in next in line is giving up way too much performance and structural soundness to be able to get him any higher today.
Placing first in Class 18 of our Angus Bull Show is entry 476. C&C Blue Ribbon 4010, shown by Express Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, and Ryan Callahan, Edmond, Oklahoma. Second, entry 474. Chestnut Knockout 204, shown by Topline Farm, Tremont, Illinois, Kevin Redelick, Glenhaven, Wisconsin, and Chestnut Angus Farm, Pipestone, Minnesota. Third, entry 475, shown by Express Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, Quaker Hill Farm, Louisa, Virginia, and Christopher Trembus, Charlottesville, Virginia. Fourth, entry 479, shown by Brianna Smith, Russell Springs, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 477, shown by Clinton Cloverdale, Cicero, Indiana. And sixth, entry 478, shown by Richard Brown, Port Byron, New York. We now will be selecting our champion junior yearling and reserve junior yearling bulls in our ROV Angus show. Attention in the Angus barn, we need Class 21 Angus bulls to the makeup area, Class 21 and 22, Class 21 and 22 to the makeup area immediately.
A really nice May heifer to initiate the balancer show on the Gelby side of the arena. Heifer that's really fancy up through her front 1/3. She's got plenty of length of hip. Female that you like in terms of her lines and read her in her skeletal angles. Got a good sized foot on her and plenty of substance of bone, yet she's really clean and flat about her joints. In the balancer ring, another female that's really beefy topped and got a tremendous amount of rib shape to her, a March-born heifer that you maybe like to see take a little longer stride off of both ends, but the young lady's doing a good job at getting her exhibited and moving her about the ring.
Winning Class 1 in our Balancer Gelbvieh Spring Heifer Calf class is entry 1. GGGE 3G Crimson Cowgirl 583C, shown by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana.
That's 463 without the show.
And winning Class 2 is our single entry, entry 3, BROK Diamond Diva 518C, shown by Victoria Nowak, Bland, Michigan. We now will be selecting our Division 1 Balancer Spring Heifer Calf champion.
Here in the Angus Junior Yearling Division, really a nice set of bulls out here to vie for the championship. I think we had some sure quality through these classes as we went. Again, you know, the numbers don't allow for there to maybe be the bulls that go together like a puzzle where they're all the same as you get out here in division. There's sure some differences in these three bulls that won these classes. The bull that won the first class to Amy and I, he was the sound bull in that class, a big bone kind of bull with a lot of shape and dimension to his rib. He's got enough muscle when you get out behind him. He's not overly expressive, but with that shape and dimension in that rib, the stoutness of the bull, we thought he was an easy class winner. As you get him out here, he's a bull that might get just a tick bolder in that shoulder, maybe doesn't quite have the expansion in the lower third of the front of that rib cage, but really a complete stout made individual. The young man's bull that's going to win the second class, really like him from a profile, from a length and correctness standpoint. He's really square out through his hip. He's good boned. He's sound as he goes about the ring. He's a bull to us. We really like to pull him down in the center of that rib and expand him in the rear third of that rib cage. Just needs maybe a little more shape and dimension to that rib. The gentleman's bull that won the last class is a bull that really's got a big rib cage in him. He's a larger frame bull, but he's still fit in within that class. He's a bull that's got a lot of performance. He's really expanded in that forerib down in that chest area. He's got a good chest floor in him. He's a bull as you get him in motion here, and Amy and I were just talking about this. Me and Amy spend a lot of time at that end when they're coming away from us. I really like to evaluate cattle when they're walking away from me. He's a bull that really probably puts his feet and legs down as good from behind as any bull we've seen today. There's base width in the front. There's base width in the rear. He doesn't get outside of his skeleton, though, as he goes in motion. Takes a nice soft step, but really a good group of bulls. Amy and I have picked our champion, and she'll go out here and slap him for you.
Selected as your junior yearling champion Angus bull is entry 476, C&C Blue Ribbon 4010, shown by Express Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, and Ryan Callahan, Edmond, Oklahoma. And selected as your reserve junior yearling champion, entry 463, top line, first in line 4364, shown by Top Line Farms, Tremont, Illinois. Congratulations to both of those individuals.
Office, go ahead. Just a second, I'm getting a number for sure.
Entering the ring now. Entering the ring now in our balancer junior heifer calf class is Class 5. Class 5 balancer junior heifer calves. We need entry 12 for Class 8 balancer senior heifer calves. Class entry 12 from Green Hills Gelby. We need your entry 12 to the makeup ring immediately. Weights on our Angus bulls, Class 21, are as follows. Entry 482 weighs 2485. Entry 483 weighs 2205. Entry 484 weighs 2295. Entry 485 weighs 2260. And entry 486 weighs 2405. In our ring now is Class 21 senior yearling bulls. We need Class 22 and 23 senior yearling bulls to the makeup ring, please. Class 22 and 23 senior yearling bulls to the makeup ring, please.
In the balancer show, really a high quality set of females here, and top end are both of the heifers are really big bodied cattle. The one that's maybe just a little bit neater in the way that she's assembled up through her front 1/3 is the heifer that wins the class. I think she sets her neck a little higher onto a more neatly laid shoulder. Female that's got a tremendous amount of rib. She's a little cleaner and flatter about her hock, and certainly more correct in terms of her body condition score at this stage of the game. The heifer that I've got in second, now she's an easy fleshing female, and she's got a ton of rib to her. A heifer that I really like from her elbow back in terms of that rib shape. She does get out and fill her track and utilize her hock. Relative to the class winner, she may be a little coarser about her tail head, maybe gets just a notch deeper about her shoulder. The heifer that I've got in third probably is as neat up through her front 1/3 in terms of being flat-shouldered and long and slender about her neck. I appreciate that about this female, and she's certainly strong-topped and level out over her rump. For me, though, when I get behind her, she tends to close at her foundation, and I'd like to just open her up there at her base and at the base of her rib. The heifer that we've got next in the lineup is one that's really strong-topped and fairly level out through its hip. Heifer that's maybe given up some of the performance to our first two initially. However, this heifer is an easy-keeping, moderate heifer that does have some squareness from behind, and I do see her being a little bit sounder in terms of her skeletal angles over the heifer that rounds off the class. Now, the heifer that finishes the class probably has as much skeleton as any, and I appreciate her ability to grow that skeleton. We just need to see her a little more three-dimensional in her kind, maybe a little bit stouter at her foundation.
Placing first in our Class 5 Balancer Junior Heifer Calves, first is entry 6, Rab BCFG Miss Star 13C, shown by Butler Creek Farm, Milton, Tennessee. Second, entry 5, GGGE 3G Cowgirl Cruella 537C, shown by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Third, entry 4, shown by C&T Farm, Lebanon, Tennessee. Fourth, entry 7, shown by Double Diamond Farms, Cynthiana, Kentucky. And fifth was entry 8, shown by Victoria Nowak, Bland, Michigan. Our first and second place females in our Balancer Junior Heifer Calves will also serve as our Division II champion and reserve champion female. So our champion female in that division is entry 6 from Butler Creek Farm. Our reserve division champion is entry 5, shown by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Congratulations to those two. Entering the ring now is Class 8 Balancer Senior Heifer Calves. We need Class 8 Balancer Senior Heifer Calves into the ring, please.
Over here in the Angus ring, really a close pair of bulls in this class. Amy and I, we had several conversations about both of these bulls. We really like them on the standstill. They just put a lot of things together really nice. The bull we're going to start with, we prefer him again in his foreflank. He's just a little more expanded there. He's a little bit more expanded in that front third of that rib cage, top to bottom. He's got a little more depth in that flank, and he's a bull that to me has a little more hip, a little more stifle as you get out behind him, just a little more shape in him. I like the way he's made up through his neck. When you get him in motion, me and Amy like to free him up a tick, and actually that's where we got into our conversations with the second place bull. We thought at first maybe he was a tick sounder and be the class winner. As we got him in motion, I think they're pretty comparative on how they get around the ring. I maybe want to free them both up just a tick, make them both reach just a little harder off that rear leg, maybe reach with that front leg just a little harder. I do think the second place bull, when you get him standing still, maybe a tick more slope to his shoulder than the bull that's going to win the class. But when you get him in motion, I don't think you see it as much. He's a bull to me. Love the rib shape and dimension in him. Love, again, how he's made at the point of his shoulder. When you get him on a profile, maybe just a tick rounder in his hip. When you get out behind him, maybe gets outside of his hooks just a little bit when he's going away from you. But really a really nice, complete, very close pairing at the top of this class. Gentleman's bull is going to come in next. Larger frame bull in this class doesn't really bother me. With that said, I'd like to see a little more mass of muscle and rib and that stretch across this frame. I like the soundness of the bull, like the length, like the squareness of his hip. There's just not as much power stretched across his frame as the two bulls that are going to beat him in class today. Young ladies, bull that comes in next has a little more of that power than the bull right in front of her, but he's pushing probably quite a bit of condition for me and Amy today, so it takes away from his look, makes him a little rounder in his look. He's a little shorter sided bull, so when you're pushing all that condition on him, it just makes him look a little plainer in his look. The gentleman's bull that comes in next that I moved down a little bit had to on movement, maybe a little longer sided, square hipped bull than the bull in front of him, but just needs to handle those hind legs different to get him any higher today.
On the Gelvy side with the balancer show, really a nice high quality class of females. Heifer at the top end just is the most complete, gives you a good cowy look, and she matches everywhere. Her symmetry is really good, big old foot, plenty of substance of bone, a stout ribbed heifer that also balances up when you view her on the side. I think the heifer in second, the red female, is one that's really square in terms of her build. She's square at the base of her rib and up through her forerib over the female that I've got in third. And I think the top three, we've walked them a little bit here, and they're starting to feel really good and maybe not respond to the halter quite as well. But that heifer's really stout pinned and has an advantage in terms of with the base over the heifer in third. Now the heifer in third is a big outline, strong topped heifer that's really level from hooks to pins. Female that's got plenty of arch and curvature through her upper rib. And I think it's down low where I start to get a little bit more concerned. She's not quite as authoritative off of her rear leg and a little bit frailer in terms of her foot. The next heifer in the drive gets just a notch more off balanced as you view her from the side. Female that's a little deeper about her chest and her brisket. I'd like to see her a notch more coordinated off of her hind leg. But I appreciate her more moderate skeletal size and her fleshing ability over the heifer that we've got next. The heifer that's next in the line up has got plenty of rib shape to her, and she too is really pretty moderate. Heifer with the hematoma on her rib looks like she got pinched or ran into something here prior to coming to the show. Is maybe the flattest and the narrowest at her pin, but a heifer that does have some depth of rib to her.
In our Angus ring, we have one single entry, entry 487. The bull weighs 20.25. Now comments from our judge, Mr. Bruce Sturzbach.
Just a single entry here on the Angus side. Really a long-sided, nice, clean-fronted bull. Bull, to me, when you get him in motion, probably is going to need to get around a little freer, easier than he does today to probably get as high as we'd like to see him in the show. Thank you.
Placing first in our Class 22 was entry 487, Equity 343 Northern Star, shown by Richard Brown, Port Byron, New York. Let me get you caught back up on Class 21. Our placings in Class 21 first went to entry 484, Silvera's Esquire 3544, shown by Webster Farms, Walker, Iowa, Silvera Brothers, Angus, Fireball, California. and Foose Show Cattle, Elmwood, Illinois. Second entry 485, Seldom Rest BRMF Saywan 866, shown by Danielle Foster, Niles, Michigan. Third entry 482, shown by Ann Patton Schubert, Taylorsville, Kentucky, and Pleasant Cove Farm, McMinnville, Tennessee. Fourth entry 483, shown by Matthew Ewing, Rushville, Illinois. And fifth entry 486, shown by Circle R Angus, Alma, West Virginia. Entering the ring now is Class 23. Class 23 Senior Yearling Bulls. Our weights are as follows. Entry 494 weighed 2420. Entry 490 weighed 2260. Entry 491 weighs 2355. And entry 493 weighs 2590. Following this class, we will be selecting our Senior Yearling Champion and Reserve Champion Bulls. Please bring your class winners and seconds back to the makeup area for Division Champion following this class. Entering the ring now in our Gelby show, Balancer show is Class 9. Class 9 Senior Heifer Calves. Class 9 Senior Heifer Calves. Placings in Class 8 first went to entry number 9, BCFG Butler's Belinda 20B, shown by Aiden Rabb, Markle, Indiana. Second went to entry 13, VLK B461, shown by Butler Creek Farm, Milton, Tennessee. Third entry 12, shown by Green Hills Gelby, Mount Eula, North Carolina. Fourth entry 14, shown by Blue Well Farms, Lebanon, Tennessee. And fifth entry 10, shown by Aaron Bitzer, Shelbyville, Kentucky. Once again, Class 9 Balancer Senior Heifer Calves are in the ring. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 3 Champion and Reserve Champion Female. Balancer Gelby breeders, I need Class 12, 15, and 18. Please bring Classes 12, 15, and 18 Balancer females to the makeup ring, please. Attention in the Angus barn. Following the selection of our senior champion bull, we will be picking our grand bull. So this is first call, Class 28 for our Angus cow-calf show. Class 28 and 29, please be bringing our cow-calf pairs to the makeup area, please. Class 28, Class 29, Angus cow-calf pairs, please be bringing your cow-calf pairs to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
This class of Angus bulls really got some give and take here. We're going to use the longer sided, good performing bull. He's got enough rib shape and dimension in him. As he travels about the ring, he's sound enough on his feet and legs. He maybe gets up in his top a little bit, gets his hip pins rolled down towards the ground. I think when you get out behind him, he's got enough hip in him. I wish he had a little more stifle in him. I wish he had a little more rear flank from a width standpoint when you stand behind him, but he's a long-sided, freer and easier moving kind of bull extended through his front end. The gentleman's bull that comes in next in line is a bull that, standing still, there's a lot of good things about him. He's good hipped. He's got some muscle in him. He gets awful compact for me. He's a little shorter-sided. He's a little shorter top. He's a bull that has enough muscle in him, but when you get out and get him on the move, he's just a bull to me that is a little too restricted. As I see him go around, as I get out behind him again, he's wanting to get his right hind leg outside of his hooks when he puts it down a little more than I'd like to see it. So I just like to free him up, make him go with more flow when I get behind him. The young lady's bull that's going to come in next in line, really like this rascal standing still. He's really stout, got a tremendous rib in him. He's a bull to me who's pushing a lot of condition. I think you could take 100 pounds off this bull. That would free and ease him up as he goes, as you get him in motion. He's just too steep in the point of that shoulder. He gets up in his top, right coming out of his shoulder. He's running uphill a little too hard for a beef animal to me, and it just makes him harder to get around the ring. The young lady's bull that's going to come in next in line has some rib shape and dimension, but he's a bull that gets more open in his shoulder, tighter in that forerib, doesn't have the power stretch across that frame when you view him at this three-quarter angle as the bull's above him today.
Thank you, Bruce. Placing first in Class 23 is entry 494, S&R Roundtable J328, shown by Express Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, Jared Ratcliffe, Weston, Wisconsin, and Weigel's Steer Pit, LLC, Cuba City, Wisconsin. Second, entry 490, PM Thunderstruck, shown by Tanya Belsham, Bristol, South Carolina. Third, entry 493, shown by Kimberly Hammer, McCaney'sville, Virginia. And fourth was entry 491, shown by Morgan Lee Hutchins, Columbia, Tennessee, and Raylyn Kopecki, O'Neill, Nebraska. We now will be selecting our senior and reserve senior champion Angus bull in our Roll of Victory Angus show.
Out here for division champion, I think we got a nice lineup of Angus bulls. there's, again, been some give and take as we went through these classes to get to this point in the division. But I think there's a good representation of the Angus breed and the bull power that exists within the Angus breed out here. The young man's bull that won the first class, we really like from a balance standpoint. We like the depth of rib that it's carried from his chest floor back into his rear flank with a tremendous amount of balance. He's very expanded in the chest floor. He's very expanded in that forerib coming out of the chest floor. He's a bull that's got really a lot of hip and stifle and power in him. He's a bull to me. He's long enough sided. I mean, when you view him here, he maybe isn't quite as long sided as some of the other bulls in the division, but he's sure long enough sided for me. We talked about in class, as you put him in motion, I like how he puts them all down. I wish maybe he could just reach a little harder off both ends. But again, that's picking on a bull that puts a lot of things together very nicely in a nice package and has a lot of things to offer. The gentleman's bull was a single entry in his class. He's a long-sided, long-hip kind of bull, long-fronted, very fresh in his condition, just lacking the performance he needs to compete in this division and lacking the soundness he needs to compete in this division. The gentleman's bull that won the last class, the longest sided bull standing out here. He's long through his front end. He's a bull to me, gets a little bolder in his shoulder and a little tighter and pinched in that forerib as you view him from a 3/4 angle here. He's a bull that's got enough shape and dimension in that upper hip. As you get to that stifle, he gets a little more restricted. As you watch him go away from you, he's fairly hawked in at his joint when he's walking away from you, and he's just a narrower base kind of bull, but he is a longer sided kind of bull. I think we got a good representation of bulls out here. Amy and I have selected your champion, and she'll go out and show you who he is.
Selected as your senior champion bull is entry 484. Silvera's Esquire, 3544, shown by Webster Farms, Walker, Iowa, Silvera Brothers, Angus, Firebaugh, California, and Foose Show Cattle, Elmwood, Illinois. And your reserve senior champion bull is entry 485, Seldom Rest BRMF Say Win 866, shown by Danielle Foster, Niles, Michigan. Congratulations to both those two firms. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion bull of this year's 2015 Roll of Victory Angus Show.
On the Gelvie side of the arena here, we've got a class where, quite honestly, I find different skeletal challenges within all of the cattle in here. And I think, I apologize, I guess, for taking a little bit more time, but I wanted to sift some things out in terms of my mind. Practicality, function, I think are all things that I try to keep in my mind and prioritize. And I think as you study them, the red heifer is the one that gets out and goes and fills her tracks and utilizes her hock on the move. And I'd say there's maybe not quite as much stick power here on this heifer, but her best view is on the go. Sometimes, young lady, we get her just a little bit stretched out when we set them up on the profile, but this one looks like a cow. She's stout pinned, really good in terms of her rib shape, and I certainly think that her front end isn't necessarily offensive. Is it as clean and as zip-fronted as maybe some of the other ones out here? No, it's not, but it's still, this is the practical brood cow of the class. Now, the heifer that I've got in second is a little bit cleaner up through her front. She's also a heifer that you appreciate her depth of rib as well. Where I get challenged, or my struggle with her, is from her hooks back and from her pins down. She maybe tapers a bit back to her pin. She'll want to pull her hock in just a bit and consequently be just a little bit narrower at her base when she tracks away. Now, the heifer in third, and just standing, you're going to say, wow, that's the one that we need to grab a hold of. She sets her neck up high upon her shoulder, and she's really good on the bottom side of that neck and clean-throated. A heifer that you appreciate that about her, and she balances up, got some width to her pin. Once we set her into motion, though, she'll coil up just a bit in her top. she drops her pin and isn't nearly as secure off of her hind leg. Now the heifer in fourth, big-bodied, easy-fleshing heifer that the young lady has, and quite honestly, it pains me to take a little young lady like this and put her into fourth just because of the cuteness factor, I guess, but she's got a heifer that's got a ton of rib, but boy, from her hooks back, she gets awfully short. Consequently, she's shorter-hipped, and she's a little shorter in her stride when you view her from the side, but a female that's going to open them up has plenty of center body width to her. The next heifer within the drive is one that we pulled in second initially because she was just kind of a practical heifer and followed the one that we had on top early. I think as you study her, she gets just a bit more irregular down her top line, maybe deviates out of the backside of her shoulder, and I'd like to make her more secure in her pastern behind. The next two cattle in the lineup are very similar. They're cattle that have got some rib shape to them, maybe a little bit more moderate in terms of their frame size, just maybe like to give them a little bit more utility at the surface, make them go just a little bit more fluently as they exit the ring.
Placing first in Class 9, Senior Gelby Balancer Heifer Calves is entry 23. SKYM BCFG Miss Callie 44257B, shown by Allie Rabb, Markle, Indiana. Second, entry 18, BCFG Butler's Beyonce 10B2ET, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Third, entry 21, shown by Green Hills Gelby, Mount Ula, North Carolina. Fourth, entry 27, shown by Lara Rittenhouse, New Carlisle, Ohio. Fifth, entry 17, shown by Garrett Teeter, Mount Ula, North Carolina. Sixth, entry 16, shown by Seacross Cattle Company, Asheboro, North Carolina. And seventh, entry 19, also shown by Seacross Cattle Company, Asheboro, North Carolina. We now will be selecting our Division 4 Balancer females, champion Division 4. Attention in the Angus barn, we need entry 497 from Cade Patton, Frankfort, Indiana. I need your cow-calf pair for Class 28. Entry 497, Cade Patton, please bring your entry to the make-up ring immediately. Thank you.
championship drive of the balancer females out here within this senior calf division. We've got a December heifer and a September heifer, and there's sure a difference in terms of performance. The black heifer that wins the first class really has some intriguing pieces to her. I love her in terms of her rib shape. She's probably not as comfortable out here on the go and is fighting the halter just a bit. Consequently, sometimes she coils up in terms of her top line, maybe not quite as soft when she hits the surface, but a nice balanced high quality heifer for this young man. The young lady's got a red heifer that won that more challenging class, if you will, right before this division, one that is sound structured. And so this heifer's best look is on the go, I think, as you study her. She's really good in her rib shape. She flexes from her knees to the hocks to the ground. Female that's maybe not quite as clean up through her neck, but in terms of her ability to function, I don't see that necessarily impairing her. The respective seconds within this drive are also high quality cattle that may be just not quite as sound and functional as the first two, but it's been an outstanding lineup. If you would please put your hands together, congratulate these Gelbvieh and Balancer breeders for bringing out a good set.
Now comments in our Angus ring on our Grand Bull Drive from our judge, Mr. Bruce Sturzbach.
Well, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause for bringing out a really nice set of Angus bulls. Amy and I, as we shown cattle, obviously most of the people in this barn know me, and I know most of them, and so they've known for years, and us and the kind of things we like. As we look out here, you know, in these bull shows, the numbers aren't as high as they're going to be in the female shows and that. And sometimes the consistency can't quite be there in a bull show because you don't find within each division that exact kind you're looking for. With that said, I think as you look out here, you can tell a pattern that Amy and I were looking for. There is some variation in size in these bulls. I'll give you that within their age. But they're bulls that they have a good look to them when you get them on a profile. They have, for the most part, enough rib in them. Some of them sure need to develop there more, some of these younger bulls as we go along. They're bulls that are as sound as we could find them within those divisions that also fulfilled some of the other things we were looking for. Some base width in these bulls, some foreflank width in these bulls, some rear flank width in these bulls, some bulls that have some shape and dimension in their muscle, some bulls that have some eye appeal, and the bulls are as sound, as I said, as we could find them. As we went through here, the bull calf that won the first division, Amy and I really liked him. We thought he won the division handily. He's a bull that's got some length of side. He's really good when you get out behind him. He's big hip with a lot of stifle and shape to him. He's sure got plenty of rib. As he goes around the ring, he's really sound. He's a bull that's in very nice condition for his age. We really appreciate the bull calf. It's a little hard to just run out here and grab a bull calf maybe to be champion bull, but this bull's good enough to deserve consideration within this thing. The young lady's bull that won the next division, me and Amy really like him from a structural standpoint, a look. We talked about in division how we wish there was more shape and dimension to that center of that rib. We wish there was more of a swoop to that belly as you get him on a profile, but you can't deny the length of side, the soundness he goes about the ring, the squareness of his hip, the length of his front end. Nice, complete young bull with maturity. Maybe that rib will come in that bull. The young lady's bull that won the next division, a very close division, a very close class. I think if you had the reserve in this division out here, you'd see the bulls were very similar. They were both huge middle bulls. They were both bulls that had some hip and muscle in them when you get out behind them. They were bulls that maybe both had just a tick more shoulder in them and a tick tighter in that foreflank as it come out of their chest floor. As we put him in motion, we thought this bull was a little sounder on that pastern and hind leg, and that's why he ended up winning the class. But it was a very comparable set of bulls, both a little larger frame bulls, but with tremendous rib in that stretch through that frame. The gentleman's bull that won the next division, is probably the most moderate bull out here, but I do think for his age, there's sure enough of this bull. There's enough weight per day of age of this bull. There's enough performance in this bull. Standing still, easily probably one of the most complete individuals out here. He's really got a lot of chest width, and he's got a lot of foreflank width. He carries that width all the way into that rear flank. He's a bull that has a lot of muscle when you get out behind him, down his top, out his hip, and down into that stifle. As he goes about the ring, he's sure sound from a profile. When I got behind him, I thought maybe he got just a little wider base than I'd like to see, but it sure isn't bad. You're looking at an individual that puts a lot of things together very nicely. As we get to the next bull, I think he's a bull that, again, in type and kind, follows what we've been looking for all day. He's got that good hip. He's got that depth of rib. He's a bull that's expanded in that forerib. He's laid in good enough in that shoulder. He is a larger frame bull. He's probably easily, for day of age, the largest frame bull out here. But he's a bull that puts together some movement. He's a bull that puts together a lot of things Amy and I have been looking for. When you get out behind him, he's a flatter made bull. Doesn't have near the width in that hip. He doesn't carry that width down into the center of the stifle of some of the other bulls. The bull that won the last division, I think, is a bull, again, very balanced when you get him on a profile here. He carries, again, that width in the rear third of that body that we like to see from front to rear. He's a bull that tremendous in his hip and his stifle and his muscle when you get out behind him. Tremendous thickness down his loin, yet he's laid in really well at the point of his shoulder. We did talk about in division, and that a bull that we might want to free up just a bit. We might want to give him just a bit tick more slope to that shoulder so he could reach just a little farther. But Amy and I both think it's been a really nice set of bulls. We hope you understand what we evaluated in each bull. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and set Amy out here, and she's going to slap your champion bull for the North American. Thank you very much.
Selected as your grand champion, Angus Bull, for the 2015 ROV show is entry 461. DDA Gemstone 1439, shown by Double Diamond Angus, Chrisman, Illinois, PDA Angus, Full Day Enterprises, and Rock Creek Angus. Congratulations.
On the Gelby side of the arena, just a single entry here, an August-born heifer and an easy fleshing, big-bodied heifer for the young man. Maybe like to see her go with just a bit more correctness and authority off of that front end as she'll plant and twist just ever so slightly. A nice project for him.
Selected as our class winner in Class 12 and also our Division 4 champion balancer female is entry 24, ADS MS&S Watchman 453B, shown by Cody Moore, Fountain Run, Kentucky. We now need Class 15 balancer junior yearling heifers into the ring, please. Class 15 balancer junior yearling females into a show ring. And selected as your reserve grand champion bull in our ROV show is entry 476, CNC Blue Ribbon 4010, shown by Express Angus Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, and Ryan Callahan, Edmond, Oklahoma. Congratulations. Well, now we'll break and take pictures. Let's take pictures of our champion and reserve champions and any divisions that need divisions before we move into our cow-calf class, please. All Angus bull pictures we'll take right now. Okay. Okay. We should be able to start our Angus cow-calf division here in about 15 minutes, folks. Let's get old cow-calf pairs down here to the makeup area, please. Attention in the Gelby barn. The scales are open for your bulls. If you'd like to start bringing your Gelby and balancer bulls to the makeup area, the scale is open. Our judges placed our Class 15 Balancer Junior Yearlings, and now comments from our judge, Mr. Matt Clays.
Outstanding class here of females from top to bottom, and females that can go into different operations and accomplish different things. The heifer that I have on the top end of the class puts together function and brood cow look, and she matches and balances everywhere. Big old foot, plenty of substance of bone, yet she's clean and flat about her hock. She's laid back in her knee, gets out and goes, and a heifer that has got more than enough mass to her. I think when we view her from behind, she's just functional in her type and kind. The young man does a good job of getting her set up and presented as well. Now the heifer that's in second, I love her in terms of her center body, really soft through her rib and pulled down in her flank. I think as you study them on the profile, she's a little thicker necked heifer that maybe gets a little bit frailer at the ground relative to the impressive class winner. Now the heifer in third, a female that's making just a bit more udder than our first two, really a long-bodied, level-hipped heifer that you just want to see move a little bit more correctly off of her hind leg. But here's one from her hooks forward. You sure appreciate the rib and mass that she has, and yet she's neatly laid in about the point of her shoulder. The heifer in fourth, and I moved her down as we studied her just a little bit more. I think we need to appreciate this heifer from her elbow back. Really round-ribbed and bold through the upper part of her skeleton. She's maybe not quite as soft underneath, and for me, she just gets a little bit forward about her knee. I'd like to relax her there so she'd take a better stride off of that front end. The next heifer within the drive, another big-bodied heifer that's got some fleshing ability to her. I appreciate that about her. She just kind of lumbers out of her front end, just needs to make sure that she's a little bit more comfortable out here through the ring. The red heifer, and I told the young lady when we were out here, I really like her rib shape. There's times where she can get her set up and give you a really good look, and then there's other times where it looks like she's been maybe chasing parked cars. She gets just a little bit shorter up through her front end, but maybe most concerning to me is when we set her into motion, she steps outside of her body wall. I'd like to see her just a bit more accurate in that stride. The next heifer within the drive is another one that has a tremendous amount of mass to her. She's a more moderate heifer, and if you study her for her length of hip, you really like that added extension she has from her hooks back to her pins, and she's fairly square built. She's just a little more restricted in her skeleton when you ask her to go.
Selected as our class winner in Class 15 and also our Division 5 champion female on our Balancer Gelbvieh show is entry 28, HMEG 413B, shown by Jesse Henson, Canton, North Carolina. Second, and our reserve Division 5 champion is entry 25, Rab BCFG Miss Valentine 214B, shown by Aiden Rab, Markle, Indiana. Third, entry 30, shown by Victoria Nowak, Bland, Michigan. Fourth, entry 45, shown by Connor Durham, Piedmont, South Carolina. Fifth, entry 29, shown by Double Diamond Farm, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Sixth, shown by entry 27, shown by Karen Eby, Duncan, South Carolina. And seventh, entry 48, shown by Haley Allen, Hillsboro, Ohio. We now have Class 18 Balancer Senior Yearling Females in the ring. Class 18 Balancer Senior Yearling Heifers in the ring. Please be bringing all of our Gelbvieh and Balancer bulls to the makeup ring, please. All Balancer and Gelbvieh bulls to the makeup ring, please. The scale is open. Angus exhibitors, we will be beginning our cow-calf show here in about 5 minutes. Cow-calf exhibitors and our Angus ROV show. We'll start the cow-calf show here in 5 minutes.
in the Gelbvieh Arena, senior yearling division champion and reserve within this class. November heifer is one that wins it rather handily for me. Boy, does she have an advantage at her base, and she's set functionally wide about her pin. Tremendous in terms of her dimension back through her hip. A big old bodied heifer with this much mass, and still is very attractive up through her front 1/3. Now she can coil up just a little bit in terms of her top when we've got her on a go, but she's going to calve here in a couple of weeks. Got a lot of extra weight that she's carrying around. High quality female for that gentleman. The next heifer within the drive is going to be a little bit later calving, and here's one from a hooks forward. You sure appreciate her rib shape and one that reaches out of her front end. I'd maybe like to stouten her up back through her pin, maybe give her a little bit more width of base as she tracks away.
Thank you, Matt. Placing first and selected as our Division 6 champion female is entry 34, GHGF Whitney 225A1, shown by Green Hills Gelbvieh, Mount Eula, North Carolina. And second in that class is and also our reserve Division 6 champion is KBIT Nikki, shown by Aaron Bitzer, Shelbyville, Kentucky. We now are ready to select our grand champion and reserve grand champion balancer female. If I could get all of our divisional champions and reserves back into the ring, we are selecting our grand champion balancer and reserve grand champion balancer females. Gelbvieh exhibitors, I need all Gelbvieh spring bull calves, junior bull calves, and senior bull calves to the makeup ring. Please bring all your Gelbvieh bull calves to the makeup ring, please. Entering the ring now in our Gelbvieh ring is our grand champion and reserve grand champion drive and our balancer Gelbvieh show. Angus exhibitors, we're ready for class 28. In our Roll of Victory Angus cow-calf show. Bring 28 into the ring, please.
championship drive of the Balancer female show really have had a great deal of quality out here that the Gelbvieh and Balancer breeders have brought out to you. I think as you look at the red heifer at the beginning of this lineup, May female, one that is just so feminine and juvenile in terms of her look, yet as typical for Gelbvieh cattle and Balancer cattle, really has a tremendous amount of performance to her. You like her up through her forerib and the way she's pulled down in her flank. And I think she's very appropriate in her body condition score at this stage of the game. The next heifer in the lineup is a January female with that pound for pound or for weight per day of age is probably the best out here of any. I think when we look at where she's at in terms of the growth curve within that steep phase, one that sets her neck up high upon her shoulder. She's really strong in her top and level out through her rump. She drops down a nice hind leg as well. I think as you study her on the underside of her skeleton, you maybe just want to soften her up and pull her down in her flank just a bit, but that's getting awfully picky on a very good January female. December heifer is next, and she doesn't quite have the size and scale, but boy, her build is really good. She's got some slope to her shoulder, and she's laid back in her knee. You like her in terms of her rib shape. Certainly a heifer that balances up when you view her on the profile, and she too drops down a very nice functional hind leg. The August-born heifer is your next division winner, and it was a single entry within the division, but this one really has some good one through the center portion of her body. She's really soft through her center, and she's pulled down in her flank. She's got some length back through her hip, maybe not quite as nicely balanced when you view her from the profile. You might just want to make her a little more feminine up through her front 1/3. Your junior champion is a January heifer that the gentleman's bringing out here now, a heifer that just balances up everywhere. Symmetry and high quality, big old foot. She's clean and flat about her joints, and yet she's set functionally wide about her pins. And then from her pins forward, she blends and transitions really good from that stout hip into a very nice rib cage, and yet she's awfully attractive up through her front 1/3. The senior yearling, powerful, powerful female, and her most impressive view may be from behind. She is so wide pinned and really dimensional and powerful out through her hip. And yet with all that added power and mass, this is a pretty long-bodied female that balances up pretty good. Senior yearling, and when you set her on the go, she's maybe a little bit more labored. She's also due to calve here in a couple weeks, a high-quality female for that gentleman. So if you would, please put your hands together, congratulate these Gelbvieh exhibitors for an outstanding set of females.
Selected as your grand champion balancer female, entry 28. Entry 28. HMEG 413B, shown by Jesse Henson, Canton, North Carolina. Congratulations, Jesse.
Would be remiss if I didn't talk about the reserve that comes into contention. This one is so cowy through her center body. You really like her on the go. She gets out and fills her tracks. I think as you study the heifer, as commented within class as well as division, maybe gets a little deeper about her neck, maybe like to stouten her up in terms of her foot and her circumference of bone, but an awfully good female from a cow standpoint, big-bodied and wide pin.
Champion?
Yeah.
This cow-calf class, we have a lot of nice things out here, but we have in my Amy and I's estimation, we have some extreme differences in each animal, and we just had to decide where we were going to put our emphasis. The cow that's going to lead off this cow-calf pair is Amy and I's favorite cow out here. I really like this cow. I really like the udder in this cow. I really like the shape and dimension of her rib. I like her soundness. I like the bone structure of this cow, the amount of bone, the foot size, the way she travels, the way she's made through her neck and shoulder. I just really find a lot of things about this cow I like. She's doing a wonderful job with this bull calf. I'm a person that believes in a cow-calf show. They're called a pair for a reason, and you have to put some emphasis on it. For me, though, it becomes a debate because personally, I think this is the third best calf in this lineup. With that said, I don't think he's bad. I think we got two really nice calves on the other cow. So I'm standing here looking at a cow that I surely think is the best cow, and a calf that I think is probably the worst of the three, but I still think he's a competitive. He's performed well. He's got muscle. He's sound enough. He's a little bolder in his shoulder, a little tighter in his heart, but the cow will carry this pair. When we get to the next pair, I like the mass and power in the cow. I really need to change her in her udder. With that said, she's standing here what my wife and I view as the best calf in the lineup. So as we got to this pair, we're really like the mass of the cow, like the soundness, like the power she brings. Really want to change her in her udder. But the heifer calf at her side, me and Amy both deemed is the calf that we would most like to take home in merchandise out of the group, and that makes a difference to us. So it was a close pair we put there. The next pair that comes in line, I think it's a wonderful pair. I do prefer the udder on this cow right here compared to the cow in front of her, but I think it's a female that maybe is a little heavier in condition, so she doesn't show quite the natural power, maybe a little more fed-on condition. Her bull calf is really a nice bull calf. He's got a good hip in him and long front. He's probably more restricted in his chest, in that foreflank coming out of that chest, maybe not quite the shape and dimension in that rear third of his rib cage as the calves above him. It just was an interesting class with some pieces and parts, but we will start with the one we thought was the best cow in the class. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Back in our balancer show, our reserve grand champion balancer female was entry 34, GHGF Whitney 25A1, shown by Green Hills Gelby, Mount Ula, North Carolina. Congratulations to our champions. We now will be taking all of our pictures. We want to get all of our pictures of our balancer females before we move into our Gelby bull calf show. But we do need our Gelby spring bull calves, junior bull calves, and senior bull calves to the makeup area. Thank you. In our Angus, ROV Angus show, our Class 28 cow-calf class first went to entry 496, ARF Lady 4035, shown by Jonathan McGinnis, Shelbyville, Kentucky. Second entry 497, Gryman Jensen Proven Queen 9, shown by Cade Patton, Frankfort, Indiana. And third entry 498, shown by Kimberly Giesecker, Holiday, Missouri. In our ring now is Class 29 cow-calf pairs, Class 29. Following this class, we will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion cow-calf pairs. We then will be taking pictures and moving right into our female show. So we will break for pictures of these cow-calf pairs before doing that.
This classic cow calves, we're going to start out with a long-sided, strong top cow. When you get behind this cow, huge hip in this female, really wide set at her pins, plenty of rib shape, got a nice udder, doing a nice job raising this bull calf, really a stout, complete bull calf, a bull calf that takes a lot of stride. I think they just make a nice pair. The cow that's going to come in second, again, I like the cow from a udder standpoint. I like the performance in this cow, deep-sided cow. She's got a little bit of chest in her, but a big old stout heifer calf on her side. The gentleman coming in next, this cow alongside a cow, definitely doing a nice job with this heifer calf, definitely has some milk. A female that comes a little low out of her neck into her shoulder. She's a little high in her top as she goes about the ring here, but raising a nice heifer calf, a good group of cows, a nice cow with a bull calf to start with.
Placing first in Class 29 Angus cow-calf pairs is entry 501 W.A. Emblenet 136, shown by Justin Wood, Willow Spring, North Carolina. Second entry 503 BJF Princess 1110, shown by Lily Jeffries, Canmer, Kentucky. Third entry 502, exhibited by Kate Henkel, El Paso, Illinois. We now will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion cow-calf pairs in our Roll of Victory Angus show.
Out here for your champion cow calf pair in the Angus show. Really a nice set of cows we had out here. The cow that won the first class, as I talked in class, Amy and I really appreciate this cow. She's sound, she's big bodied, she's feminine, she's maternal looking. She's got a beautiful udder under. She's done a really nice job raising this bull calf. This bull calf, when you get behind him, he's big hipped. He's got a lot of muscle in him. He's got enough rib shape for his age. He's maybe just a little tight in his heart and open in that shoulder, but he's sound as he goes about the ring. They just make a good pair, really carried by a powerful cow to start out the pair. The gentleman's cow that won the second class, really a balanced cow. She's a female when you get her on her profile. Really like the depth in that foreflank and the way she carries it back to her udder. She's maybe a little chestier than our female that won the first class. Maybe has a little bit of tilt to her udder, maybe not quite the design, but still done a nice job with a lot of milk. Her bull calf, maybe not quite as appealing. He shows some of that chest that his mother shows as you view him here. He's a little plainer through his front end, but he is a stout, big-bodied bull calf. Really two nice pairs. Amy will go out here and get your champion cow calf for you. Thank you.
Selected as your grand champion cow-calf pair for this year's show is entry 496, ARF Lady 4035, shown by Jonathan McGinnis, Shelbyville, Kentucky. Congratulations, Jonathan. Once again, we are going to take pictures of these champions before we move into our heifer calf show. We are going to take pictures. And selected as your reserve grand champion cow-calf pair is entry 497. Greiman Jensen Proven Queen 9, shown by Cade Patton, Frankfort, Indiana. Congratulations. Heifer calf exhibitors, class 34. Please have class 34 spring heifer calves. Oh, excuse me, class 32. I'm sorry. Class 32 spring heifer calves to the Angus makeup ring immediately. I need class 32 to the makeup ring immediately. Class 33, please be making class 33, bringing class 33 spring heifer calves to the make ready area immediately. Class 33, Angus spring heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately.
Starting off the male show on the purebred Geltby side, May calf here, and really a high quality cattle. Sets his neck up high on his shoulder, got a big old foot, and yet he's still clean and flat about his joints. Balances up nice when you view him from the side. A nice bull entry for this young lady. January bull calves here, and it never ceases to amaze me, the performance of this Geltby breed and their ability to really push the scales down. Good set of bulls here, all Januaries. I think they need to be maybe utilized a little bit differently within a herd. The one that's maybe the most balanced to me is the one at the top end of the class. He's really big rib, and he's square up through the forerib. He's got a tremendous amount of shape down his top. He's wide pin. Steps down on a little bit more circumference of bone in a bull that I think balances up the best when you view him from the side. Another bull in second, another sound structured guy. He can get out and go, and he fills his tracks when you view him on the move. Extremely long body, and he too has plenty of masculinity and mass to him up to the top part of his skeleton. Relative to the class winner, he's maybe not quite as coordinated off of his hind leg. Now the bull that I've got in third, I really like him as well in terms of just having some shape and some length of body to him. And I really like him from his elbow back in terms of that rib shape and being able to set down that rear leg. Maybe just want to change him from his knee down. He maybe closes at his foundation, gets a little harsher up through his forerib.
You know what? In our Spring Bull Calf class, class 24, a single entry was shown by Karen Eby, Duncan, South Carolina, on SDSC Mr. Handyman. He also will be our Division I champion. In class 27, placings were as follows. First went to CIRS 122 TC, shown by John Shear, Canton, Kansas. Second went to CIRS L26C, entry 62, also shown by John Shear, Canton, Kansas. And third was shown by Double Diamond Farms, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Our class 61 will serve as our division champion. And entry 62 will be our reserve division champion in Division 2. In our ring now is class 30. Senior Bull Calves. Class 30 Senior Gelbvieh Bull Calves.
You got that out of the machine or something?
I know, I bought it up there at the deal. Attention in the Angus barn. Attention in the Angus barn. Class 32. Spring heifer calves. Angus show are in the ring. We need entries 15 and 23 for class 33. Please bring class 33 spring heifer calves, class 33 Angus spring heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. We need class entries 15 from Drew Brown and entry 23 from Morgan Hutchins. We need your entries to the makeup ring.
In the Gelbvieh Arena, two bulls that are at different ends of the spectrum. And to be honest with you, I'm not sure which way is right. It's whichever bull best fits and one that your program and what you want to accomplish with them. Because I think that the bull that I have on at first in the class is just a little squarer in his build. He's definitely more moderate. He's not going to be a giant by any means, but boy, is he three-dimensional. He's good in terms of his rib shape, a bull that's a little square at the ground and maybe hits the surface with a little bit more comfort. Now, if you're looking to add some size, I think the bull in second is the bull that you're definitely going to lean towards. However, when I see this guy on the go, he's maybe just not quite as soft off of his rear leg, maybe not quite as soft on the bottom side of his skeleton, but one that can certainly add some frame and go to the calf crop.
Placing first in class 30, Gelbvieh spring heifer calves goes to entry 65. SSMK Air Raid, shown by Double Diamond Farms, Cynthiana, Kentucky. And second goes to entry 64. GGGE3G Big Valley 4108B, shown by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Single entry in our Class 31. Following this class, we will be selecting our division champion in reserve. Our Class 32 spring heifer calves in our Angus division. Weights on this class: entry 4 weighed 565, entry 8 weighed 555, entry 12 weighed 755, entry 13 weighed 765, and entry 14 weighs 620.
On the west side of the arena and the Geltfie Male Show, just a single entry here, and really a good masculine bull with a tremendous amount of shape to him. Got a nice hind leg and really sets down a foot that you have to appreciate the circumference of. Big set of testicles on this guy. A nice bull entry for this gentleman.
Our single entry in Class 31 on our Geltfie Spring Bull Calves, or Fall Senior Bull Calves, excuse me, is entry 66. CIRS L18TB, shown by John Shearer, Canton, Kansas. We now will be selecting our division champion and reserve champion bull.
This first class of Angus heifers, we're going to start out with a heifer Amy and I like really well. A lot of shape and dimension in the center of the rib of this female. A lot of depth to the center of the rib. A female that's very soft in her pastern, like the way she reaches when she's out here on the move. Nice square hip with a very feminine front end. Female that's going to come in next line, probably a little longer sided than our heifer that's going to lead off the class, a little higher performing. Really nice balanced female, sure sound as she goes about the ring. Gets maybe just a tick plainer through that front end, doesn't quite show the femininity, maybe just a little heavier in her chest, throws off her balance a little from a profile, but really a nice pair of heifers to start off the class with. The heifer that's going to come in next in line, Amy and I put here, really a high-performing heifer, tremendous amount of rib shape and dimension here. Sure plainer fronted than I'd like to see. I'd sure like to clean her up in that chest and under that dewlap there a little bit. But a free and easy going heifer with a lot of rib and shape. The young lady's heifer that's going to come in next, really a long-necked female, but a female, as you view her from behind here go, doesn't have the base width or that capacity in the lower third of that skeleton that Amy and I'd like to see. A young man's heifer that's going to come in next in line, a little longer, or a long-sided heifer to square out through her hips. She sure needs to handle her hind legs different to get any higher today.
Here in the Geltfie Arena, we've got lots of different shapes and kinds. The first two are in contention for this division championship drive, and for me, just like within the heifers, I'm trying to find them functional in their feet and legs, and really good in terms of their rib shape, square-built, practical cattle. And I think when you look at the first two bulls within this division, the one that does that the best is the bull from the first class. He'll be your champion.
Selected as our divisional champion in our Geltfie show and our senior bull calves is entry 65, shown by Double Diamond Farm, Cynthiana, Kentucky on SSMK Air Raid.
I know as we talked about the bulls out here within class, the masculinity of the bull that the gentleman in the red shirt has that was in contention for this championship drive. When it comes down to reserve, we've got some differences within these cattle, and I think that both of them, we talk about how we'd maybe like to just soften them up a bit off of their rear leg. But the one that balances up better and maybe just to a degree hits the surface with a bit more comfort, the notch more relaxed about his shoulder, is the bull at the front of the lineup. He'll be your reserve champion.
Selected as our reserve division champion is entry 64, GGGE 3G Big Valley 410 4108B, shown by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. We now are ready for Class 34 in our Gelby Intermediate Yearling Bull. We need Class 40. Single entry, Class 40. This bull will also be our division champion.
We have a single entry here on the Gelbfie side, a June bull, and a good practical type of bull. Plenty of reach and flex out of his front 1/3. A bull that's got some rib shape to him. Very appropriate in terms of his body condition score. This looks like a bull that can go out and work and cover cows for you. A nice June bull.
Our single entry in Class 34 in our Gelby Yearling Bull was entry 40, SVFG Honcho, shown by Spring Valley Farm, Lebanon, Kentucky. He will also serve as our Division 4 champion bull. Now I need Class 37. Class 37, 38 into the ring, please. I need Class 37 into the ring, Class 38 in the make-ready area, please. Weights on our Class 33 Angus Spring Heifer calves. Class 16 weighed 720. Class 19 weighs 670. Class 21 weighs 680. Class 20 or entry 25 weighs 800. Entry 28 weighs 670. Angus exhibitors, I need Class 34 Angus Spring Heifer calves to the makeup ring. Class 35, let's bring Class 35 into the makeup arena, please. Class 35, please bring your heifers to the makeup ring, please.
Nice class of Angus females over here. The heifer we're going to start with really caught me and Amy right off the bat. We both agree right now that for us, this heifer wins this class rather handily. Love the softness she's built with. Love the shape and dimension of the center of the rib, the feminine front end. She's good out through her hips. She travels nice and sound. She's in good condition for this point in her life. She has enough performance. She's not overly heavy, but she's still enough for when you realize how young these females are. Just really a complete female. Amy and I both really like. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, I think was logically the second place heifer for me, named the class. Like her bone, like the way she gets out and travels. Doesn't have quite that sweep in the rear third of that rib cage as our heifer that's going to lead off the class. Maybe not quite as feminine through her front end. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, like the belly sweep in this heifer and the shape and dimension. As you view her from a profile here, probably doesn't have quite the stoutness of the two heifers in front of her. As you get her on a profile, she doesn't maybe have quite the balance, maybe just a tick chest here with a little less flank in her, but really a nice complete female for this young man. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, really like the length and the squareness of hip of this female. As you get her on a profile, she's giving up some rear flank to those heifers above her, and as we watch her go away from us, she's just a little narrower base than Amy and I'd like to see. Young lady's heifer that comes in next in line, huge body in this female with a good hip. Really like to change how she handles her legs on both ends as she gets around the ring here. Thank you.
Now comments in our Gelby ring from our judge. Mr. Matt Clays.
Bulls over here in the Gelfie Arena. This is actually a Division II class winners here, and winning the division is entry number 68. Both of these bulls are good practical type of cattle, got a good sized foot on them. They can get out and go, and the one that maybe is just a little bit more comfortable in terms of being on the go is the bull that wins. He's also a little bit better in terms of his center body shape. I like him a notch better in how he ties in there to his flank, and as it attaches to just a little bit more dimensional rib down low. Now the bull that we've got as reserve within this division really extended up through his front 1/3 from his lower shoulder forward. You really like that extension that he has. Big old foot, and he's really good in terms of his knee. I think maybe if you wanted to change him, you want to soften him up just a bit back through his flank, maybe give him a little bit more length of stride behind, but an awfully good bull for that young lady as well. Two very good bulls within that division.
Selected as our Division 5 champion Gelbvieh Junior Yearling Bulls, entry 68 GLRF Bruiser B47, shown by Emily Reynolds, Crab Orchard, Kentucky. And our reserve Division 5 champion bull is CIRS 22YB, shown by Bailey Bell, Safel, Arkansas. If you'll please bring all of our divisional winners in our Gelbvieh Bull Show, we are selecting our grand and reserve grand champion Gelbvieh Bull. All division and reserve divisions back into the ring for our grand and reserve grand Gelbvieh Bull. Placings in Class 33 in our ROV Angus Female Show. First went to entry 19, HGR Miss Georgia 423, shown by Hunter Royer, West Point, Indiana. Second, entry 16, WCC Minion C44, shown by Devin Brown, Bloomington, Indiana. Third, entry 28, shown by Eric Schaefer, Owanaco, Illinois. Fourth, entry 21, shown by Doug Satry, Angus, Montague, Texas, and Katie Satry, Montague, Texas. Fifth, entry 25, shown by Breeze Hill Farm, Bedford, Indiana. And in our ring now is Class 34, Angus Spring Heifer Calves. Class 34, Spring Heifer Calves. I need Class 35 to the makeup ring immediately. Class 35 to the makeup ring immediately. Following Class 35, we will be selecting our divisional champion. Our weights in Class 34, Angus females. Entry 30 weighs 570. Entry 33 weighs 665. Entry 34 weighs 650. Entry 36 weighs 760. Entry 39 weighs 630. And entry 291 weighs 580. Attention in the Gelbvieh barn. We need all of your balancer bulls to the makeup ring. All balancer bulls. We don't have very many, folks, so let's get them all down here. All balancer bulls to the makeup ring, please.
championship drive in the purebred Gelbvieh show. The males really pleased with the quality that we've had out here. Even though we haven't had a great deal of quantity, the quality has been good. The May calf is one that really sets his neck up good onto a properly assembled shoulder. He's tremendous down his top. He's got some length of hip to him. He gets out and he goes and covers his track. Probably as nice a balanced bull that we've got out here within the drive. Now the next bull within the lineup is a February, and you really like him in terms of his basic build, his rib shape that he has, the stoutness and masculinity that he has down the top side of his skeleton. We talked in class how we maybe just want him to soften up a little bit off of that rear leg when we ask him to go, but an awfully nice bull for that gentleman. The one that's the most moderate probably for his age is the December bull within this lineup. Really good in terms of his center body. I like him in terms of his rib. I think as you study him off of both ends of that rib, though, he's maybe a little shorter and heavier up through his front 1/3, maybe a notch shorter from hooks to pins, but a bull that's practical. He's got some body, he's got some foot, and when you do set him into motion, that's probably when he pulls himself together and looks the best. The June bull that the gentleman has next in the lineup, as discussed within division, is just a good practical type of bull. He's got some rib. He's maybe not necessarily the biggest and stoutest in terms of his bone, but here's one that's really pretty good in terms of being flat about his hock. He laid back in his knee, and a bull that you appreciate for his practicality, maybe just doesn't balance up as nice when you view him from the side, particularly from his hooks back to his pins and then the hind leg that he drops down. Your big bull within this drive is one that is just so balanced everywhere. You like him in terms of his masculinity. He has a good set of testicles underneath him, and he's really powerful from the ground up, his width of base. I think as you study him from a balance and function standpoint, this is a bull you have to tie into. He'll be your champion Gelbvieh bull.
And selected as your champion Gelbvieh bull is entry 68 GLRF Bruiser B47, shown by Emily Reynolds, Crab Orchard, Kentucky. Congratulations, Emily.
Can I go ahead, you think? Over here on the Angus side, really a nice class of Angus heifers with an easy class winner for Amy and I. Very sound and soft as she goes about the ring. Really a nice big old rib in her. Very feminine female. I'll be honest with you, me and Amy got to looking at this. This is actually the highest performing heifer in the class too. With that said, a little bit of concern in this class because you get to realize, and I did a little bit of quick math in my head, believe it or not, and most of these heifers are 30 and 40 days over the 205, and they're still weighing in the mid to low sixes. That's probably not enough for Angus females to be doing what they should be doing nowadays as we go along in this. I think the performance needs to play part in this, and really heifer calves of this age should be able to be maybe a little bit heavier to accomplish the things they should with Angus bulls as we go down the road, with Angus steers. These heifers are getting plenty light when you consider how old they are. Again, really a complete, really good individual who also is the highest performing, so that pleases me. I think the gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, I think he just more closely follows the type and kind of our class winner. Maybe not quite as feminine through that chest as the female starts off, but again, a big ribbed female with some muscle in her, sound as she goes about the ring. Again, gets fairly moderate in her performance when you consider her age. Sure could probably be a little more weight to this female. The next heifer in the lineup is the heaviest weight in the class. She's a female to me. Again, has that rib shape and dimension we're looking at with some muscle. Maybe just a tick plainer down in that chest than the heifers above her. Maybe not quite a stout bone, but really a nice female for this young lady. The young lady's heifer that's going to come next in line Doesn't have near the shape and dimension to a rib of the three females in front of her, but really a complete female with a strong top and a good hip in her. The young lady's heifer that's going to come next in line, again, lacks that shape and dimension through the center of the rib I'd like to see, but a heavily muscled heifer with some length of side and length of front. Young lady's heifer that's going to come in next in line, just giving up that shape and dimension from that 3/4 angle to get her any higher today.
On the Gelvy side, the bull that comes into contention for reserve, another big bull that's really strong topped and level out through his rump. As in division, we talked about how we'd maybe like to just soften him up a bit in terms of his rib shape, maybe make him a notch flatter in terms of his hock. I think that you need to pick and choose, at least for me, that it does get a little bit more complicated or a little bit closer in my mind for reserve. There's bulls out here that can accomplish and do different things. Check out what their EPDs are and what you need within your herd. But the one that puts the most quality together for me is a May calf. He'll be reserved.
I'll tell you what I think.
Selected as our reserve grand champion, Gelby Bull is entry 57, SDSC Mr. Handyman, shown by Karen Eby, Duncan, South Carolina. We now will move right into our Balancer Bull Show, and we'll take pictures after. Let's bring our Balancer Bull Show. Bring our first class into the ring, please.
Do you have my weights?
In our Angus show right now, in our Spring Heifer Calf Class 35 is in the ring. Placings from Class 34 are as follows. Winning the class is entry 33, Seldom Pinup Gal 5062, shown by Alyssa Friesen, Arnett, Oklahoma. Second is entry 34, FCF Blackbird 527, shown by Tyler Pinkerton, Liberty, Indiana. Third, entry 36, shown by Carlin Blue, Wilkinson, Indiana. Fourth, entry 30, shown by J.C. Williams, Bloomington, Wisconsin. Fifth, entry 291, shown by Danielle Wood Seddon, Bad Axe, Michigan. And sixth, entry 39, shown by Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. In the ring now is Class 35, Spring Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion, Angus Spring Heifer Calf. In this class, entry 52 weighed 745, 53 weighed 710, entry 55 weighs 8 1/4, entry 56 weighs 780, entry 58 weighs 705, entry 61 weighs 960, entry 68 weighs 820, entry 72 weighs 805. Entry 73 weighs 870. Entry 74 weighs 810. And entry 75 weighs 725. Once again, following this class, we will be selecting our Spring Heifer Calf champion and reserve champion in our Angus ROV show. Please bring Class 38 to the makeup ring. We need Class 38. Junior Heifer Calves, Angus Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please.
We've got a nice pair of bulls to start off the Balancer show. The bull at the top end of the class is just a little bit more balanced. I think he matches up better for the mass that he has up high, as well as his circumference of foot and his bone underneath. And then when you view him from the side, here's the bull that balances up, sets his neck just a little bit better onto his shoulder. Now the bull that I've got in second probably has more mass to him, or just pure center portion of his hip. He's wider there, and he pushes up a nice stifle when you view him on the move. Yet at the same time, he's a notch shorter in his hip, maybe a little bit frailer on the ground and gets up underneath himself when asked to go.
Selected as our class winner in Class 23 and also our Division I champion balancer bull is entry 35, GGGE 3G cash only 562C, shown by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Second, and our reserve Division I champion is entry 38, JTPF Blue Well Red Apache 307C, shown by Blue Well Farms, Lebanon, Tennessee. Entering the ring now is Class 26, balancer bull calves, 3 entries. Attention in the Charlet barn. Attention in the Charlet barn. We are going to be 15 minutes late today. Let's start our Charlet show at 12:15. Charlet exhibitors, let's start bringing your Charlets to the makeup ring at 12 o'clock. Please start bringing your Charlets to the makeup ring at 12 o'clock. Thank you.
On the west side of Freedom Hall here, boy, we've got a bull to start the class and does so really pretty easily for me. Big-footed, sound-structured, has more than enough mass to him, a nice high-quality bull to win the class. The bulls in second and third, I think you can switch them and justify it. The bull that I do have in second, I would be the first to admit. I'd like for him to go just a little bit better off of his hind leg. However, this is a guy that balances up a little better up through his front end, and he's definitely leveler in his hip over the bull that I've got in third. Now, the bull in third is big-footed, and he does fill his track when you view him on the move. Yet, when you view him on the move up on the top side of his skeleton, here's a guy that gets a little shorter in his hip, drops those pins on the go, but a bull that you certainly like from his hooks forward.
Class 26 balancer bull calves. Placing first in Class 26 and our Division II champion is entry 41, GGGE 3G Centurion 527C, shown by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Second is entry 39 and also our reserve Division II champion is JNCC Crimson Cash 514C, shown by Cameron Nowak, Bland, Michigan. Third is entry 42, shown by Blue Well Farms, Lebanon, Tennessee. Entering the ring now is Class 29, balancer senior bull calves.
We've got a nice pair of bulls over here in the balancer show. The bull that wins the class does so really pretty handily for me. A big-footed, stout-made, masculine bull. Tremendous amount of shape and mass to him, and yet he handles it well in terms of his skeleton. The bull that I've got in second is another long-bodied calf that maybe gets just a little lower fronted, gets a shot shallow in terms of his heel and a little bit long in his toe. But he's a practical bull that gets out and fills his track. He can go and looks like he can cover cows. Got a big old set of testicles on the bottom side of him. A nice bull for that young lady.
Our single entry in Class 32 and our balancer spring yearling bulls is entry 67. He will also be our division champion. That'll be our Division 4 champion. Placings in Class 29 is entry 44. First is entry 44, GGGE 3G Big Business 499B. He will be our Division 3 champion bull, shown by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Second, and our reserve Division 3 champion is HVGV Highview Sanford 4817, shown by Shayla Clark, Campbellsville, Kentucky.
In the west side here of Freedom Hall, May bull, and one that from the side is his best look. He's really good and soft in terms of his rib, and he's practical in terms of being able to get out and got a big old foot, can get out and cover some ground. I think maybe to his detriment is when you view him from behind, you maybe just want to stouten him up and make him just a little more masculine in terms of his shape.
Once again, our single entry in Class 32 and also our Division 4 champion yearling bull is entry 67, KJSG B3 Long Haul W28B, shown by Baker B3 Cattle Company, Perryville, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 35. Class 35, Balancer Junior Yearling Bulls. Balancer Junior Yearling Bulls, Class 35.
Balancer ring, we've got two bulls that have got more than enough muscle and mass to them. The bull is just better in his skeletal angles, and he's stouter in terms of his feature, is the bull at the top end of the class. He gets out and goes more readily off of his hind leg, really good in terms of his rib shape as well. Now the bull in second may be a little more expressive in terms of his muscularity from his hooks back and his pins down, and I like the bull on the stand. However, once we get him into motion, the bull that's capped hocked just needs to be more secure off of his hind leg to go up any higher today.
Placing first in Class 5 in our Division 5 Champion Bull is entry 47, CTTK Southern Light, shown by Tyler Bitzler, Shelbyville, Kentucky. Placing second in our Reserve Division 5 Champion Bull is entry 69, GGGE 3G Basic Black 472B, shown by Connor Durham, Piedmont, South Carolina. Entering the ring now is Class 38, our single entry, entry 49. Following this class, we will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Balancer Bull.
This class of March Angus females, Amy and I, there's a lot of give and take in this class. The heifer we're going to start with, Amy and I really like from a standpoint of a balanced standpoint with a lot of shape and dimension to her rib and her broodiness, her soundness. I think she puts a lot of things together very nice. I'll be honest, Amy and I question she's awful moderate for this age. With that said, we think structurally she puts together as many things as we can find in the class of things we prefer and like. I do want to see her grow out and just see where she'll get to. You know, there might need to be a little more Angus female there for me. The young man's heifer that comes in next in line, we moved up. I do like the size and the performance of this heifer. I don't think she has the rib design of the heifer in front of her. When we get her in motion here, her loin concerns me a little bit. I don't mind how she puts her feet and legs down. That's actually why we moved her up. When we moved them here the last time, Amy and I prefer probably the way she reaches and hits the ground with those feet and legs. She's extended and feminine up front. She's long-sided. She's long-hipped. I'm a little concerned about her loin as I get her in motion here, and probably like to see just a little extra shape and dimension. I do like the growth curve in her and the performance in that female. The young man's heifer that comes in next in line, a little shorter-sided compact heifer. When you get up on her, though, a lot of good things in this female, her top and her hip, but I would like to see her maybe just a little more lengthened out and a little freer and easier as she goes. The young lady's heifer that comes in next line, the power female in the class, big bone, a lot of muscle when you get behind this heifer, a big rib female. She's sure sound enough as she goes. What bothers me and Amy, she's fairly restricted in that forward flank. She's a little knock-kneed off that front end and wanting to paddle a little bit here. Do like the performance and stoutness of the female. The gentleman's heifer that comes next in line, very feminine female with that great big rib in her. What concerns me when you get out behind her, she's narrower base. She's just more refined in her bone structure and more refined in her muscle structure. Gentleman's heifer that comes next in line, a little larger framed heifer, good top, good hip, but when you get her on a profile, doesn't have that rib shape, especially in that rear third of that rib cage that Amy and I would like to see today. Young lady's heifer that comes next in line, a little more of that rib shape, but when you get out behind this female, just need to see a little more muscle in this female, maybe just sweeten her up a little through that neck. The young lady's heifer that comes next in line, extremely stout, one of the stouter females in the class, real square hip. When you get out behind her, a little flatter made through that stifle, doesn't carry quite the rib shape. When you view her from a three-quarter angle, a little more flatter in that rib design. The next three heifers in line, they just need more rib and power, a little more eye appeal to get them any higher today. Thank you.
On the Gelfie side, we have a single entry here, a November bull, and one that's really long-bodied, and he balances up pretty nice on the top side of his skeleton. A guy, I think, if you wanted to be just a little nitpicky on him, I'd like to see him more secure off of his hind leg, maybe soften him up in his flank. When you view him on the go, he maybe ducks his pins and roaches his top just a bit.
Winning in Class 38 in our Balancer Senior Bull Champion and Division 6 is entry 49, GHGF Pay Stub 4A52, shown by Green Hills Gelby, Mount Eula, North Carolina. He will serve as our Division 6 champion. Please bring all of our Balancer divisional champions in. We are selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, Balancer Bull. Class placings in Class 35, Angus Spring Heifer Calves. First goes to entry 72, EXAR Winnie 2235, shown by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Second, entry 73, Nord's Forever Lady 541, shown by Luke Nord, Wolverton, Minnesota. Third, entry 58, shown by Cade Patton, Frankfort, Indiana. Fourth, entry 61, shown by Emily Campbell, Pennsylvania Fern, Pennsylvania. Fifth, entry 52, shown by Braden Hillary, Wichita Falls, Texas. Sixth, entry 68, shown by Olivia Wilson, Ogden, Illinois. Seventh, entry 74, shown by Caitlin Tunstall, Fayetteville, Arkansas. Eighth, entry 56, shown by Carrie Wiley, Marysville, Indiana. Ninth, entry 53, shown by Grand River Angus Farm, LLC, Grand Rapids, Michigan. 10th, entry 55, shown by Blaine Smith, Russell Springs, Kentucky. And 11th, entry 75, shown by Patrick Combe, Grahamsville, New York. We now are selecting our Spring Heifer Calf and Reserve Springer Heifer Calf champion in our ROV Angus show.
Championship drive in the Balancer Bull Show. Even though you haven't had a great deal of numbers, the quality has been good. And as we try to sort through the cattle here today, I've tried to find cattle that are sound and functional, good in terms of their rib shape. And I think we've got bulls out here that you need to study the EPDs and where they're at and what they can contribute to your different operations. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through and talk every one of the bulls like we did in the Gelbvieh show, just because the Charolais are getting ready to start here. But there's a bull out here within this drive that I think you need to look at him on paper, and then you look at him out here on the green shavings, and you go, wow, this one can really contribute, functional and really good in terms of his FPI, and you look at his numbers from calving ease all the way through the production. It's the bull that's second in the lineup. He'll be your champion. Give him a hand.
Selected as your grand champion, Balancer Bull, is entry 41, GGGE 3G Centurion 527C, shown by Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Congratulations, Emily. Once again, folks, before our judge makes his reserve bull selection, let's put our hands together for Mr. Matt Clays, West Lafayette, Indiana, for evaluating our Gelbvieh and Balancer cattle. Thank you, Matt. And selected as our reserve grand champion balancer bull, entry 47. CTTK Southern Lights, shown by Tyler Bitzer, Shelbyville, Kentucky. Congratulations. That concludes our Gelby show for today. We do need to take all pictures of our bulls yet, but Charolais exhibitors, this is your 5-minute call. We will be bringing in spring heifer calves in 5 minutes. Charolais exhibitors, we will be starting our Charolais show in 5 minutes.
Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause here on the Angus side. I think we got a really nice set of Angus heifer calves out here. I hope as we went through these classes, there's sure going to be some differences, but I hope as you look out here, you can see a type and kind that Amy and I like. Personally, I think going through these classes, you can see these heifers are very similar in their type and kind. I think they're big-bodied females that are still feminine through their front end. They travel relatively sound and easy. Surely there are some differences in these females, but at least you can start seeing a type and kind Amy and I are looking for. The May heifer that won the first class, me and Amy thought she did so relatively handily. Again, has that tremendous shape and dimension through the center of her rib. She's sure feminine through her front end. She's a heifer that traveled the ring sound and easy. I like the softness of her pasterns. Granted, when you get her out here with some of the heifers, the maturity level at this age changes so drastically every 30 days. She needs probably more time to mature. There's not the power in her when you view her from behind as some of the heifers standing behind her. Excuse me. The young lady's heifer that won the second class, Amy and I really liked when we saw her in the second class. The great big body and her sure sound as she goes about the ring, feminine through that front end, good out through her hip, doesn't disappoint you when you get behind her, probably doesn't have the condition on her that some of the other heifers in the division have, but she still shows enough expression of muscle when you get out behind her. Maybe when you get her out here just a tick easy topped in the center of that back, but that's picking on one that me and Amy thinks really got a bright future and a nice female. The young man's heifer that won the third class, very nice from a profile, really good dimension through the center of that rib, really feminine out through her front end, really like the way she traveled, sound and easy as she went about the ring. She's nice when you get behind her, just a very complete female. The young lady's heifer that won the last class in the division, again, tremendous center rib in this female, very feminine out front. She's a heifer. When you get up behind her, is probably the most impressive heifer in the class. She carries that width from those shoulders all the way through that loin and hip down to her stifle. When you view her from a 3/4 angle, she has that chest width and that foreflank width that I've been looking for all day, and that flank back in the rear third. I did question, and it worries me a little bit, the moderation in this heifer, that maybe as time goes on, she'll be a little more moderate than I'd like, but still a lot of power built within the frame of this female. We got a really good group of heifers out here. Amy and I are going to take one last glance here, and we'll go pick your division winner.
Before we have selection in our division champion in our Angus ring, I've been asked to announce that the premier exhibitor and breeder for our Gelby show is Miss Emily Griffiths, Kendallville, Indiana. Congratulations, Emily. Premier exhibitor, premier breeder. And our herdsmanship award goes to Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee. Selected as our champion spring heifer calf in our Angus ROV show is entry 72 EXAR Winnie 2235, exhibited by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Congratulations, Sid. Who was 33? And selected as our reserve spring heifer calf champion is entry 33, Seldom Pinup Gal 5062, shown by Alicia Friesian, Arnett, Oklahoma. Congratulations, Alyssa. Class 38 junior heifer calves are entering our ring in our Angus ROV show. Class 38. I need Class 39 to the makeup ring. Class 39, Angus spring heifer calves to the makeup ring. Please start bringing our Class 40 Angus spring heifer calves to our makeup ring. Charolais exhibitors, as soon as we get our Gelbvieh bulls photographed, we will begin our National Charolais Show, our 47th National Charolais Show. Give us just a few minutes here and we'll begin our show. Attention in the barn. We would like all of the Gelbvieh fraternity members to please meet at the Kentucky Gelbvieh booth on row M at 12:30. Once again, all of the Gelbvieh fraternity members, please meet at 12:30 on row M of the Kentucky Gelbvieh booth. Thank you. Class 38 Angus females. Our weights are as follows. Entry 78 weighs 850. 82 weighs 775. 84 weighs 1,005. 85 weighs 815. 86 weighs 835. 88 weighs 865. 91 weighs 880. And entry 32 weighs 835. Charolais exhibitors, let's bring our first class of our 47th annual National Charolais Show, dedicated to Maurice Rohr, Hays, Kansas. Let's bring our division spring heifer calf class 1A spring heifer calves into the ring. Attention in the Charolais barn, Class 1B spring heifer calves. Please bring those calves to the make-up ring immediately. Class 1B spring heifer calves to the make-up ring immediately. Class 1A is in the ring. Class 1B spring heifer calves, we need you to the make-up ring immediately. Let's start 1C spring heifer calves to the make-up ring. As we start our National Charolais Show, it is my pleasure to introduce our judge for today's Charolais Show. It's Mr. Jack Ward from Plattsburgh, Missouri. Jack serves as the Executive Vice President of the American Hereford Association. He is a graduate of Black Hawk East Junior College and Purdue University. His wife, Mary Ann, and sons, Cameron and Carter, live in Plattsburgh, Missouri. Jack is a familiar face, not only here at the North American, but nationwide, as he has judged nearly every junior national and national show of almost every breed in the beef cattle business. Let's put our hands together and give a huge Kentucky warm welcome to Mr. Jack Ward, Plattsburgh, Missouri, to judge our National Charolais Show.
Over here on the Angus side, really a nice set of females to start off this February class with. I really like all three of these females. I'm going to start, though, with a female that kind of hit me and Amy pretty hard when she come out here. I really like a lot of things about this female. She's extremely sound. She's probably one of the stoutest females in class, but it's not overdone. Her joints are still good. It still helps her balance up good. I really like the femininity through the front end. She's probably not quite as extended up front as some of the other females, but she's still got plenty of extension and is still very feminine. Really good rib shape, really good bounce, good out through her hip. Just a very complete female for this young lady. The young lady's heifer that's going to come next in line, Amy and I both really like. She's a little greener, which is not a bad thing at this time, but there's still plenty of performance in her. And as we feed this female along, Amy and I think there's probably big things down the road. Again, very feminine up through the front end, very square hip, enough rib shape and dimension for age and the way where she's fed up to right now, sound as she goes about the ring. The young lady's heifer that comes in next in line, nothing to take away from her. Great hipped, really nice fronted. You know, a lot of you know me here, and people laugh, and we all make jokes in the barn, and people think I like them big. I do like good-sized cattle. This one's probably pushing a limit for me. You start calculating a little bit. This is probably between a 1,300 and 1,400-pound yearling weight heifer, and it's probably just a little on the outside of where we need to be in size. And when you have that kind of quality of females that maybe fall into maybe a little more where I think they should be in front of her, that's why she ends up third. But really, three top females. The female that comes in next line, really a nice female that could, you know, in a lot of classes could get along. She just fell in a class where there's some really top quality heifers. I really like this female. I don't think she's quite as sound off her hind wheels as some of them that went out in front of her. Maybe not quite the mass from behind in the lower third of her body. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, a big bodied female that's broody it through her front end, has some muscle. Me and Amy just like to see her get around free and easier to get her any higher today. Same with the young lady's heifer that's going to come next in line. When this heifer is standing still, big bodied, square, heavy muscled heifer, when you get her in motion, she just isn't going to get around sounded enough to get any higher today. The two heifers on the end of the line, they just need more power built on those frames to get them any higher today.
Jack, you just carry that with you now.
He,
Well, good afternoon, and if I could have your attention here into our Charlet ring, we get started with a very nice set of young heifer calves, May and Junes, and as you look at their individual performance, they're gaining well, they're good in terms of their length of body, and then as we just get the four out here, the two at the top of the class are structurally the best and the soundest, and then as you narrow down between those two, our class winner just holds herself together better than the female in second. She's nicer. She comes out of her shoulder, along her top line through her hip. Tremendous amount of capacity and volume. She's got her feet and legs all pointing in the right direction. I think a very nice place to start within the class. Another very sound female in second, and quite frankly, the heifer in second suits me from a condition standpoint. She's a calf that still looks like a calf, and I appreciate that about her. She doesn't hold herself together quite as well right behind her shoulder along her top line, a little off through her hip. But I think here's one that's right in her condition, got some time left in her, and again, very, very sound in her structure. Tremendous amount of volume, capacity, dimension to the heifer that we have in third. She's a female, as you can see, just needs to be more coordinated and stronger down in her rear pastern. The way she goes and moves, I am a little concerned of how her structure is going to be able to hold up that extra muscle and mass that she's got, but a good one in terms of volume and capacity, and I appreciate that about her very much. The heifer in fourth, very striking, good looking, nice condition female, just a little too upright and straight on both ends of her skeleton, in my opinion, for one at this time in her maturity. Good way to get our Charlet show started. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Placing first in Class 1A, this class is sponsored by Bethany and Gracie Cruz, Richmond, Kentucky. Placing first is entry 6, TRMSCC 5722C, shown by Gracie Carlson, Harrisburg, South Dakota. Second, entry 63, Summit Miss Impressive C75, shown by Summit Farms, Alden, Iowa, and Caitlin Davlin, El Campo, Texas. Third, entry 76, shown by Richard Compton, Ovid, New York. And fourth is entry 1, shown by Lucas Crutcher, Fairgrove, Missouri. Entering the ring now on our National Charolais show is Spring Heifer Calves, Class 1B. This class is sponsored by Reinhardt Charolais, Paragould, Arkansas. Placings in our Class 38 of our Roll of Victory Angus show. Placing first is entry 85, Lazy JB Queen Latifah 525, shown by Lazy JB Angus, Montrose, Colorado. Second is entry 86, SNR Ellen J 509, shown by Jared Ratcliffe, Weston, Wisconsin. Third, entry 84, shown by Cheyenne Jones, Franklinton, Louisiana. Fourth, entry 32, shown by Campbell Land and Cattle Company, Sycamore, Pennsylvania. Fifth, entry 78, shown by Sidney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Sixth, entry 91, shown by Callie Ellington, Linville, Virginia. Seventh, entry 82, shown by Glues Performance Cattle, Manchester, Iowa. And eighth, entry 88, shown by Glues Performance Cattle, Manchester, Iowa. Entering the Angus ring now is Class 39 Spring Heifer Calves, Junior Heifer Calves, Class 39. Angus Class 40 to the makeup ring. We need Class 41. Please be bringing Class 41 Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. Yes. In Class 39 of our Angus ROV show, Class 39 female weights are as follows. Entry 96 weighs 950. Entry 99 weighs 680. Entry 104 weighs 950. Entry 106 weighs 915. 111 weighs 985. Entry 112 weighs 980. And entry 123 weighs 835. In our National Charolais show, Class 1B Spring Heifer Calves are in the ring. We need Class 1C Spring Heifer Calves to the make-up ring immediately. Class 1C Charolais Spring Heifer Calves to the make-up ring immediately.
Over here on your Angus side, really an interesting class. Amy and I decided as we got into this class, for us, this heifer surfaced to the top relatively easily for us. She's very broody through her front end. She's a female that's long-sided, long hips. She's long-strided as she goes, got a tremendous amount of rib in her. Maybe not as stout appearing as some of the heifers we used in previous classes and divisions, but still stout enough and just puts a lot of things together in this class for us. The heifer we're going to end up using in second, big-bodied female, a little more bone than our heifer that's going to win the class. To me, maybe not quite as feminine through that front end, and I'd like to change how she handles those front legs as she goes away from me. She's a little more restricted in that chest floor, a little more restricted in that front flank, maybe a little knock-kneed up there. The young lady's heifer that's going to come in next in line, really like the structure of this female and the way she's put together. A female that doesn't have the rib shape and dimension of the two heifers above her right now, doesn't have quite the muscle in her. A heifer to me that's borderline, is there enough of this female, but we really like the structural soundness and correctness and the look of this female. The gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, I'll be honest with you, this is a strange thing to say for a fourth place heifer. I love the heifer. I love the way she's made. I just have issues with a 680-pound heifer at this age if there's enough of her. You know, if time goes on and she matures out to be enough of a female, this is one wonderful female. I really like the way she's made. There just got to be more of her today for me. The young lady's heifer comes in next in line. Really a nice profile in this female, very feminine, long enough strided. But as you get out behind her, doesn't have the capacity in the rear third of that rib cage, is lighter in her stifle, maybe a little harder on her pasterns as she goes here. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, I appreciate the rib shape and the stoutness of this female. Amy and I both felt she's a little coarser made. She's coarser in that shoulder. She's coarser how she's made through that front end. We just like to feminine her, make her a little more feminine. She's a little harder on her passer. And young lady's heifer that comes in next in line just doesn't have the structural soundness to get her up any higher today.
Entering the ring now in our Angus division is Class 40. Class 40, junior heifer calves. Please bring Class 41 to the makeup ring, please. Class 41 to the makeup ring. Jack?
Well, thank you very much, Ken. And another nice set of Charolais heifers here in Class 2. There's some obvious differences and variation in them, and it'll be interesting to kind of watch them mature on out, and you can make a judgment or two within your own mind of what you like, because quite frankly, each of the heifers has some really nice things to offer in this particular class, just a little different in type. I like the heifer that wins because of her balance. To me, she's very striking to look at, and again, it's her conditioning and her composition at this stage of her life that really excels, in my opinion. I love the length of her side, the way she sets her neck up at the top of her shoulder and has some presence and look. Again, a female that looks like a calf, and I appreciate that about her very much. She's not as thick, and I really like the muscling of the next two heifers that we have in line, but to me, fundamentally, she's better structurally. She's better through her neck and her front end than the heifer that will end up here in 2. This one in 2 is powerfully thick and good up over top, beautifully designed from hooks to pins, a tremendous amount of depth of rib and volume to her, just a little plainer over the top of her crest, a little more bunched up through her front end as you compare to our class winner. But nonetheless, if you want to use her in this group because she is just a notch thicker, I sure couldn't argue with you about it at all. The young man's got a nice one here in 3, and this one's perhaps not as highly fitted and presented, but fundamentally this one's really good. I love the spring of her rib, the width of her top, the dimension through her rump. She's a nickel too straight in her hind leg. When we watch her walk this second time, maybe need to lengthen her just a little bit. But that one sure got the right kind of structure and shape through her shoulder and her front end to kind of continue on. I see a lot of prospect in that one as well. I moved this heifer up a spot because she's longer, a little more complete in her kind than the heifer we've got in 5. Again, very sound moving, tremendous amount of quality to this one. She needs to be just a notch deeper bodied for the amount of elevation and frame that she's got to move any higher, but I prefer her extra length of body and her immature look over the next female. Obviously, the very highly presented, highly fitted one is our next heifer, tremendously wide and deep, and she's going to be quick and early in her maturity, and if that's what you prefer, that's the one you're going to stand on in this particular class. To me, she's too bunchy and too quick, especially as a Charolais female. We need to have just a little more elevation and length to her. We have more frame and length in our next heifer. To me, she's a notch too straight in her front shoulder, maybe not quite as sound and free in her movement. Our yellow heifer that comes next is good from her shoulder back. Length of body, depth of side is good. She opens there at the top of her blades and just gets a little looser made in the way she walks. Pretty nice pattern heifer that completes the class. She gets a little unbalanced. She wants to proportion just a notch more of her weight through the front third of her body for what she has there behind. Nice set of females. Certainly a lot of variation in them. My congratulations to them. Thank you.
In our Angus ring right now is Class 40, Junior Heifer Calves. Our weights on this class is entry 115 weighs 905, entry 116 weighs 995, entry 118 weighs 900, entry 126 weighs 920, entry 127 weighs 945, and entry 128 weighs 990. Class 39 placings. First was entry 111, Champion Hill Blackbird 8772, shown by Reese Johnson, Slaughters, Kentucky. Second is entry 104, Seldom Rest Georgina 5021, shown by Danielle Foster, Niles, Michigan. Third, entry 123, shown by Lizzie Schaefer, Owanaco, Illinois. Fourth, entry 99, shown by Ashley Cox, Eagle Point, Oregon. Fifth, entry 106, shown by Kevin Rose, Salem, Illinois. Sixth, entry 96, shown by Luke Nord, Wolverton, Minnesota. And seventh is entry 112, shown by Jade Zimmerman, Reinholds, Pennsylvania. Once again, Class 40 Angus heifer calves are in the ring. I need Class 41 to the makeup ring immediately. In our National Charolais Show, Class 1B Spring Heifer Calves. Placing first, this class is also sponsored by Reinhardt Charolais, Paragould, Arkansas. First was entry 73, TR Miss Constance 5723C, shown by Isabel Bloom, Redfield, South Dakota. Second, entry 20, Bar S. Callie Ann 5800, shown by Jace Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas. Third, entry 17, shown by Cole Harris, Hepler, Kansas. Fourth, entry 18, shown by Emmeline Kennedy, Canadiagua, New York. Fifth, entry 19, shown by Kathy Lehman, Shelby, Ohio. Sixth, entry 21, shown by Wright Charolais, Richmond, Missouri. Seventh, entry 13, shown by Cottonwood Creek Charolais, Fletcher, Ohio. And eighth is entry 24, shown by Wild Indian Acres, DeSoto, Missouri. Entering our ring now in our National Charolais Show is Class 1C Spring Heifer Calves. This class is sponsored by the Kentucky Charolais Association. Attention in the Charolais barn, Class 1D Spring Heifer Calves. We need you to the makeup ring. We're missing entries 48. Class 1D Spring Heifer Calves to the makeup ring. Attention in the Angus barn, I need entry 138 from Blake Pillars, Martin, Michigan. We need you to the makeup ring immediately. Class 41, entry 138 from Blake Pillars. Please come to the makeup ring immediately.
in the Angus ring over here. A lot of give and take in this class, but me and Amy are going to start with the heifer that we thought sorted to the top for us fairly easily. When you think about what we've been trying to do all day, we probably like the rib shape and dimension of this heifer as well as any in the class. She's to us easily the soundest heifer in the class. She's sure feminine enough up through her front end. When you get out behind her, enough meat in her. She's maybe not, again, as stout as some of the heifers we've used in previous classes and that, but she's sure stout enough with some muscle and rib shape and dimension. Just a very complete individual. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next, extremely showy female, very feminine up through her front end, long-sided, long hip. She's a heifer that's greener in her condition. She probably needs a little more time and maturity maybe to have that mass in the rear third of the body we're looking for. To us, she maybe is just a little rigid on those rear pasterns. I'd sure like to change her there. But for Amy and I, actually, as we go down through this class, we probably, after our class winner, have some issues with her soundness on all of them. Young lady's heifer that comes in next in line, like the femininity of her front end, like the bounce and the squareness of the heifer, just need to make her freer and easier as she goes. She's missing her stride here a little bit on us, but like the muscle and the mass of her. The gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, like some of the rib shape in her and the femininity up front. Again, for me and Amy, just to tick straighter off that front end, needs a little more slope to that front shoulder, maybe change her up on her rear legs just a little bit. The gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, really like the mass. This is probably the second biggest ribbed heifer in the class for me and Amy, next to our class winner. But as we get her in motion here, she's rolled in her top and breaks in her loin. Just felt that it was harder to get her up any higher than that. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, a little more refined female with some rib shape and femininity, but just doesn't have the mass and power of some of the heifers above her today.
Thank you, Bruce. Placing first in Class 40, Angus Junior Heifer Calves is entry 128. Schaefer's Celebrity 5008, shown by Eric Schaefer, Owanaco, Illinois. Second, entry 118, Gamble's Lady 1005, shown by Blake Steckline, Garden Plain, Kansas. Third, entry 126, shown by Lydia Dance, Hillsboro, Ohio. Fourth, entry 127, shown by Curtin Land and Cattle, Blue Mound, Illinois. Fifth, entry 115, shown by Joseph Holmes, New Concord, Ohio. And sixth, entry 116, shown by Jonathan McGinnis, Shelbyville, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 41, Angus Junior Heifer Calves, Class 41. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion winner and reserve champion winner heifer calf.
Well, another very good class in Class 3 here in our Charlet show, and yet I think we've got kind of a pretty subtle winner, in my opinion. She combines many of the things that we have in the next group of heifers, and frankly, she's the one that's just so sound in her structure. She gets everything pointed in the right direction, tremendous amount of rib and volume, and yet the composition of that capacity is right. She's got enough refinedness and femininity, good length of body. I think has some time left in her tank. I think just a very nice place to start, as I said, in this particular class. From here on out, there's a bit of give and take, and I'm going to give up a little performance and length of body to find one that's structurally more correct than the next two. Again, the slope of her shoulder and the way that she's designed down her top line through her hip and her rump is ideal. She moves better on her hind legs than the heifer that we'll eventually have here in third. She's sounder and square made up into her front leg structure than the one that's going to come in fourth. Even though I'm giving up just a little performance and length, I prefer the structure of this one over the next two. Boy, this yellow heifer is a good looking one when she's standing still. Boy, she is long. She's long fronted. She's stout featured, big up over top, and has a tremendous amount of bone and substance to her. I can't convince myself she's going to stay sound enough in her hind leg. She wants to become just a little rigid there in the way she's designed in her rear pastern. If you think she's good there, you're going to like that one real well because she's long and stout. I just need to make her a little sounder behind. When they first hit the ring, I thought this heifer enforced one of the players in the group, and she still is. Beautiful top. Ideal down her top line through her hip and her rump and her hind leg. Where she gets in troubles when you stand right in front of her. She gets her knees put together just a little closer than they need to, and she gets those front toes set out. And again, for me, that's one of those things that normally doesn't get better. But if she stays sound enough and she can handle that extra weight and performance in mature form, you're going to like that one real well again because she's good down her top line and through her hip and her rump. Got a good one here in 5. She's just a little too quick and short, a little shorter, more masculine over the top of her crest through her shoulder and front end. She is a little sounder than the two I've got right ahead of her just fundamentally, but to me, we just need to lengthen that one out just a little bit to get any higher. Got a longer bodied one next. Balanced up a little unproportional from the side. Again, a little loose skin there in her neck, a little looseness underneath. We need to get her belly line a little more in tune, in line with the lower part of her chest to give her more balance. But she is long, good through her hip, and again, pretty sound. I think this one's pretty intriguing coming next. I'd like for you to put a little check mark next to this one. She is really nice in her lines, but she is really green. We can't decide whether she's just a little hard doing or maybe her environment hasn't been quite as good. But the lines of that one's nice. Her structure's good. If she kind of comes along, that one's got some good pieces to her, and I like her quite a bit. A couple 3 heifers that have a lot of frame and length coming next. Lots of performance in them. They don't blend their body parts together quite as nice, not quite as smooth in their makeup. The heifer that completes the class, maybe a notch smoother, but we need to give her just a notch more broodiness and volume to go any higher within this group. Nice set of heifers here in our March class. Thank you.
Over here on the Angus side, Amy and I both, we found a heifer in this class that we'd like to win this class rather handily for Amy and I. We like the body. We like the hip in her. She's got some muscle in her. She's broody through her front end. She's very well made through the point of her shoulder. She's really slopes downhill. That's not a bad thing. I think that's a good thing in cattle to keep them soft like this. I do question her on her rear pasterns a little bit. She's a little harder on those than I'd like to see today, but I still thought within this class she fell into the framework of what we've been trying to accomplish today. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, I like from a balance standpoint. She gives you a good view. When you get her in profile here, she's good down her top and out through her hip. She's a shorter-sided heifer, doesn't have near the shape and dimension and softness to the center of that rib as our heifer that won the class, but really a nice individual coming second. Young lady's heifer that comes in next in line, I think with time could really be a nice female. She's made well. She's strong out her top. She's good through her hip. She's sound as she goes. She's a heifer for me and Amy that just needs pulled apart in the center of this rib and in the rear third of that rib cage to be able to get her any higher today. A lot of that can be said for the heifer that comes next in line. Again, a balanced heifer that's square out through her hip. Just not enough rear third of the rib cage of this female for me to get her any higher today. Same thing can actually be said for the heifers as we get down the line. There's just not enough for the age and maturity of these heifers. They need to be shown maybe a little more spring and capacity through the center of that rib and in the rear third of that rib cage for me.
placings in our Class 1C Charolais Spring Heifer calves. First was entry 29, Boy Kim's Smokette 507, shown by Boyert Show Cattle, Seville, Ohio. Second, entry 38, SHF Perfect Fire 1507, shown by Caitlin Schaefer, Carthage, Missouri. Third, entry 27, shown by CNH Farms, Eugene, Missouri. Fourth, entry 33, shown by Wright Charolais, Richmond, Missouri. Fifth, entry 42, shown by Bryce Maynor, Donville, Indiana. Sixth, entry 26, shown by Wild Indian Acres, DeSoto, Missouri. Seventh, entry 28, shown by DeLong Cattle Company, Cass City, Michigan. Eighth, entry 31, shown by Kelly Caster, Elizabeth, Illinois. Ninth, entry 41, shown by Nicholas Williams, Bremen, Alabama. 10th, entry 43, shown by Double T Farms, Science Hill, Kentucky. And 11th was entry 30, shown by Rockin' K Cattle, Lexington, Virginia. Entering the ring now is Class 1D, Charolais Spring Heifer Calves. This class is sponsored by the Kentucky Charolais Association. Following this class, we will be selecting our Spring Heifer Calf Champion. Following this class, we will be selecting our Spring Champion and Reserve Champion female. Class 4A Junior Heifer Calves, Charolais Junior Heifer Calves. Please be bringing all Class 4A Junior Heifer Charolais calves to the makeup ring immediately. Results from Class 41 in our ROV Angus show. First went to entry 131, EXAR Princess 5633, shown by Express Angus Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma, and Carter Ward, Plattsburgh, Missouri. Second, entry 134, WCC Forever Lady C1, shown by Brady Schnelton, Carrollton, Illinois. Third, entry 146, shown by Larry and Joe Horseman, West Lafayette, Indiana. Fourth, entry 136, shown by Audrey K. Korniak, Rensselaer, Indiana. Fifth, entry 139, shown by Leslie Craig, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. And sixth, entry 145, shown by Larry and Joe Horseman, West Lafayette, Indiana. In our Angus ring now, we are selecting our champion and reserve champion, winner heifer calf. Attention all Charolais exhibitors. We need photographs of all class winners and divisional winners as we go, if you would please. We do need to get all class winners and reserved winners at the picture backdrop. Thank you.
Let's give the exhibitors a nice round of applause here on the Angus side. Brought out a nice set of winter heifer calves. Amy and I, again, I hope as you look at these heifers, there were sure some differences within the class, but I still think you can see the type and kind developing. I'll be honest with you, through some of these classes, heifers may not appear quite as stout as they were maybe in the first division, but they're still big-bodied, sound females with a lot to them. The heifer that won the first class of this division, Amy and I really liked when she come out. Very balanced heifer, still with plenty of shape and dimension. When you get behind her, this heifer really has a lot of shape in the center of that rib, a lot of dimension to the center of that rib. She's sure deep enough for her age. She's a big-boned, good-footed female that travels free and easy, has a lot of muscle, a lot to like about this female. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, a big-bodied female, sure sound as she goes, maybe not quite as stout appearing from a profile as some of the other heifers that we've seen today. day, but really puts a lot of pieces together nice. She's a heifer that's broody through her front end, maybe not as clean looking as some of the heifers, maybe a little more chest, but she's broody through that front end. She's still very maternal looking with a lot of rib and dimension to this heifer. The young man's heifer that comes next in line, again, a very complete female within that class. Amy and I both thought the heifer that came to the class, top of the class easy, because she just checked off a lot of boxes when you viewed her. You know, maybe honestly there's nothing that wows you about her, but a heifer that's deep. She's sound. She has muscle. She's feminine and broody enough through her front end. Just like I said, checks off a lot of boxes. Maybe nothing that wows you. The young man's heifer that won the last class, a really big-bodied, good-hipped female, a female that maybe as you view her out here with some of the other heifers gets a little easier in her top, but she's just that broody, big-bodied, big-hipped kind of female we've been looking for. I questioned in class a little bit on her rear pastern. She's probably just a little stiffer on those rear pasterns than I'd like to see her, but we got a good group of heifers out here. Amy and I, there's one for us that we thought wins this division, and Amy will go get her for you right now.
And selected as your champion winner heifer calf, entry 85, Lazy JB Queen Latifah 525, shown by Lazy JB Angus, Montrose, Colorado. Congratulations, Cosmo. Go ahead, Jack.
In our Charlet ring, and another very nice set of heifers. Certainly some variation in them. These top 3 or 4, actually the 4 are are up here at the top end of our class again because of the sound ones. And then of those, I think we've got just a little more depth of body and shape in our class winner versus the one that's going to be coming in second. She goes well. I might like to elevate her pin bones just a little bit. I think she's very functional, and certainly the way she holds herself together on the walk is really very solid. But nonetheless, maybe just elevate her there just a bit to make her more ideal. That's where the advantage comes to the heifer in second. You couldn't draw one from the side along her top line through her hip any nicer than this female. Tremendous amount of presence and look and refinedness to her. She's a little flat as you get right in behind her. She's a female that gets a little tighter on both the sides of her rib cage through her forerib and back into her flank. But boy, is she neat to look at. Good top, beautiful neck, lots of style and balance to her. We have the thickest of our top end coming in third. Tremendous shape and design and muscle along her top line through her hip and her rump. Very solid in terms of her feet and leg structure. She's a little small and boxy in her head, a little more quick and early maturing about her look, if you will. But nonetheless, really thick, tremendous amount of dimension to her as well. Another good one here in 4. Need to lengthen this one out just a little bit everywhere along her top line through her hip and her rump. But you want to talk about one that's got some bone and substance and strength to her. She's got it. We just need to kind of stretch her out a little bit, in my opinion, to make her way any higher. Now, if you want the one that's got the stretch in the class, our female in 5 is that one. I like that about her. Tremendous amount of length, capacity, and volume, and again, got some muscling in her. She needs to kind of keep her legs set up under a little square, a little more correctly than what she does for me to get any higher, but I do like the extra length and rib and volume she's got. The next heifer is one that's a little tougher to kind of handle, and I'd like to change her through her hip and her rump and her hind legs somewhat, but I like her depth of rib. I like the capacity she's got. Just need to change her through her hip a little bit. Pretty nice heifer coming next. I'd like to elevate her pin bones, lengthen her hip out somewhat, but I love her composition. She's neat in her neck, pretty sound in her movement. Again, just stretch her a little bit, and especially as we get right back through her hip and her rump. Then we've got 3 heifers that complete the class. They're elevated, good length of body to them. Young lady's heifer is very sound. She's a little plain made through her shoulder and through her front end, so she maybe doesn't have quite the balance and symmetry to her. The next 2 heifers just simply need to be different in their structure. We've got to change the hind leg on this heifer. The young lady's heifer that comes at the end of the class needs to be different in her front leg structure. So just need to change them a little bit. Good class of females, and I thought some very sound ones at the top end. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Selected as our reserve winner heifer calf champion in our Angus ring was entry 86, S&R Ellen J 509, shown by Jared Ratcliffe, Weston, Wisconsin. Congratulations. Entering the ring now is Class 44 in our ROV Angus show. Class 44, winner heifer calves. Class 45, senior heifer calves. I need Class 45 senior heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. Also start bringing our Class 46 Angus senior heifer calves. Class 46 to the makeup ring immediately. In our Charolais ring, in our National Charolais show, Class 1D spring heifer calves, our class placing are as follows. This class was sponsored by the Kentucky Charolais Association. Placing first is entry 49, TR Miss Cara 5522C, shown by McKay Cattle Company, Orlando, Oklahoma. Second, entry 50, TR Miss Carolyn 5535C, shown by Cagney Effling, Highmore, South Dakota. Third, entry 53, shown by Sidney Zender, Stanchfield, Minnesota. Fourth, entry 54, AML Going Places 504, shown by AM Livestock, Springfield, Missouri. Fifth is entry 45, HF Kate, shown by Long Haul Cattle, Hillsboro, Ohio. Sixth, entry 52, Walmart Miss Blaze 509P, shown by Augusta Marston, Canton, Kansas. Seventh, entry 51, Circle K Bernadette, shown by Emmeline Kennedy, Canadiagua, New York. Eighth, entry 44, RRC Miss Jupiter, RA 15, shown by Laurel Clark, Fowler, Indiana. Ninth, entry 64, shown by TC Cattle Services, Vandalia, Illinois. And 10th, entry 61, shown by Kinsley Harris, Hepler, Kansas. We now will be selecting our spring heifer calf champion in our Charolais National Show. This division is the calf champion female is sponsored by Sandusky Farms, Lebanon, Kentucky, and our reserve spring calf champion is sponsored by Chuck and Tony Druin, Shelbyville, Kentucky. Thank you to all of our class sponsors for our National Charolais Show. In our Class 44 Angus female ring, the weights are as follows. Entry 148 weighed 1,060 pounds. Entry 149 weighed 960. And entry 150 weighed 1,000 pounds. Okay. Okay, now our comments on our spring calf division from our judge, Mr. Jack Ward.
Well, thank you very much, and really just a very impressive set of youngsters here. as we get our Charlet show started, and my compliments to the exhibitors. I think it becomes rather apparent of what I'll try to do here throughout the course of the afternoon within the show, and that's fundamentally keep them right structurally, and then we'll add the right amount of muscle and the volume to them, or push that limit as far as we can, and but yet keep some look to them, some presence, some balance. These 8 heifers do that very, very nicely. My compliments to them. Let's give them all a very nice round of applause, and we'll go get you a champion reserve.
Here on the Angus side, really a nice group of December heifers here. Really like all 3 of these heifers top to bottom. We're going to start with the longest sided, biggest hip, squarest hip kind of female, extremely feminine through her front end. Amy and I both think she's extremely sound as she travels about the ring. Really balanced and nice made from a profile. Maybe not quite as big boned as the heifer that's going to follow her from behind, but really a complete, well-made kind of female. The gentleman's heifer that comes in next line, the bigger bone female of the 2, again, a real deep-sided heifer. I think when you view her out from behind, doesn't have near the hip, tighter set in her pins than the heifer in front of her, but really a good female, just a really good pair in the class. A gentleman's heifer comes in next, really is a nice female too. Heifer to me, though, just doesn't get around as sound and free and easy. She doesn't flex off these hind legs quite like the 2 in front of her, but really a good-bodied, square-made kind of female. You going to go talk to Dylan?
Class placings in Class 44 of our Angus Senior Heifer Calf Division. First one to entry 150, CCC Pride B535, shown by Cheyenne Jones, Franklinton, Louisiana, and Topline Farms, Tremont, Illinois.
49. 40 or 49?
Second entry 149, Seldom Rest Lucy 960, shown by Alyssa Friesian, Arnett, Oklahoma. And third entry 148, shown by Lawson Rowlett, Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. Entering the ring now in our Angus ROV show is Class 45. Class 45 Senior Heifer Calves. We need Class 46 to the makeup ring immediately. Class 46 Angus Senior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring immediately. In our Charlet show, selected as our reserve spring calf champion was entry 49, TR Miss Cara 5522C, shown by McKay Cattle Company, Orlando, Oklahoma. Congratulations to our champions in our first division. We need all of our class winners and divisional winners to get their pictures made as we go along, folks. Charlet exhibitors, we need all class winners and divisional winners to the picture backdrop as we go along, please. Entering the ring now in our Angus Class 45 Angus Senior Heifer Calves. Weights on this class: entry 154 weighed 1090, entry 155 is out, entry 156 weighed 1120, entry 157 weighs 1105, 158 weighed 1215, entry 159 weighs 1025, entry 162 weighs 1175, and entry 1 weighs 945. Excuse me, entry 155 in Class 45 of our Angus show is not out. We did not have a weight on her, but she weighs 1020. I apologize. Entering the ring now is our new division in our National Charlet show. This is Class 4A Junior Heifer Calves. This class is sponsored by Bill Garrett, Crossville, Tennessee. Junior Heifer Calves, Class 4A in our Charlet show. We need Class 4B junior heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. Class 4B Charolais junior heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately.
Can't walk out of the Charlotte show. Looks like one of the kids with the khaki pants and blue jacket and the cows around. I've been really impressed with the crowds at Freedom Hall this week. All right, you'll be the salad sirloin guys. Okay. Trade you. Which one?
We think you have a sheep for the Charolais side, but you're missing a weight. Number 68 weighs 960.
Over here on the Angus side, a logical place to start the class for me and Amy. Really a heavy-bodied, heavy-boned kind of female. She's still feminine out through her front end. When you get behind her, it's not disappointing at all. Big hip, a lot of muscle in this female. She travels free and easy enough. Maybe not just a free-flowing as some other division winners we've had today, but sure easy enough with all the mass and capacity she has to handle this class. The young lady's heifer that comes in next in line, I like from a broody maternal standpoint. She's a long-sided female, long-hipped female with enough shape and dimension to her rib. Doesn't have quite the power a female that's going to lead off the class does when you view her from a three-quarter angle. Maybe just a little hard through the center of her top, but still sound as the feet hit the ground. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, very balanced from a profile. She's a broody female up through her front end. Doesn't quite have the flex or the reach off those front end of the two heifers in front of her. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, a big top, big hip kind of female. Sure sound as she goes. Needs more shape and dimension through the center of that rib for me and Amy. I'd like to see a little more sweep to that belly. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, Amy and I both really like from a standpoint of the way she's made in that. Again, giving up a lot of, this heifer was a year old a week ago or 10 days ago. And just to be at 9:45 just needs to be more heifer here. As we get down the line, heifers that need to have some structure issues change to get any higher today. Thank you.
Well, back into our Charlet ring, we've got another nice set of females, and again, some variation in kind and type, and yet I'd probably argue with you if you didn't like the young lady's heifer that wins this class within the group. Tremendously deep and really got a good brood cow look to her. She gets everything pointing in the right direction and very sound and long in her stride off both ends of her skeleton. You know, she's got just a little more plainness to her front end than some that we've got below her, but she's fundamentally the right one that's good in her conditioning. She's really good down her top line through her hip. I just see a lot of quality in this female in terms of projecting her into a brood cow, in terms of her correctness of structure, the amount of rib and volume she has. The heifer in second's really good out to her hip and along her top line, beautifully set from hooks to pins, and that's where she has a real advantage over the female that comes in third, is when you study her along her top, through her hip and rump and hind legs. She's really bold and wide through her chest floor and carries it very nicely up through her rib cage and uniformly over her top and through her hip. She runs to run downhill just a little bit. She's a notch plainer over the top of her crest as you compare to the females on either side of her, but I like her much better out through her hip and her rump than the female that's here in third. Except for in third, the front two-thirds of her body's really nice. Again, the composition is so good. I like the conditioning she's in, the extra length that she has in her front end. She moves well. She just needs to elevate her pin bones, and I think that square hind legs up a little better than what they are, but nonetheless, composition's very good. Really a powerful one coming in fourth. Big-ended, lots of bone, lots of substance. Perhaps her structure isn't matching that extra muscle and volume because she just struggles a little bit out of her front end, and I'm not sure as we put a lot more weight on her she can stay sound enough through her front end. If she does, you're going to be very impressed with her because of the extra length and the performance, the muscling she's got. Just need to change her there a little bit. Our next heifer's kind of the same way. Wants to come apart just a little bit in the way she moves, the way she holds herself together. She is deep, got a lot of volume, a lot of capacity to her. Just needs to be quite a bit more correct on both ends of her skeleton when you watch her move. I like the length of the heifer next. She's too straight on both ends of her skeleton. I like her presence. The composition of her is really good, but she becomes too straight up to her front end and, again, struggles a little bit on both ends of her skeleton. Boy, if I could elevate the pin bones of the young lady's heifer coming next, I think we could get her up several spots. The front two-thirds of this one, again, is really good. Sprung wide, deep rib. Nice composition. As you can see, she really gets rounded off through her tail head and through her hip and her rump. And then as you get right in behind her, she actually tapers a little bit from hooks to pins, so I'd like to change her there just a bit. And our heifer that completes the class, again, pretty sound, got some length to her. Need to stouten her up in her bone work just a little bit, elevate her front end, and clean her chest floor somewhat. Nice set of heifers, and I thought a very brood cow kind of a prospect that won the class. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Getting caught up in our Angus ring, class 45. Placing first in class 45, senior heifer calves is entry 154, Hill Valley Albina 456, shown by John Henderson, East Troy, Wisconsin. Second, entry 157, Champion Hill Emblinette 8740, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Third entry 156, shown by James Full, Woodbine, Maryland. Fourth entry 158, shown by Jack Fort, Knightstown, Indiana. Fifth entry 1, shown by Justin Wood, Willow Spring, North Carolina. Sixth entry 155, shown by Aaron Ashley, Fort Payne, Alabama. Seventh entry 159, shown by Stanton Bowman, Lancaster, Kentucky. And eighth entry 162, shown by Kendall Clark, Brewston Mills, West Virginia. In our Angus ring now is Class 46, Senior Heifer Calves. Class 46 is in the ring. I need Class 47, Senior Heifer Calves, to the makeup ready ring immediately. Class 47, Senior Heifer Calves in our Angus show to the makeup ring immediately. Results from Class 4A in our National Charolais show in our Junior Calf Division. Class 4A Junior Heifer Calves, again, this class is sponsored by Bill Garrett, Crossville, Tennessee. First is entry 87, Barron's Miss Emerald, C106, shown by Michaela Barron, Broadhead, Kentucky. Second is entry 82, W.C. Kim 5156P, shown by Derry and Mary Wright, Richmond, Missouri. Third, entry 66, shown by AM Livestock, Springfield, Missouri. Fourth, entry 84, shown by Ritter Farms, Herman, Missouri. Fifth, entry 78, shown by Thomas Ranch, Harold, South Dakota. Sixth, entry 80, shown by Brent Birchie, Flanagan, Illinois. Seventh, entry 88, shown by Allison Downey, Boonville, Indiana. And eighth is entry 85, shown by TJ Farm, Aberdeen, North Carolina. Entering our ring now in our National Charolais show. This class is sponsored by the Kentucky Charolais Association. Is 4B Junior Heifer Calves. In the ring now is Class 4B Junior Heifer Calves. I need Class 6 Junior Heifer Calves. Class 6 Charolais Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring immediately. Class 4C Junior Heifer Calves in our Charolais show to the makeup ring immediately. As we go through both of our shows today, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our national queens. First in our Charolais ring, your national queen is Miss Rachel Bonacker from Cedar Hill, Missouri. She is a sophomore at the University of Missouri, majoring in animal science and industries and pre-vet. She's been involved with the Charolais breed since birth, showing at junior nationals since the age of 9, and has attended 10 junior nationals. Congratulations, Rachel, your national Charolais queen. In our Angus ring is Miss Jera Pipkin. She's Miss American Angus, daughter of Jim and Joanna Pipkin, Republic, Missouri. Jera attends Oklahoma State University with a double major in agri-communications and animal science. She's involved with the National Junior Angus Association, Block and Bridle, Ag Communicators of Tomorrow, and our Collegiate Farm Bureau. Jera, thank you for being here. And we also appreciate, we've got some young ladies assisting her today. We've got Lydia Dance, the Miss Ohio Angus. She's a junior at Hillsborough High School. And Miss Hannah Majori, the Indiana Angus Queen. She's a freshman at Oklahoma State. Thank you for all you young ladies helping us pass out all the awards for both the ROV Angus show and our National Charolais show.
Over here on the Angus side, we got some give and take here. We really like the pair of heifers that are going to start off. I'm going to start with a heifer very balanced and complete, very square out through her hip. Amy and I decided when we put him in motion here, we're going to prefer this heifer a little bit. I'll even admit, though, when I say that, I wish this heifer was just a little more flex on her rear pasterns, but she's balanced and very complete. That makes a nice profile. Really like the body of the heifer we had starting the class and dropped to second. That's why we had her up there. We like that extra body, that extra rear third in her rib cage. But as we get her in motion here, we and Amy have both decided she's probably a little straighter off that front end than we'd like to see her. She wants to toe out a little bit. Just gets a little too steep in that shoulder for Amy and I, so we switched that pair. But a pair of really nice heifers. The young lady's heifer that comes in next in line, we really like her for her soundness in her body. She's a heifer, probably gets just a tick plainer in her front end compared to the couple heifers that are going to lead her off. But really a nice, complete female. Doesn't have the hair, but when you really analyze her, not a lot of holes in this female. The young lady's heifer that comes in next, really liked her from a profile when she was set up. But when you put her in motion, she gets a little hard through her spine for Amy and I. She seems a little tied up in her top there for both of us. The young lady's heifer that comes next in line, I like the body of this female. Just wish she'd handle her hind legs different when we get her in motion here. As we get on down the line, heifers that just don't have quite the body and muscle mass we'd like to see to get them any higher today.
Well, back in our Charlet ring, we've got another nice set of young heifer calves. These are late Januaries, early Februaries, and I think we can find the one that kind of combines the rest of the class to win. I love her length of body, the depth of her rib, got a good female look, and she's sharp up through her front end, good in her conditioning. Her feet and legs all go in the right direction, and I like that. I'd like to tone her down over her tail head just a little bit to make her ideal, but it really doesn't change her from a structure standpoint. Good job, young man. And she's got some length of body and depth of rib to her. The heifer in second, I like for the bone and the substance. Again, her composition is good. She's really sound. She's not as fresh in her midsection. She honestly looks like she could use a good drink of water. Maybe just a little hollowed out and not showing herself quite as well. But fundamentally, she's sound. She's long. She's got a good hip in her. Got some muscling about her. Tremendous amount of depth of rib and volume in our heifer in third. She's a little plainer in the way that she's designed in her leg structure, and that's because her pasterns get just a little flat. I don't see any longevity issues with that one, but I'd like to elevate them there, give her just a little more style and balance to run with the two we've got right ahead of her. Bring 4 and 5 together. These two are good, sound-moving, thick-ended, beautifully presented, nicely shown heifers that both, in my opinion, are just a little too short-coupled, a little quicker made in their makeup, but boy, are they presented well, give you a nice look. Just need to lengthen those old girls out just a little bit, in my opinion, to run with those 3 heifers we got ahead of them. Then we get more elevation and length of body in our female that comes next. I'm not sure there's enough rib and openness in that one as you get in behind her and study her along her top line, right behind her shoulder and down into her heart. If you think she's got enough there, you're going to get her up a couple spots because she does have just a notch more length to her. The next one, Standing Still, gets up this class quite a lot. She's big and powerful and stout, really thick-ended. When we get her on the walk, she just struggles too much behind. She lacks the length of stride, the authority, and the stability in her hind leg to go any higher. If you think she's all right, you're going to get her up because she really is very powerfully made. I just need to change her structurally. Then the heifer that completes the class moves maybe a little nicer behind, but again, we need to add just a little more broodiness and capacity for the amount of elevation that she's got. Nice set of females, and I thought a very nice heifer that won the class. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. In our Angus ring, Class 46, placing first in Class 46 is entry 170, Maple Crest Shadow L4204, shown by Lauren Grimes, Hillsboro, Oregon. Second, entry 173, Silvera's Sarah's Dream 4528, shown by Abby Clandworth, Walker, Iowa, and Silvera Brothers, Angus, Fireball, California. Third, entry 175, shown by Ella Brooks, Prophetstown, Illinois. Fourth, entry 179, shown by Cheyenne Jones, Franklinton, Louisiana. Fifth, entry 172, shown by Leslie Rogers, Paducah, Indiana. Sixth, entry 168, shown by Olivia Wilson, Ogden, Illinois. Seventh, entry 165, Katie Lynn Smith, shown Coleman, Alabama. Eighth is entry 176, shown by Abe Benjamin Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Entering our ring now is Class 47, Class 47 senior heifer calves. I need Class 48 senior heifer calves to the makeup area immediately. Class 48, please bring Class 48 senior heifer calves to the makeup area. In our National Charolais Show, again, this Class 4B junior heifer calves, sponsored by the Kentucky Charolais Association. Class placings. First entry 96, W.C. Courtney, 5282P, shown by Wright Charolais, Richmond, Missouri. Second entry 98, RRC RA, A Daisy If You Do, 514, shown by R&R Charolais, Fowler, Indiana. Third entry 103, shown by Braden Zekas, Fletcher, Ohio. Fourth entry 94, shown by Ritter Farms, Herman, Missouri. Fifth entry 99, shown by Boyert Show Cattle, Seville, Ohio. Sixth entry 93, shown by Augusta Marston, Canton, Kansas. Seventh entry 68, shown by Parrish Charolais Farm, Springfield, Missouri, and A&M Livestock, Springfield, Missouri. Eighth entry 100, shown by Rathmorn Charolais, Port Hope, Michigan. Entering our Charolais ring now is Class 46 junior heifer calves. Class 46 junior heifer calves. This class is sponsored by the Kentucky Charolais Association. Following this class, we will be selecting our junior calf champion and reserve champion female. Following this class, we will have a division. Angus exhibitors, I need entry 217 and 218 for Class 48. Angus exhibitors, entries 217 and 218 to the makeup ring immediately. Weights on our Class 47 Angus females are as follows. Entry 184 weighs 1090. Entry 185 weighs 1245. Entry 188 weighs 1125. Entry 190 weighs 1210. Entry 194 weighs 1295. And entry 402 weighs 1155.
Here on the Angus side, a nice group of September heifers. The heifer that's going to win the class does so handily for Amy and I. Very balanced when you get her profile laid in nice at the point of her shoulder, sound as she goes about the ring. She's got plenty of muscle when you get behind her. She's a female that has enough rib in her when you get out behind her, just a complete female. The heifer that comes in next, I moved up. You know, again, a very balanced female, nice in her neck from a profile. I'll be honest, when we got him in motion, I thought she had to be third because I didn't think she was quite as sound as I'd like to see her. I thought she was a heifer that needed freed up off both ends. I actually still believe that, but as we got him in motion, I decided the heifer I had in second still had issues there too. This heifer's more feminine and broody through her front end, so we switched them up. The heifer that comes in next, again, a deep-bodied heifer with a lot of muscle out through her top, down through her hip and stifle. She's a heifer with enough rib cage in her. As you get her in motion here, I'd like to change how she handles her hind wheels as she goes away from you. And then she's a heifer that gets coarser through the point of that shoulder, just coarser and plainer through that front end. Young lady's heifer that comes in next in line, a very nice made female, very balanced and square. She's a heifer that has enough weight in her, but she's a heifer that needs more center rib for me to get her any higher today. As I get her in motion here, she's just too tight made through the center of that rib for me to get her any higher. The young lady's heifer that comes in next in line again is a heifer for me, just too tight made through the center of that rib. These heifers are reaching a maturity level. They need to start showing some of that natural width and spring to their rib. Same with the young lady's heifer that's going to come in next. Thanks.
Well, as we finish up our classes in this division, set of January heifers, and again, I think we have one we need to find in this class for her length of body, the stoutness of her structure. Again, her composition is nice. She blends things together really well. Got some good sharp angles up front, good sharp through her neck and her front end. Nice female character to her. She's not the thickest one. As you're standing behind her, maybe a little flatter than what we'd ideally like to see in a Charolais female, but fundamentally so good in her structure, really good in her lines, and again, the sharpness is right there. Good female here into much more moderate, but again, one that's very correct on her feet and legs, has everything pointed in the right direction. For me, we probably need to strengthen her up a little bit in terms of her bone work for a Charolais female, but again, I like her top line, her hip. She's much more desirable in the way she's designed out through her rump and her hind leg versus the female coming in 3. A little more length, a little more substance in this one in 3rd. I need to elevate her pin bones and square her rump a little bit, and I think that'd make her collect herself a bit nicer off of her hind leg when you watch her walk. Boy, there's some things about this one in 4th that really appeal to me. I love the strength and the power that she has. The length of her body's good. Boy, she's really long-toed. If you get down here on her and see her toes are really long for one at this stage in her maturity, and so she becomes a little uncoordinated when she moves and walks. But nonetheless, that one's got some good in her in terms of the strength and dimension she has. Another thick-ended one here in 5. Gets her tail head up, eases her top line down just a little bit, but nonetheless, she's got some muscling to her. Again, a nice fronted, thick-ended female that completes the class. Again, a little round on both ends of her skeleton through her shoulder, out to her hip and rump as you compare to those right at the top end. Nice set of January heifer calves. Thank you.
Back in our Angus ring, our results from Class 47. First went to entry 190, Dameron F.R. Sandy 4180, shown by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. Second, entry 194, Dameron F.R. Sandy 4178, shown by Sidney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Third, entry 185, shown by Morgan Kramer, Farina, Illinois. Fourth, entry 402, shown by Reese Anderson, Chrisman, Illinois. Fifth, entry 188, shown by Lauren Moole, Lexington, Illinois. And sixth, entry 184, shown by Brianna Smith, Russell Springs, Kentucky. Entering our ring now is Class 48, Senior Heifer Calves, Angus Senior Heifer Calves, Class 48. Following this class, we will be selecting our Senior and Reserve Senior Champion, Calf Champion. I need Class 51. Class 51. Summer yearling females in our Angus show to the makeup ring immediately. Class 51, summer yearling Angus females to the makeup ring immediately. Results from our Junior Charolais Heifer Calf Class 4C. Again, this class was sponsored by the Kentucky Charolais Association. First, entry 111, KLSL Kiss This, shown by HLS Livestock, Reisterstown, Maryland. Second, entry 108, RF Miss Invest 507, shown by Ritter Farms, Herman, Missouri. Third, entry 107, JCAR RRC Misty 512, shown by Connor Kisner, DeSoto, Missouri. Fourth, entry 114, shown by TC Cattle Services, Vandalia, Illinois. Fifth, entry 110, shown by Cole Harris, Hepler, Kansas. And sixth is entry 109, shown by Nathan Alexander, Bremen, Alabama. We are now selecting our junior and reserve junior calf champion in our National Charolais Show. The champion banner is sponsored by Bob Morton, Wartrace, Tennessee, and our reserve junior calf champion banner is sponsored by Sullivan Charolais, Paris, Kentucky. Attention in the Charolais barn, I need Class 7 winter heifer calves to the makeup ring. Class 7 winter heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. Also, as a reminder, if you have not taken your class winner pictures, we are taking our class winner, all of our class winner pictures at the backdrop, along with all of our division and reserve division winners. In Class 48, Angus Senior Heifer Calves, we have entry 203. She weighs 1225. Entry 204 weighs 1405. Entry 206 weighs 1365. Entry 213 weighs 1250. Entry 216 weighs 1290. Entry 218 weighs 1220. And entry 222 weighs 1170.
Well, here in our Charolais ring, we're ready to select Division II champion, and again, a trio of just very nice females. I'm very pleased with them. They come back here and resemble one another quite well. We got a little variation in frame size, but that's okay. weights are good, and that tells you they've got enough length of body and muscling in them to perform, and I appreciate that about them. I'm going to use the one that I think kind of combines all the things together, length and soundness with enough muscling to her. Maybe has an advantage in this lineup from that standpoint, but I'd ask you to give them all a very nice round of applause, and we'll get you the champion reserve. Thank you.
Selected as your junior Charolais Calf Champion female. Again, this banner is sponsored by Bob Morton, Wartrace, Tennessee. Entry 96. WC Courtney, 5282. Shown by Wright Charolais, Richmond, Missouri. Congratulations, Cody. And selected as your reserve junior calf champion is entry 111, HLSL Kiss This, shown by HLS Livestock, Reisterstown, Maryland. Entering the ring now in our National Charolais Show is Class 7 winner heifer calves. Please bring Class 8A senior heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. Charolais breeders, I need all entries from Class 8A senior heifer calves to the makeup ring.
Over here on the Angus side, really a nice class of September heifers, a nice pair of heifers to start off the class with. We're going to use the heifer with the extra dimension and shape to her ribs, especially in the rear third of that rib cage. She's really soft and easy as she hits the ground with those all 4 feet. She's got a nice set to her pastern. She's really got a nice set to that front knee and down through that pastern as her feet hit the ground. She's long-sided. She has enough muscle in her. If you wanted to pick, she's a little plain fronted, maybe just a tick chesty, but that's picking on one that puts a lot of things together really nicely. The young lady's heifer that comes in next could have won a lot of classes today. She just fell in class with a really good one. The things that are probably a little different to me, she's probably a tick shorter sided than our heifer that's going to win the class. She's a female that definitely has enough rib for me, but not that rear third of the rib cage the heifer winning the class does. But again, a really sound heifer who's probably just a tick more feminine through her front end, but I need to give her just a little more rear third to that rib cage and make her a little longer sided to be able to get her above the one that beat her in class today. Gentleman's heifer coming next is a really long-sided heifer. She's a heifer that comes in third for us because of soundness. She's got some muscle in her. She doesn't have the rib cage I'd like to see, especially in the rear third of that rib, but really complete female. As we get past her, we get into heifers for me and Amy that have issues on their movement as they go around the ring, all 4 of them. That's why their hair, there's just some of them are just a little straighter front than we like to see. Some of them don't handle their hind legs like we like to see, so that's how they end up here.
Thank you, Bruce. Placing first in Class 48 senior heifer calves, entry 203, Pleasant Valley Elsa, 1439, shown by Shelby Stabler, Gathersburg, Maryland. Second, entry 222, Hunter's Diamond Stiletto, 427, shown by Kara Stair, Frederick, Oklahoma. Third, entry 216, shown by Michael Hare, Bluntville, Tennessee. Fourth, entry 204, shown by Michaela Brooke Jeffries, Horse Cave, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 206, shown by Eric Schaefer, Owanaco, Illinois. Sixth, entry 213, shown by Richard Keene, Potosi, Wisconsin. And seventh, entry 218, shown by Jason Earls, Morristown, Tennessee. We now will be selecting our senior and reserve senior calf champion in our ROV show. Class 51, summer yearling females. Angus summer yearling females, class 51, to the makeup ring, please.
Which one did you need, Philip? It showed up, never mind.
That's what I figured. Attention Angus exhibitors, we still need class 51. Class 51, summer yearling females to the makeup ring, please. Class 52, late spring females, the scales is open. Please bring class 51 and 52 to the makeup ring immediately, please.
Well, here in our Charlet show, we get started into this fall division. This is an interesting set of heifers to kind of piece together, and yet I think if you kind of keep things basic and talk about one that's got enough performance per day of age, the length of her body's good, she's really good out through her hip and her rump and the way she's set in her hind leg. This one does that very, very nicely. She obviously has just a little more dimension to her, a little more length of body and substance than the female in second. I'll be very honest with you, I get a little concerned about her front leg structure. She's a bit pigeon-toed up front. She wants to throw that shoulder outside of her body just a little bit more than I'd seem or term ideal. But nonetheless, I think she's fundamentally sound enough. Her advantages in length and rib and volume kind of get her to the top of the class. This is really a fancy one here in two. High quality, well presented heifer, good in her lines, beautiful through her neck, and really has a lot of presence and quality to her. She's a little too refined, in my opinion, at this stage of her life. We need to give her just a notch more substance and length of body as you compare it really to the heifers on either side of her, because this is an incredibly thick-ended, big top, very muscular female here in third, sprung wide through her rib cage, opened up down her top line. She's just a little too straight and rigid on both ends of her skeleton, in my opinion, to run with the two ahead of her. If you think structurally she's okay, you're going to like that one a lot, because when you get behind her, she is really thick. The heifer that comes in fourth maybe moves a little freer out of her front end. This one throws her hind legs under too far from behind, lowers her pin bones, and just kind of comes apart a little bit from that regard. Heifer next here in five is probably a little freer moving. I like to clean her navel up, give her a notch more balance and symmetry. The two heifers that complete the class are sure long and attractive and really good from a conditioning standpoint. They're just a little shallow, a little harder made through their forerib and through the middle part of their body as you compare to those at the top end. Nice set of heifers and certainly some challenges in the class. Thank you.
Let's bring Class 8A Senior Heifer Calves in our Charolais show into the ring. Class 8A Senior Heifer Calves into the ring. Class placings. In Class 7, Winter Heifer Calves. First entry goes to 122, Bar S Annie 4905, shown by Grady Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas. Second entry 121, SHF Bonnie's Fire 1446, shown by Taylor Huz, Maryville, Missouri. Third entry 119, shown by Kimberly Cooper, Bardstown, Kentucky. Fourth entry 125, shown by Bar J Charolais, Liverpool, Texas. Fifth entry 117, shown by TJ Farm, Aberdeen, North Carolina. Sixth entry 123, shown by Thomas Owings, Mountain Grove, Missouri. And seventh entry 124, shown by Devin Keister, Elizabeth, Illinois. Once again, entering our ring in our National Charolais show is Class 8A Senior Heifer Calves. This class is sponsored by Darby Montgomery, Lancaster, Kentucky. Please bring Class 8B Senior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring. We need Class 8B Charolais Senior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring immediately. Now comments in our champion Senior Heifer Calf division from our judge, Mr. Bruce Sturtzback.
Well, really, again, as we go along here in the Angus show, really these divisions go together rather nicely. Amy and I are very happy with the group of heifers we got out here. Again, there's small differences, but you can see a type and a kind. The heifer that won the first class, Amy and I really like the way this heifer's structured. We really like the balance, the squareness of hip, the way she is through her front end, the way the slope to her knee, the slope to the pastern, the slope to her shoulder on her front end. She has a good hind leg in her. She's very feminine and broody up to her front end. She's long-sided. When you get her out here, she doesn't have maybe the rib shape in the rear third of that body or the depth right through that center of the rib as some of the older, more mature heifers. But I'm telling you what, from a structure standpoint, when this heifer gets that maturity level and gets that to her, she might do a little more damage in this division than maybe she's going to today. But me and Amy really like the structure of this female. The young lady's heifer behind her has all that shape and dimension to her rib. She's a very stout-made heifer. She traveled free and easy enough when we went around the ring here in class and in division. Maybe not quite as free and easy as some of the other heifers. As you get her out here, she's a heifer that's maybe just a little more piecey in her heart, maybe a little more piecey coming out of that shoulder into that forerib and foreflank. But she's a heifer that has a lot of power built into her. The young lady's heifer that won the next class, she's a heifer, long-sided, long hip heifer. She's a balanced heifer when you get her on a profile. She's a heifer that maybe doesn't have quite the rear third in her rib cage that some of the other females out here have. I might like to pull her down and expand her there a little bit. She's a heifer when you get her in motion. I might want to soften her in her pastern just a little bit. The gentleman's heifer that won the next class is a very long-sided square-made heifer. She's a heifer that puts together a structure probably more similar to the first heifer. She's really good through the point of her shoulder. She's good through her heart. She's got good slope to her front leg. She's a heifer that's got nice set to her rear leg. She's a heifer that's balanced. She probably has just a little bit of that extra rib that I was talking about in that first heifer. From that mid-rib back through her flank, she carries maybe a little more rib cage than the heifer that won the first class. The heifer that won the last class has the biggest rib in the class. Tremendously deep through the center of her rib, carries that back into the rear third of her rib cage. She's very sound as she goes. She's a female, though, as you analyze her here, maybe gets a tick plainer in her front end, and as you get up on her, she's carrying more shoulder through the point up to the top of her shoulder. Probably is carrying the most shoulder in the division. But with that said, there's a lot behind it. I'll be honest with you, Amy and I are going to have a conversation because we actually haven't made up our mind. Those are the things I see in the females. I'm going to decide what we're going to put an emphasis on here, and we'll go out and get you your champion in the division then. Thank you.
Go ahead, Jack.
Really a nice set of Octobers here in our Charlotte show. I like this one quite a bit in this group. Fundamentally, again, her structure is good. She's deep and just has a bit more female character through her shoulder, through her hip, and the depth of her rib versus the female in second. She gets out and goes well, and I appreciate that about her. Enough muscling. Obviously, we have a thicker one in second. This one is expressive down her top, huge in her stifle, and really for that much muscle, she handles it well from a feet and leg standpoint. She does get just a little tight through her rib cage and flank, gets a notch round on both ends of her skeleton for me, but boy, she really is thick and really muscular from behind. The heifer in third, good length of body, good depth of side. She's a little plain over the top of her crest, wants to set her blades a little wide up top, need to level her hip somewhat, but really deep, really long, got a lot of substance to her. Our heifer then in fourth is another long-sided female. Again, I'd like to fix her up down her top line through her hip and her rump and change the design of her hind leg somewhat. But I like her composition. I like the length of her body real well. Nice set of heifers, and I thought a very complete heifer that won the class. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Placing first in Class 8A, Senior Heifer Calves, in our National Charolais Show is entry 220. WCCCC Rachel 4527P, shown by Evan Summers, Slater, Missouri. Second entry 131. Walmart Memes She's Got Game and 413, shown by Augusta Marston, Canton, Kansas. Third entry 134. LHMS All Business B125, shown by Long Haul Cattle, Hillsboro, Ohio. And fourth entry 129. HCC Beatrice Lydia 02B, shown by Hat Creek Cattle Company, Roseland, Virginia. Entering our Charolais ring now is Class 8B Senior Heifer Calves. Class 8B Senior Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our senior and reserve senior calf champion. Charolais exhibitors, please bring Class 11 late summer yearling females to the makeup ring. Class 11 late summer Charolais yearling females to the makeup ring immediately. Okay, who do you use here? 190 and 203. Selected as your senior calf champion in our Roll of Victory Angus show is entry 190. Dameron F.R. Sandy 4180, shown by Austin Nowatzki, Michigan City, Indiana. And selected as your reserve senior calf champion is entry 203, Pleasant Valley Elsa 1439, shown by Shelby Stabler, Gathersburg, Maryland. Congratulations to both of you individuals. Entering the ring now is Class 51. Class 51 summer yearling females in our ROV Angus show. Class 51 is in the ring. I need Class 52. Class 52 early or late spring yearling females to the makeup ring. Class 52 to the makeup ring, please. Class 51 Angus females. The weights are entry 228 weighs 1460, 229 weighs 1385, 230 weighs 1225, 231 weighs 1250, 232 weighs 1340, 234 weighs 1290. 235 weighs 1275. And entry 238 weighs 1410. I'd also like to take this opportunity. We've got some very distinguished delegation from Mexico here. If those gentlemen would please stand up so you can be recognized. We have a delegation from Mexico here at our National Charolais Show representing our World Charolais Congress in 2016. They're going to be here visiting with everybody, encouraging everybody to come down to Mexico for the World Charolais Congress. Thanks for being here.
Tim, I don't know what their badges say, but they're both wearing them.
They've already got badges.
Who?
Search balls.
Oh, yeah.
I want to tell you, you're doing a hell of a
Oh,
job, buddy. I went
thanks,
down
Clint.
there.
How are you, buddy?
They acted like they
Heifers
didn't have
look
any
good.
judges' badges,
That's
so
the
I
little
just had to
heifer's a
make
good
some.
bitch.
Yeah, apparently they're all right.
It's all Rachel.
Huh?
It's all Rachel.
She's she's
I was
good.
going to text you later and tell you how nice job you're doing.
Oh,
but
thanks, buddy. Thank you.
appreciate it.
Good
Keeping us
seeing you.
well informed back
Okay, all right. Well, now comments on our Class 8B senior heifer calves from our judge, Mr. Jack Ward.
Well, a nice set of Septembers here. I think we've got to grab a hold of this yellow heifer because she is just easily the soundest one within this particular class. Tremendous length and depth. She's got just a little more condition on her than I'd ideally like to see, and I'd give some advantage to some of them below her from that regard. She handles it pretty well. Her balance is nice. And again, her feet and legs just kind of go all in the right direction. And certainly, she has a little more thickness to her than the one here in second. The one in second I love from the side. Really good down her top. I love the hip and hind leg structure. She's a little flat, and then as you get right in front of her, she wants to get her knees set a little close, kind of pulls her front toes out just a bit more. But again, composition is excellent. The structure of her hip and her hind leg is really, really nice. Heifer in third has a tremendous amount of size and performance. Some of that's just due to some extra condition. You can see she wants to get her knees set a little close and then fill her chest up a little bit. So I'm not sure there's any more natural width in that one than what we've got in some ahead of her, but she sure got a lot of body and a lot of density to her. The heifer that comes here in fourth, you like for her length, really deep to the center part of her body. I'd like to elevate her pin bones and square her rump up just a little bit, change her hind leg structure in that regard, but nonetheless, I like the length of her body, certainly the depth of her side. A little more muscular female that completes our class. She's really big top, big ended. Again, just a little too round, a little more masculine in the shape of her shoulder and the shape of her hip and rump as you compare to those at the top end. Nice set of heifers and one with a lot of volume and capacity that won. Thank you.
Placing first in Class 8B Senior Heifer Calves is entry 150, HF Ella 1422, shown by Emma Hankins, Springfield, Missouri. Second, entry 147, DF Takori 452P, shown by Kendrick Crowder, Hope, Indiana. Third, entry 149, shown by Hadley Shoddy, Marysville, Kansas. Fourth, entry 145, shown by Tara Fountain, Thompson, Missouri. Fifth, entry 142, shown by Trent Birchie, Flanagan, Illinois. We now will be selecting our senior calf champion and reserve senior calf champion in our National Charolais Show. Our champion senior calf banner is sponsored by Sandusky Farms, Lebanon, Kentucky, and our reserve senior calf champion banner sponsored by Hubert Cattle Sales, Oakley, Kansas. Attention Charolais breeders, I need Class 11 late summer yearling females to the makeup ring. Class 11 late summer yearling females and Class 12 summer yearling females. Let's start bringing this Class 11 and 12 to the makeup ring, please.
Over here on the Angus side, we got a really nice pair of July females to start out with here. I'm going to use the one to me that just has a little more to her when I get out behind her. Both heifers are extremely deep. They're extremely sound. They're extremely stout. The heifer that's going to lead off the class maybe gets just a tick tighter in her upper heart there, but that doesn't bother her as much. She has plenty of capacity down low. And when you get out behind her, just more hip, muscle, and stifle down the top and through this female. The heifer that comes in second is beautifully made. She's really nice through her heart. She's nice through the point of her shoulder, but when I get out behind her, I just need to see some more expansion of muscle down that top, out through that hip, and into the stifle to get any higher. I think it's a very close pair of heifers and both very nice, sound heifers. I'm just going to go with one a little more meat for me today. The young lady's heifer that's going to come in next in line, a high volume heifer with a tremendous amount of meat in her. You can see as she goes about the ring here, she wants to get up a little in the middle of her top. She doesn't reach and grab the ground like the two in front of her will today. The young man's heifer that's going to come in next in line doesn't have the hair, so she doesn't quite fit up like the other heifers, but a heifer that doesn't have a lot of faults in her. She's just basically a heifer that's very sound in her structure, very complete in her makeup. No wow factor in the female, maybe not quite as much mass and capacity and power as some of the females ahead of her, but a good female. The young man's heifer is going to come in next in line, a high volume heifer, a heifer that's good out through her hip. I actually dropped this heifer one spot. I thought as I got these two heifers going around, I prefer the movement on the heifer that I moved up in front of her over this heifer. As we get into the next heifers in line, I'd like to free them up and make them a little easier as they go about the ring, but a good group of heifers with a nice pair to start the class with.
Well, as we get into our next division here in the Charolais Show, we've got three very good fall heifers. November, October, September. All three of them are good, and they're sound enough in their structure. They got enough length of body to them, and they won their classes because they were complete. I've got one in my mind that's going to win that's maybe not the thickest one, but she's the best in her condition, the sharpest in her makeup. She has enough turn and shape to her top, and she's just the most complete one. That one will be your champion. Let's give them all a very nice round of applause, and we'll go get the two for you. Thank you.
Selected as your Charolais Senior Calf Champion Female, entry 220 WC CCC Rachel 4527P, shown by Evan Summers, Slater, Missouri. And selected as your Reserve Senior Calf Champion, our Reserve Senior Calf Champion is entry 150 HFL 1422, shown by Emma Hankins, Springfield, Missouri. Congratulations. Entering the ring now is Class 11, Charolais Late Summer Yearling Females. This class is sponsored by Adkins Farms, Eubank, Kentucky. Class 11 in the ring. I need Class 12 Summer Yearling Females to the makeup ring. Class 12 Summer Yearling Females to the makeup ring, please. Let's get caught back up in our Angus ring. Class 51 Summer Yearling Females. Winning our class was entry 238, EXAR Frontier Gal 4865, shown by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Second, and her full flush sister, is entry 229, EXAR Frontier Gal 4872, shown by Carter Ward, Plattsburgh, Missouri. Third, entry 228, shown by Lydia Dance, Hillsboro, Ohio. Fourth, entry 234, Logan Boyd, Mayslick, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 235, Bridget Weiss, Buffalo, Minnesota. Sixth, entry 231, Paige Burke, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. Seventh, entry 232, Donald Day, Nicholasville, Kentucky. Eighth, entry 230, Casey Green, Cosby, Tennessee. In our ring now is Class 52 Late Spring Yearling Females. Our weights are entry 240 weighs 1155, entry 244 weighs 1310, 247 weighs 1350, and entry 249 weighs 1340. Class 53 Late Spring Yearling Females in our Angus ring. Class 53 to the makeup ring. And Class 54, let's be bringing our Class 54 Late Spring Yearling Females to the makeup ring. Class 53 and 54 to the makeup ring, please.
Nice pair of early summers, I guess. We got here July and August. I think he's the older heifer, just fundamentally better. Good line, good hip, got her feet and legs pointed in the right direction, got some character about her. She isn't as thick as the one in second, but I like her composition, I like her kind, and her structure a little nicer than the female in two. The female in two, big, growthy, long-bodied female, certainly thicker, but again, just a little coarse, rounder made, and I'd like to change her, make her just a notch more refined as you compare her to the class winner. Thank you.
Placing first in Class 11, our Summer Yearling Female class is entry 154, M.M. Miss Kelly, shown by Matthew Blankenship, Nolensville, Tennessee. Second, entry 153, LaFrace Rihanna, 644C, shown by Trent Birchie, Flanagan, Illinois. Entering our ring now is Class 12 Summer Yearling Females. Charolais Class 12 Summer Yearling Females are in the ring. I need following this class, we will be selecting our intermediate and reserve intermediate champion female. Class 15 Late Spring Yearling Females. Charolais exhibitors, I need Class 15 Late Spring Yearling Females to our makeup ring. Please be bringing Class 15 to the makeup ring.
Over here on the Angus side, a lot of give and take in this class. Amy and I talked about it. It's a difference of opinion. If you're standing out there, you see something different. I'm going to start with the heifer that's the most complete in the profile. She's probably the deepest sided heifer in the class. She is probably the shortest sided heifer in the class. She's feminine through her front end. She travels the ground as free as easy as any of the other heifers in here. Maybe a little more moderate with not as much to her, but more complete. The heifer that I'm going to come in next with, I like this heifer from a balance standpoint. She's got enough rib shape and dimension. When we get her in motion here, she wants to break in her loin a little bit, and she's maybe just a tick plainer through that front end. The gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, extremely stout and square made. Just not enough rib in this heifer for me, especially in the rear third of that rib cage. She just gets higher, tighter flanked. For me, the young man's heifer that's going to come in next in line, I think, is just a little bit over conditioned, so it makes her struggle more getting around the ring than she needs to.
Thank you, Bruce. Placing first in Class 52, Angus Females is entry 240. Duck River Royal Lady 406, shown by Lawson Rowlett, Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. Second, entry 247, Pleasant Valley Elsa 1428, shown by Shelby Stabler, Gathersburg, Maryland. Third, entry 249, shown by Colton Lorenz, Woodville, Wisconsin. Fourth, entry 244, Jesse Cosbad, Henderson, Kentucky. Entering our Angus ring now is Class 53. Class 53 Late Spring Yearling Females. Class 53 is in the ring. I need Class 54 Angus exhibitors. Class 54 Late Spring Yearling Females to the makeup ring. Class 54 to the makeup ring, please. I got time to go to the bathroom. Attention in the Charolais barn. We need entry 177 from Matthew Owens. Entry 177 from Matthew Owings. We need you to class 15 makeup ring. Please be bringing your entry to the makeup ring immediately.
Really a nice set of May females here. We're going to start out with a heifer. She's probably just a tick moderate for me, but she's made really well through the point of her shoulder and up through the top of her shoulder, the way her neck ties into that shoulder. She's really good down her top and out through her hip, and square made out through her hip. She's sure sound as she goes and balanced. The heifer that comes in second probably has a little more of the power in her and the performance I look for in a female. She's sound as she goes about the ring. If you get behind her and view her down her top, she gets tighter in her heart. She's rounder at her pins. She just doesn't have that square power put together top like the heifer in front of her. It's a really close pair of nice females. The young man's heifer that comes in next in line, my wife and I really like. She might have been able to give him all she wanted except for her top when she gets her in motion, or when he gets her in motion. If her top was down, that might be the heifer that surfaced to the top of this class to win it, because there's a lot of things about that female I like and think can make a good Angus female. The young lady's heifer that comes in next in line, I think is a very balanced, complete kind of female. When you get her in a profile, you get out behind her, not quite the power bred in this female, maybe not quite the flex and reach off her hind legs as some of those above her. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, a tremendous rib in this female, alongside a female, kind of gets jacked up in her tail head as she goes about here, kind of throws her out of balance when you view her in a profile. The young lady's heifer that comes in next in line, maybe pushing plenty of conditions, so when you get her on a profile, just doesn't have that look, that femininity we're looking for. As you get to the next two heifers, they're larger framed heifers. They just don't have enough rib or soundness to go with it to get any higher today.
Thank you, Bruce. Placing first in class 53 Angus females is entry 263. Jack, go ahead.
Well, here in our Charolais ring, my compliments to these exhibitors. This is without doubt the best class we've had out here yet this afternoon. This one goes from one end to the other with useful females. It certainly could make some changes in a positive way, and I appreciate them very, very much. I think our class winner combines the balance of the class. She has such a decided advantage in the length of her body over the female in second. She's bold and wide through a rib cage. She's got some muscling in her, and yet she handles it very, very nicely out on the walk. Everything kind of points in the right direction, and she's sharp enough in her lines. She maybe isn't quite as neat right about her shoulder and over the top of her crest as the female that we've got in second, but that one is really long, tremendous amount of capacity, volume, and strength, and very, very sound. Another very sound moving one here in two. She's really deep. I love her conditioning. Again, she's smooth through her shoulder, up about her front end. Not quite the length of side to this one as our class winner. And she's one that gets just a little coarser about her teats for this stage of her life. And I realize that's being a little picky on one. But again, when you talk about this kind of set of females, those are the things that kind of go through my mind when we talk about coming twos. And she needs to be a little more refined from that regard. Here's one from her shoulder back, is really well made. Beautifully presented, deep rib, sound, beautiful through her hip and her hind leg. She gets a little too short up in her front leg structure, wants to carry just a little more waist about her through her chest and about her neck, but that one's presented beautifully, walks well, like her very much, just need to change her composition, lengthen that front end just a little bit. I left this heifer in fourth because she is perhaps the nicest in her condition of any of the top end. Love her neck, really smooth. She needs to handle her hind legs better. She wants to pop her pasterns, needs to be a little stronger and get out and go a little easier. But I love her refinedness, smoothness is good, composition is excellent. This one standing still resembles our class winner. Really wide, massive through her rib cage, pretty good through her front end. She can see when she leaves the ring, she wants to round up on her hip, throws her hind legs under just a little further and doesn't collect herself as well as those at the top end. Then we have a pair of heifers that are elevated. Length of body is excellent in these two. They're just a little flatter made from the side. You get in behind them, a little narrower from hooks to pins. I believe the one that goes out ahead is just a little square made from hooks to pins, and the one behind her. A very moderate frame, useful heifer next. She needs to be elevated at her pin bones and squared through her rump as well. Maybe widen her out just a little bit. Then we've got a heifer coming next that's elevated, got good length of body. I need to drop her midsection for the amount of frame she's got. Real easy fleshing heifer next with a lot of volume, maybe just a little too easy fleshing. I'd like to clean her condition somewhat. And then a leaner made heifer that completes the class. It's got quality to her. Again, this is really an outstanding set of May heifers. I'd like for you to give them all a very, very nice round of applause, if you would, for a very good class. Thank you.
Placing first in our Angus Class 53 was entry 263, KAF Century Missy 164, shown by Maddie Udell, Sioux City, Iowa. Second was entry 260, FCF Proven Queen 433, shown by Taylor Adcock, Moweaqua, Illinois. Third, entry 251, shown by Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Fourth, entry 261, shown by Haley Conley, Plainfield, Ontario. Fifth, entry 259, shown by Lizzie Schaefer, Owanaco, Illinois. Sixth, entry 264, shown by Emily Wogan, Hebron, Ohio. Seventh, entry 258, shown by Lily Jeffries, Canmer, Kentucky. And eighth is entry 253, shown by Dorothy Angus Macomb, Illinois. Entering the ring now in our Angus ring is Class 54. Class 54, Spring Yearling Females. We will be selecting our champion intermediate and reserve intermediate females after this class. Angus exhibitors, I need Class 57. Class 57, Spring Yearling Females to the makeup ring. Class 57, Spring Yearling Females to the makeup ring. In our Charolais show, results from Class 12, Summer Yearling Females. This class is sponsored by Herod Farms, Frankfort, Kentucky. First was entry 173, PZC Dyna 08, shown by Claire Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. Second, entry 167, MCF Miss Time Bandit 27B, shown by Andrew Hodges, Lebo, Kansas. Third was entry 70, shown by Sarah Lillison, Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin. Fourth, entry 172, shown by Jeremy Viator, Trainer, Iowa, and DTR Livestock, Franklin, Texas. Fifth, entry 166, shown by Morgan Moore, Alton, Illinois. Sixth, entry 168, shown by Will Blankers, London Mills, Illinois. Seventh, entry 171, shown by Macy Hammock, Leedy, Oklahoma. Eighth, entry 158, shown by Courtney Stevens, Tompkinsville, Kentucky. Ninth, entry 157, shown by JVS Cattle Company, Sulphur, Louisiana, and Emmeline Kennedy from a very nice little town up in New York. I'm not going to try to say that name again. 10th is entry 156, Britt Langston, Huntington, Indiana. And 11th, entry 163, shown by Nielsen Brothers, Newtown, Missouri. Entering our Charlet ring now is all of our first and second place winners in our intermediate champion and reserve champion female.
Nice set of heifers, and really just had the two in that first class. Really an awfully deep class behind it, but all of them come back here and look very competitive, very strong. So all we got to do now is give them all a very nice round of applause for coming back out here, and we'll get you a champion reserve. Thank you.
Well, why didn't you say that? Well, selected as our intermediate champion female is entry 173, PZC Dyna 08 ET, shown by Claire Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. And our reserve division champion is entry 167, MCF Miss Time Bandit 27B, shown by Andrew Hodges, Lebo, Kansas. Congratulations. Once again, Charlet exhibitors, we need all of your class winners and division winners. We need photos of all class winners and divisional winners. So please bring your class winners to the picture backdrop along with our divisional winners. Entering the ring now in our National Charlet Show is Class 15, late spring yearling females. We need Class 15, late spring yearling females into the ring. Please bring Class 16 early spring yearling females to the makeup ring. All Class 16 early spring yearling Charlet females to the makeup ring immediately, please.
In this May Class Angus heifers, we're going to start with a really balanced, square hip, long-sided sound as she goes. Female's really feminine through her front end. Not a ton of female, but there's enough female here. Was a little concerned when she gets in motion. She really gets to roll in her shoulder blade out of the top of her shoulder a little more than I'd like. But just a really balanced, complete, square-made kind of female. It's very feminine fronted. The young lady's heifer that's going to come next in line, I think, again, a very deep, balanced kind of female. It's square-made. She's not as long-sided as the heifer that's going to go in front of her. She probably doesn't have any more rib than the heifer in front of her. I'd probably like to give them both just a tick more rib, maybe just a little more heifer, but they're the complete heifers of the class. Really a big, broody female here. Feminine through her front end, a lot of rib in this female. When you get out behind her, narrower in her pins, as you look down her top, doesn't quite carry the spread down her top out through her hooks and pins that the two heifers in front of her do, but a nice complete female for this young lady. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, a female to me that's just a little tighter through that rib cage than I'd like to see her at this maturity level. Like to give her a spring and more depth to this female. Young lady's female that comes in next in line, same way. I'd like to give her more spring and mass to the fore rib as she comes out of her shoulder into her heart here. Maybe sound her up on her hind legs just a little bit.
Thank you, Bruce. Placing first in Class 54 was entry 269, Dameron Lucy, 4137, shown by Callie Rumbold, Wynette, Illinois. This female weighed 1405. Second was entry 275, EXAR Forever Lady, 4847, shown by Caitlin Tunstall, Fayetteville, Arkansas. This female weighed 1330. Third, entry 270, shown by Samantha Wallace, Kansas, Ohio. This female weighed 1605. Fourth was entry 268, shown by Olivia McGurk, Kingman, Indiana. This female weighed 1320. And fifth in this class was entry 271, shown by Callie Flanders, Buffalo, Kentucky. This female weighed 1370. We now will be selecting our intermediate and reserve intermediate champion female in our ROV Angus show. Angus exhibitors, I need Class 57. Class 57 spring yearling females to the makeup ring immediately, please. Class 57 spring yearling females to the makeup ring. Jack?
Well, here in our April class, we get started into this next division. We've got two heifers at the top that are much more correct in their composition. Their conditioning, they're a little fresher to look at through the front end. They're carved a little cleaner throughout from their chest floor back through the rib cage. And then of the two, we've got a sounder moving one here that wins, really gets out and goes well. Beautiful profiling, good in her lines, like a lot of things about her. I might like to lengthen her just a little bit, and frankly, when you get right down to the ground on her, her toes are just a little longer than I prefer, but nonetheless, she gets and goes and handles it well. Everything goes in the right direction. I think quite a bit sounder than the female coming in too. This one's standing still. I love the length of her body. Again, big up over top through her hip and her rump. Just a little uncoordinated on both ends when you watch her walk. She doesn't have the flex down into her pastern, so I'm not sure she's going to keep herself as sound as the female we've got winning the class. The heifer that comes in third, huge and long and deep, and you like a lot of things about her. Some of that's just due to some conditioning. If you'll watch her walk, she really jiggles there in her flanks and through her stifle. There's just too much extra waist about this one as you compare to the two ahead of her, but you do like her length. She's got a lot of substance to her. The heifer that comes in fourth, a little cleaner condition, structurally not as good down her top line through her hip and rump and hind leg as the three that we've got ahead of her. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Placing first in Class 15, late spring yearling females. This class is sponsored by Atkins Farms, Eubank, Kentucky. Was entry 178, TRMS Bree 4559B, shown by Clayton Boyert, Seville, Ohio. Second, entry 177, SHF Miss Misty Water 1410, shown by Matthew Owens, Mountain Grove, Missouri. Third, entry 174, shown by Taylor Geralds, Tompkinsville, Kentucky. And fourth is entry 176, shown by Rockin' K Cattle, Lexington, Virginia. Entering our Charlet ring now is Class 16 early spring yearling females. This class is sponsored by Herod Farms, Frankfort, Kentucky. Following this class, we will be selecting our junior and reserve junior champion female in our National Charlet Show. Attention Charlet exhibitors, let's be bringing Class 19 junior yearling females to the makeup ring. Please bring your junior yearling Charlet females, Class 19 and 20, to our makeup ring, please.
Out here in this intermediate division for the Angus, really a nice group of heifers. Sure, some differences in these heifers as we go through them. The heifer that won the first class, the July class, just really a powerhouse kind of heifer from a rib standpoint and a bone standpoint. She's very sound as she goes about the ring. She's just a brood cow looking prospect. She's maybe just a tick coarser through that shoulder, maybe just a tick coarser through that front end as you view her from here. But I still think she's got enough femininity. She's sound as she goes about the ring with a lot of mass and power. The heifer that won the second class, easily the smallest framed heifer out here with the least amount of performance. Honestly, the class was a little weaker for me and Amy. We struggled a little bit to find the heifer we thought just fit the kind of things we were looking for. But this is a very balanced heifer when you get on her profile. She's strong topped and square out through her hip, feminine up fronted. She's a shorter sided kind of heifer that can't live up to the performance of the heifers on either side of her. As we get into the next May heifer here, really a nice profile in heifer. She's a female that has a lot of rib shape and design to it. She's carries that width of base all the way back into that rear flank. She's a big top, big hipped heifer, very feminine fronted. When you get around in front of her and watch her come at you, she's a little bit pigeon-toed, maybe a little wider up front than she needs to be, but really a complete kind of female, puts a lot of things together very nicely. The heifer that won the last class, probably the longest sided of the heifers that are in competition for this out here. She's very long tip, longer fronted. She's a sound enough heifer. She goes about the ring, doesn't have quite the mass in the rear third of that rib cage as a couple of the other heifers. As I said in class, as she gets to going around the ring here, wants to pop that shoulder blade pretty good out of her upper shoulder as she goes about the ring, but really a good group of heifers. Me and Amy here will go out here and pick your champion in the intermediate division.
Selected as your intermediate champion female, entry 263. Is that right? Entry 263, KAF Century Missy, 164, shown by Maddie Udell, Sioux City, Iowa. And selected as our reserve intermediate champion is entry 260, FCF Proven Queen 433, shown by Taylor Adcock, Moweaqua, Illinois. Congratulations to both of you. Entering the ring now in our Angus show is Class 57. Class 57, late spring yearling females. I need Class 58, spring yearling females. Angus, spring yearling females, Class 58 to the makeup ring. Please be bringing Class 58, spring yearling females to the makeup ring, please. Here are your weights for Class 57 Angus females. Entry 276 weighed 1450. 277 weighed 1294. 281 weighs 1470. 284 weighs 1400. 285 weighs 1560. 287 weighs 1460. 289 weighs 1695. And entry 290 weighs 1465. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our Charlet Junior Board for helping us work the ring today and keep things moving along. Our junior board present here today that are helping us is Meg Johnson, our president from Oklahoma, Hadley Shoddy from Kansas, Nick Williams from Alabama, Abby Carnes from South Carolina, and Taylor Hoos from Missouri. Is that right, Taylor? Thank you again for being here to help us move things along at our National Charlet Show. Now comments for our Class 16 from our judge, Mr. Jack Ward.
Well, another one of those really good sets of heifers here in our Charlet show, and it does go all the way from one end to the other in this group. And I shuffled these three here at the top end a little bit. There's no doubt in my mind when they're parked, this one wins easily. I love her length of body, the strength and levelness of her top, the way she's designed from hooks to pins. She's sharp enough and clean enough. Got just a little more substance of bone to her, really, than the female in second. I'm a little concerned when I watch her walk out of her front end. She's maybe just a little bit stiff and short there in my mind, but nonetheless, I think she's adequate enough and such an advantage in the length of her body, the design and squareness through her hip, the substance she has, really an incredible female from that regard. The heifer in second, again, beautiful in her condition, sharp made, neat shoulder, good fronted. She's a heifer, again, that's got some muscling and turn to her top. She does move a little freer out of her front end than the female we've got winning the class. She bothers me in a couple areas, and that is in the strength of her top line and loin. I'd like to level her there. And again, I'd like to shorten her teats just a little bit. She's a little long-teated, and that concerns me on one at this stage of the maturity. This one catches your attention when she first comes in. Obviously, really good in her hair coat. Tremendous amount of substance. I think the longer she's out here, the more I get concerned as she wants to proportion too much of her weight right in there between her front legs for what she has through her forerib, back about her flank. I don't see the balance in the female, not quite the length of side of the two that we've got ahead of her, but certainly an eye-catching female in the way she's presented. Lots of depth and substance to this one right through the middle part of her body. I like the heifer in 4 as well, very sharp made, clean made. She's got some thickness to her. She is just a little too upright and straight on both ends of her skeleton as you compare to those 3 ahead of her, but really sharp up through her front end, certainly got a lot of muscling to her. Beautiful profiling heifer here in 5. She kind of runs out of beef and gas when you get in behind her. Too flat as she comes right out of her shoulder. Wants to get a little narrow there at her pin bones, and not quite the beef shape to her that we've got in those ahead of her, but boy, is she a nice looking heifer from the side. Bigger frame, longer sided heifer that comes next. I moved her up a couple spots because I think she handles herself out on the walk a little better than the more moderate heifer that comes in behind her. This one's really good again right through the center part of her body. And again, you could get behind her and pull her pin bones apart a little bit, fill her up there in her forerib somewhat. This is an incredible heifer standing right here as she's standing still, thick and deep and really neat to her front end. As you let her go, she just doesn't handle her hind legs well enough to get into the top end of this class, in my opinion, but she really is massive in terms of her rib and her thickness. Young man's got a good one coming next. Length of body's good, elevation is good. She moves a little better behind than that one ahead of her. She's a little round on both ends of her skeleton. She's a female that gets a little tucked up there through the center part of her body and back to her flank. Deeper sided one here, but she needs more coordination behind. Maybe pull her apart in right behind her blades and fill her up in her forerib somewhat. Nice set of heifers, and again, that's really a good class. I'd ask you to give them all a very, very nice round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Placing first in Class 16 early spring yearling females, this class is sponsored by Barron Charlet, Broadhead, Kentucky, was entry 181. D&D Miss Kennedy 1430, shown by Rebecca, Jenna, and Jacob Herod, Frankfort, Kentucky. Second entry 188, Cass CJB Miss Lady Secret 433, shown by Chance Bauman, Falcon, Missouri, and C&H Farms, Eugene, Missouri. Third entry 187, shown by Paisley Grace Carlson, Harrisburg, South Dakota. Fourth entry 191, shown by Bryce Maynor, Donville, Indiana. Fifth entry 184, shown by Riley Derer, Milan, Illinois. Sixth entry 190, shown by Sydney Zender, Stanchfield, Minnesota. 7th, entry 196, shown by Caitlin Schaefer, Carthage, Missouri. 8th, entry 193, Mason Lifesty, Cameron, Texas. And 9th, entry 197, shown by Caitlin Davlin, El Campo, Texas. We now will be selecting our junior and reserve junior champion Charolais females. We need Class 19 junior yearling females and Class 20 senior yearling females to the makeup ring. Please bring Class 19 and 20 senior, junior, and senior yearling females to the makeup ring immediately, please. Also, let's be making our way down with our cow-calf division. We have 2 entries in our cow-calf class. Let's get those cow-calves to the makeup ring too, please. Our junior champion banner is sponsored by AM Livestock, Springfield, Missouri, and our reserve junior champion female banner is sponsored by Red River Valley Farm, Winchester, Kentucky.
Over here on the Angus side, nice class of April females. I really like the female we're going to start with. I think she's very complete. She's got a big old rib cage in her. She's feminine out through her front end, good out through her hip. She's really good on the move when she gets to going. I like the weight and the performance in this female. I think just a very complete, nice Angus female. The young lady's heifer that comes in next, I tremendously appreciate for the way she's made in that. It's just not enough Angus female for me. At 1,295 pounds at this point of her life, I think to accomplish the things that Angus females are supposed to, there just needs to be more female. Tremendously appreciate the way she's made, the soundness she moves, the squareness she's made with. When you get out behind her, she gives up some power down her top and through her stifle, and like I say, just needs to be more female. The gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, I think more closely follows the type and kind we've been looking for, but as you get her in motion here, she's up in her top a little bit. She's just not as sound and easy going as the 2 heifers in front of her. The young lady's heifer that's going to come in next in line has that big old hip and top in her, has some shape and dimension, travels around sound and free enough. She's a little chesty here. The gentleman's heifer that comes in next in line, I really like the power in this female, the stoutness. She gets really chesty for me. It takes away from her femininity as I view her from a profile. I just like to sweeten her up, make her just look a little more feminine. As we get back, the young lady's heifer next, a bigger heifer that doesn't have quite the rib cage in her she needs, doesn't have quite the stifle in her when I get behind her. As we get on down the line here, 2 females that just don't have any power, enough power to get above the females in front of them today.
Thank you, Bruce. Now comments from our judge, Jack Ward, on our junior champion division and our Charolais show.
Well, thank you very much, Jakey, and a good set of heifers. Again, we had that, again, just a smaller class in the first group, but a nice set of heifers, and we used that pair because of their composition, and they still look really good from that regard, and then just came out of a really strong class in that March group. So my compliments to them. Nice set of females. These 4 kind of come together very nicely. Let's give them all a good round of applause, and we'll get you a champion reserve. Thank you.
Selected as your junior champion Charolais female, entry 181, D&D Miss Kennedy, 1430, shown by Rebecca, Jenna, and Jacob Harrod, Frankfort, Kentucky. Congratulations. And selected as your reserve junior champion female is entry 188, Cass CJB Miss Lady Secret 433, shown by Chance Bauman, Falcon, Missouri, and CNH Farms, Eugene, Missouri. Charolais exhibitors. Class 19 junior yearling females are entering our ring. Class 19 junior yearling females are entering the ring. Please bring Class 20 senior yearling females to the makeup ring. If I could please ask representatives from the Maurice Rohr family, would Maurice Rohr and his family please be making their way down here to the show ring floor? Maurice Rohr and his family, would you please make your way to the show ring floor, please? Down here by the announcer stand. We'd appreciate it. Thank you. In our Angus ring is Class 58. Class 58, Spring Yearling Females, Class 58. Angus exhibitors, please bring Class 59, Spring Yearling Females, to the makeup ring. I need Class 59, all entries for Class 59 Angus Spring Yearling Females to the makeup ring, please. Thank you. Entries in Class 58 Angus females. Entry 292 weighs 1560. 293 weighs 1535. 294 weighs 1545. Entry 299 weighs 1510. Entry 306 weighs 1615. Entry 309 weighs 1655. And entry 312 weighs 1465. Now comments in our Charlotte ring from our judge, Mr. Jack Ward.
Really, and again, another nice set of coming twos here in this January-February yearling class. I thought these two, bring them out together, kind of sorted themselves to the top of this class because of their soundness. Both of them are good enough in length of body, depth of rib is good. Our class winner is a little tighter through her front shoulder. She's tucked up a little neater there between her front legs, about her chest floor, and I think just a little trimmer and cleaner and a bit nicer in her overall composition as you compare to the female in second. The average seconds maybe just a notch longer. I really like her out through her hip. I like that heifer very much from that regard. She moves well, as I said. Good depth of rib to her as well. Again, wants to get just a little deep there in her chest. Not quite the smoothness and refinedness of what we got in the heifer that wins the class. Another very sound moving thick-ended heifer here in 3. Kind of comes to apart here just a little bit in terms of her structure and not quite as smooth and doesn't blend herself as nicely as those two right ahead of her, but she is really thick and she moves better than the heifer that we've got here in 4th. The heifer in 4th, when you're looking at her from the side, I like the length, the depth of her rib. She's a long hip female. She doesn't move well enough on either end of her skeleton. She really kind of struggles both ways there, in my opinion, so I can't get her any higher, but I sure do like the depth of her rib and the length of her body. Composition, I like this one in 5 real well. I don't think there's quite enough rib and volume and mass in her in relation to her frame at this stage of her life to get her any higher within this class, but she really is nice in her composition. The next two females, big, broody, deep-sided heifers, they're both just carrying a little more waist than they need for this time in their maturity, but I do appreciate the substance they got. Nice set of females and really a nice pair there at the top. Thank you.
Out here on your Angus side, heifer, we're going to start with extremely feminine, long-sided, square-hipped heifer. A lot of rib in this female. When this young man gets her set up on a profile, really appealing, really attractive maid. When you put her in motion, I think she's really good on her feet and legs. She gets a little hard in the front third of her spine for me as she goes, but she still puts down her feet and legs well. So I'd like to maybe loosen her up there a little bit, but really a feminine, deep-bodied, long-sided, really nice maid kind of female. The female that's going to come in next in line maybe is a female that's a little stouter in her bone structure. She's a female that's really deep-sided, sound as she goes about the ring. She's a female to me, gets a little rounder in her hip, a little chestier in her chest when you get her out here on a profile. So she doesn't go together with quite the balance and squareness of the heifer that's going to win the class, but a nice pair of heifers to lead off. The young lady's heifer that comes next in line, a little bit shorter-sided than the two heifers we're going to lead the class off with, but a female that's got a tremendous amount of rib in her. She's a female that's really square out through her hip. Maybe when you get behind her, not quite the stifle and power in her as the two in front of her, but really a nice complete female. I really like the gentleman's heifer that comes in next. When you get behind her, tremendous amount of muscle, tremendous amount of rib shape in this heifer, really big boned heifer. Where I ended up having issue was with her shoulder. She's got quite a bit of shoulder in her. You can see as she goes here, she wants to get up in that shoulder blade. If I could lay that shoulder in better in that female, I like a lot of things about her. The young lady's heifer that's going to come in next in line, very balanced and square, doesn't have the shape and dimension in the center of that rib of those females above her. Same with the next ladies. I think they're kind of a pair. They're females that are square out through their hip. They're stouter made. They're females that are maybe just a tick plain in their front end and don't have quite the belly shape that they need. The young man's heifer that comes in at the end of the line, got some rib shape in her, has some muscle in her, just doesn't travel the ground good enough to get any higher today.
Go ahead, Jack.
We have just a single entry here, a full 2-year-old nursing a September bull calf and doing a nice job. Looked like milk flow's good. Udder is set pretty well underneath her. Teats are pretty square and I think got some longevity to it. She's long and trim. She's got some muscling in her. Maybe just a nickel straight up in her front shoulder, but I don't think anything that's going to create a lot of harm. I think a very nice single entry as we get here into this senior yearling division.
I'll get caught back up in our Charolais division here. Winning class 20 was entry 219, M&M Miss Long Distance 3512, shown by Augusta Marston, Canton, Kansas. Placings in class 19, junior yearling Charolais females. First was entry 209, Big H Zoe, shown by James Gradert, Sibley, Iowa. Second was entry 198, shown by Ethan Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas on Bar S. Shirley, 4161. Third was entry 202, shown by Trent Birchie, Flanagan, Illinois. Fourth, entry 317, shown by Lindsey Behrens, Fredericksburg, Texas. Fifth, entry 205, shown by Dylan Enyart, Veneta, Oklahoma. Sixth, entry 213, shown by Aces Wild Ranch, Weatherford, Texas, Albion Farms, Newman, Illinois, and Spittler Show Cattle, Paris, Illinois. And seventh was entry 206, shown by Garrett Charley, Crossville, Tennessee, and Gerald Charley's Tompkinsville, Kentucky. We now are ready to select our senior champion and reserve champion Charley female for our 47th National Charley Show. Charley exhibitors, I need my entries for Class 23 in our cow-calf division. Please bring your cow-calves to the makeup ring, please. In our Angus ring, results from Class 58. Spring yearling females. First went to entry 299, SWSN Lucy Linda, 401, shown by Carter Ward, Plattsburgh, Missouri. Second went to entry 293, FCF Royal Blackbird, 422, shown by Taylor Adcock, Moweaqua, Illinois. Third, entry 292, shown by Mary Oliver, Union City, Tennessee. Fourth, entry 306, shown by Logan Boyd, Mayslick, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 312, shown by Devin Brown, Bloomington, Indiana. Sixth, entry 294, shown by Suzanne Henning, Janesville, Wisconsin. And seventh, entry 309, shown by Austin Pillars, Martin, Michigan. Class 59, Angus females are in the ring. Class 59, Angus junior yearling females are in the ring. Following this class, we will be selecting our late junior yearling and reserve junior yearling female. Jack?
You bet, thank you. And again, we're ready for division here in our Charley ring, and just small in numbers, but again, the quality just keeps coming. And my compliments to them. Great set of females. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and we'll get you a champion reserve. Thank you.
Selected at your Charley Senior Champion Female entry 209, Big H Zoe, shown by James Gradert, Sibley, Iowa. Congratulations, James.
Second out of that class, 198.
And selected as your reserve Senior Champion Female entry 198, Bar S. Shirley, 4161, shown by Ethan Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas. Once again, folks, we need all division champions and reserve, please. Entering the ring now is our cow-calf class, for our National Charley Show, Class 23. Charley exhibitors, please bring all of our division and reserve division females to the makeup ring, please. Following our cow-calf class, we will be selecting our grand and reserve grand Charley female. Our cow-calf division here is sponsored by Riverdale Land and Livestock, Sunset Hills, Missouri. Class 59, Angus females. Entry 313 weighs 1510. Entry 315 weighs 1390. 316 weighs 1500. Entry 317 weighs 1480. Entry 323 weighs 1460. Entry 325 weighs 1540. Entry 331 weighs 1565. And entry 302 weighs 1535. Once again, all Charolais exhibitors, following our cow-calf class, we will be selecting our grand and reserve grand female.
Well, what a nice way to end our female show. And these exhibitors brought you a nice pair of cows, and we've talked about the Charolais breed and the continental influence and the fact that they've got to have enough thickness and dimension and the kind of structure that'll support it. And these two cows do that very well. Frankly, they're both very sound, and both of them have good milk flow. They've raised calves nicely. You know, you could be a little bit picky on both of them in terms of udder quality just a little bit. I believe the floor of the udder and perhaps a little more uniform teat size is preferred in this cow that wins the class. But both these cows are thick and stout and strong. My compliments to them. Let's give them a nice round of applause. That's a good pair of cows. Thank you.
Placing first in our cow-calf division is entry 228, CCTR Adelina 3129, shown by Cagney Effling, Highmore, South Dakota. Entry 227 is second, Derrer Farms Miss Pearl, shown by Riley Derrer, Milan, Illinois. Let's bring in our champion drive, folks. Before we bring our champion female drive in, we'd like to do our dedication to our show dedicee, Mr. Maurice Rohr from Hays, Kansas. Would he and his family please come to the floor, to the show ring?
Out here in the Angus ring, we're going to start with a female that handles the class fairly easily for me and my wife. She's very deep front to rear. When you view this heifer in a profile, so full in her fore rib coming out of her chest. She's really good through her chest. She carries that width all the way back. She's really sound as she goes. A lot of base width in this female. Tremendous amount of top and hip in her when you get out behind her. She's not really extended up front, but she's very nice made through her neck. She's pushing plenty of condition for me, I will say that. But also she's built so good structurally that she handles it better than a lot that would be pushing that kind of condition. But really a nice complete female to win the class. Young man's heifer that comes in next. Little growth here in the heifer that won the class. She's very sound as she goes about the ring. Very feminine, strong and level at her top. When you get behind her, doesn't have near the power as our class winner has in her, but really a nice complete individual. Young man's heifer that comes in next, I moved her down one notch because she needs to be freer and easier. I sure like the heifer from a profile, I like the depth, I like the squareness of her hip and the femininity. When you get her in motion, she needs to be freer and easier. Gentleman's heifer that comes in next, one of the more growthy heifers in the class, which I sure can appreciate that. She's a heifer that's deep and balanced from a profile. When you get behind her, she gets flatter in her makeup. She's a little more restricted in that forerib coming out of her chest than some of the heifers in front of her. The young lady's heifer that's going to come next in line is a heifer to me that has some mass and capacity to her in her rib cage. She has some muscle. When you get her in motion, she gets up in her top a little bit here. It's not quite as free and easy. As we get on down the line here, we got some heifers that just have some structure issues for me. Thank you.
In our Charolais ring, it is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Bill Notke from Sunset Hills, Missouri, your current president of the American International Charolais Association, and their executive vice president, Mr. Neil Orth, to make a special presentation to the Maurice Rohr family from Hays, Kansas, your dedicatee to this year's 47th National Charolais Show. Let's put our hands together for the Rohr family from Hays, Kansas. And now if I could please have Mr. Cliff Orley out, please. He's going to make a presentation for the Barb McCarthew Award. Cliff.
Like what you want.
Yep. It's my pleasure at this time to recognize a group of people that Stan Romberg to my right is one of that group. Very good friends of a very good friend of ours that we lost 8 years ago this month. She was a friend of the beef cattle industry. She was also a very good friend of the Charolais breed. So it's fitting at the National Show to make this presentation. This year, the selection committee, the Friends of Big Barb McHarg, have decided to give this award to a family that's been a great contributor to the Charolais industry, from the sales rings to the show rings to the breeding pastures to establishing one of the most foremost breeding programs in North America. It's my pleasure to present this award this year to the Troy Thomas family of Harald, South Dakota. Please recognize this good family. Thank you.
Is this Gary coming here? Or is that her name?
During the females selection, so no rush.
The Thomas Ranch of Harold, South Dakota has donated lot 241 in their dispersal sale November 30th to the American Charolais Foundation. The purchase price of lot 241 will be used to begin a junior fund within the new American Charolais Foundation. The junior fund has been formed to help fund the annual Charolais Junior National Show and Leadership Conference. Let's put our hands together for the Thomas Ranch Harold, South Dakota Foundation to start this new foundation. Thank you to the Thomas family. Okay, let me get caught back up here. We are now selecting our late junior yearling female and reserve female in our Angus show. Class placings from Class 59 were as follows. Entry 302 was Seldom Rest BRMF Bardot 890, shown by Sidney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Second was entry 323 DDA Barbara 1447, shown by Olivia McGurk, Kingman, Indiana. Third, entry 315, shown by Reese Johnson, Slaughters, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 325, shown by Tanner Howie, Rockwall, Texas. Fifth, entry 316, shown by Haley Boyd, Waynesville, Illinois. Sixth, entry 313, shown by Emily Campbell, Pennsylvania Fern, Pennsylvania. Seventh was entry 331, shown by Emma Nowotny, New Braunfels, Texas. Eighth, entry 317, shown by Lawson Rowlett, Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. Class 62, Angus Junior Yearling Females. We need Class 62 Angus Junior Yearling Females to the makeup ring, please. Class 62, bring those females to the makeup ring, please. Okay, folks, here we go. Bring those divisions and reserve divisions for our National Charolais Female show into the ring, please. Our grand champion, national champion female banner is sponsored by Hayden Farms, Bardstown, Kentucky. And our reserve grand champion female banner is sponsored by Summit Farms, Alden, Iowa.
Out here in the Angus and the Junior Yearling Division, I'm very happy with the lineup we have out here. The April heifer that won the first class, me and Amy really likes her stride. We like her when she gets on the move here. She's extended up front. She's broody and feminine. She's very deep through the center of her rib. She's loose made through her spine, and I take that as a compliment. I like the way she travels the ground. She's just a very nice, complete female. The young man's heifer that won the second class, very extended up front, enough depth in the center of that rib. She's a long-sided square-made heifer. When you get her out in motion, Amy and I might want to see her a little different on her hind legs. It shows in her top, but just a little bit in the front of her spine as she goes about the ring. The young lady's heifer that won the next class, easily the powerhouse heifer in the class, very deep front to rear, really has a lot of capacity in the rear, bottom third of her rib cage. She's got a lot of width in her foreflank as it comes out of her chest. She carries that width all the way back in the rear flank. A lot of width up top when you get out behind this heifer. Pushing a little extra condition, but with that said, even if you melted some condition off this female, there still would be a lot of power in this female. Just give it a second here, and Amy and I'll go out and pick your division winner.
Selected as your late junior yearling Angus female, entry 302, Seldom Rest BRMF Bardot 890, shown by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Congratulations, Sid. And selected as your reserve, late junior yearling female, entry 281 PVF Lucy 4104 or 4106, shown by Tyler Coleman, Modesto, California. Congratulations, Tyler. Entering the ring now is Angus junior yearling females, Class 62. Bring our Class 62 Angus females into the ring. Angus exhibitors, if I could please have Class 63 junior yearling females to the makeup ring, please. Class 63 junior yearling females to the makeup ring, please. Charolais exhibitors, could I please have Class 26A Spring Bull calves to the makeup ring? Charolais exhibitors, Class 26A Spring Bull calves to the makeup ring, please. First call, Class 26B. Class 26B Spring Bull calves to the makeup ring, please. Before he makes his final comments on our Grand Charolais female, let's put our hands together for Mr. Jack Ward, Plattsburgh, Missouri, for evaluating our Charolais Junior National.
Jakey, I'm pretty sure these aren't juniors out here.
Excuse me.
All right. Good show. And I took a little more time going through this champion drive. I'll tell you, a very impressive set of females, and I know which one I'm going to use. But I wanted you to admire them a little bit, just as I did. You walk down through them, the impressive set of females from right up front, all the way back to this 2-year-old cow. I'm very pleased with them, and I think it becomes quite apparent again of the type I like. They got to have some rib and volume. I'm going to caution us just a little bit. I've heard for several days here and throughout the months, I'm not obviously at all an expert in this, but we need to be starting to worry a little bit about condition, no doubt about it, in some of these females, and I certainly caution you, especially as a continental breed, to continue to make your cattle wide with some natural width to them, and don't fill their chests up so full. And it doesn't, I was actually having this conversation with a friend of mine earlier today. Seems like we feed them hard to get them bloomy, and then all of a sudden we start feeding them stuff to take the fat out of them. And seems kind of counterintuitive to me just a little bit. And so I sure want to caution us. We got to continue to work to make the cattle naturally wide, but yet don't give up things that we have in terms of structure and soundness, freshness. These are young females that need to have a good, long, productive life ahead of them. And so as we talk about this moving forward, I just want to caution all of you just a little bit from that regard. But what an incredible lineup of females. It's truly an honor for me to be able to sort through your National Charolais show. I've been honored to do it before, and very honored to be back. And I know we've got a great set of bulls to come in yet, but again, I just think this set of females and what this set in division champions represents throughout the classes is really incredible, and my compliments to you. So all we have to do is give each and every one that showed a heifer here this afternoon a very, very nice round of applause, and we'll go get a champion reserve. Thank you.
Selected as your national champion Charolais female, entry 228 CCTR Adelina 3129, shown by Cagney Effling, Highmore, South Dakota. Congratulations, Cagney. And selected as your reserve national champion female, entry 181 D&D Miss Kennedy 1430, shown by Rebecca, Jenna, and Jacob Herod, Frankfort, Kentucky, and Long Haul Cattle Company. Congratulations. Let's get these pictures taken, and then we'll start our bull show. Once again, Charolais exhibitors, I need all entries for Class 26A Spring Bull Calves and 26B Spring Bull Calves. Bring those entries to the makeup ring, please. Now comments from our judge on Class 62 in our Angus ring. Bruce?
Over here on the Angus side, I'm going to start with a female that combines a lot of things Amy and I have been looking for today. I like her length of side, the depth and sound that she has in the center of her rib, the soundness she goes around with, the freshness, the femininity up through the front end. There's plenty of this female when you get behind her. I think she just combines a lot of things very nicely that Amy and I really like. Really a nice female. The female that's going to come next, huge body in this female, very square out through her hip. She's a female that probably gets a little shorter in her neck, a little chestier when you view her on a profile here. Maybe when you get behind her, maybe doesn't quite have the stifle in this female, but really another very nice female, really a nice pair of heifers to start this class with. The young lady's heifer that's going to come next in line, very stout, big-hipped female. When you get her in motion here, I think she's struggling off her front end. She seems to actually have a little bit of a limp to me and Amy. Maybe a heifer, when you get her in her profile, gets a little restricted in the rear third of her rib cage for me and Amy today, but a nice female. When we get into the young lady's heifer that comes next, I like the depth of rib and the strength of top and the squareness of hip. Maybe just a tick shorter sided heifer, but very feminine up through her front end, just a complete kind of female. As we go down the line here, the young man's heifer that's going to come next in line just doesn't have the rib shape and dimension, the depth front to rear as some of the heifers in front of us. Like to free her up on her front end a little bit. Gentleman's heifer that comes next has a little bit of that depth we're looking for, but she gets rolled up in her top as she goes here a little bit. Young lady's heifer next behind him, just a little plainer in that chest.
Placing first in Class 62, Angus female class is entry 335, FCF Proven Queen 419, shown by Leslie Rogers, Paducah, Indiana. Second, went to entry 348, Dameron C5 Northern Miss 1406, shown by William Harsh, Radnor, Ohio. Third, entry 345, Sol Chimera's First 4086, shown by Matty Udell, Sioux City, Iowa. Fourth, entry 337, shown by Tanner Howie, Rockwall, Texas. Fifth, entry 351, shown by Jared Ratcliffe, Weston, Wisconsin. Sixth, entry 354, shown by Jackson Heyman, Cloverdale, Indiana. Seventh, entry 333, shown by Abby Clintworth, Walker, Iowa. 8th, entry 340, shown by Madison Welch, Lafayette, Indiana, Emma Welch, Lafayette, Indiana, and Peyton Welch, Lafayette, Indiana. And 9th, entry 349, Soul Diamonds First, shown by Carrie Wiley, Marysville, Indiana. In our Angus ring now is Class 63. Class 63 junior yearling females. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion early junior yearling female. Angus exhibitors, I need Class 66 to the makeup ring and 67. Please be bringing Class 66 and 67 to the makeup ring, please. Attention in the Charolais barn, we need entry 255 from Ritter Farms. Entry 255 from Ritter Farms. Please bring your entry to the makeup ring for our bull show. The scale is open.
whole class. Angus exhibitors, we need your entries in classes 66 and 67 to the makeup ring, please. Angus classes 66 and 67, bring those entries to the makeup ring.
This January class of females, a female is going to lead off here that Amy and I really like the way she's put together. This heifer's deep, she's sound, she's good bone, she's good footed, she's really good out her hip, she's feminine out through her front end, she travels the ground nice and free and easy. She's really good in her frame size, good in her weight and condition, a lot of power packed in this female, just a very complete female that Amy and I like really well in this class. There were sure some give and take in this class. We got an extremely large female that's going to come in here next, weighs a good bit, but a heifer also, you got to appreciate the mass and power in the rib in this female, the soundness she goes about the ring. She may be up in her tail head a little bit, maybe a little tighter in her heart than I might like to see, but really a complete female, just maybe a little bigger than she needs to be for me. Then we get to a female in the give and take I think's made really nice but doesn't have the power. I think she probably needs to compete with them too. I'd like to give her a little more bone, a little more substance, a little more muscle to this female, but I really like the completeness of her as we get to the young lady's heifer that's next in line. I think they make a nice pair. They're very complete females. Don't have quite the power bred into them, the capacity, the width when you view them from behind as the two heifers that are going to start the class, but they're very complete. Young man's heifer that comes in next, huge body in this female, a lot of bone in this female. She get her in motion. She gets up in her top a little bit. She gets tied up there a little bit more than I'd like to see. Young man's heifer that comes next in line, I think falls the same type as heifer in front, a really massive heifer. But when I get out behind her, I'd like to change how she puts her hind leg down. She wants to cow hawk in a little bit. Gentleman's heifer going out next, a big volume heifer, but as you get her in motion here, she's too tied up in her top. She's too restricted in her forerib for me today. Young man's heifer is going to come next in line, a stouter made kind of heifer, but again, just too tied up when you get her in motion here. Same goes for the heifers on the end of the line here. They just need to be freed up to get them up any higher today in class.
Thank you, Bruce. Placing first in class 63, Angus females is entry 382. Champion Hill Georgina 8577, shown by Carolyn Callis, Rockfield, Kentucky. Second, entry 363, Penner's Mulbin Pride 4172, shown by Maddie Udell, Sioux City, Iowa. Third, entry 381, shown by Caitlin Tunstall, Fayetteville, Arkansas. Fourth, entry 387, shown by Tanner Howie, Rockwall, Texas. Fifth, entry 365, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Sixth, entry 376, shown by Olivia Wilson, Ogden, Illinois. Seventh, entry 367, shown by Sydney Schnorr, Chowchilla, California. Eighth, entry 377, shown by Derek Humphrey, Dixon, Illinois. Ninth, entry 364, shown by Jonathan McGinnis, Shelbyville, Kentucky. And 10th, entry 386, shown by Paige Lemonager, Hudson, Illinois. We now will be selecting our champion early junior yearling female and reserve female. Angus exhibitors, I need you class 66 and 67 senior yearling females to the makeup ring, please. Class 66 and 67 to the makeup ring, please. One more time. Attention Angus exhibitors, I need entry 388 from Caleb Stevenson, Carrollton, Kentucky. Caleb, I need your entry 388 to the makeup ring, please. Charlotte exhibitors, let's bring class 26A Spring Bull Calves. Class 26A Spring Bull Calves into the ring, please. Class 26B Spring Bull Calves, Charlotte Spring Bull Calves, class 26B in the makeup ring, please. Please bring class 26B into the makeup area, please.
On the Angus side here in this junior yearling division, really a nice group of heifers we had shown in this division. I think I really like my class winners out here. I think you can see the type and kind they are. The heifer that won the first class, I really like from a freshness standpoint. She's really feminine up through her head and neck. She's sound as she goes about the ring. Love the depth and shape to the center of her rib and the balance she carries it in. When you get out behind her, she's not just the absolute overpowering heifer in muscle, but she has plenty of muscle in her. She puts it together in a very female type of package, the kind of cow that I like. The gentleman's heifer that won the last class, I just like from a completeness standpoint. When you analyze this heifer, this heifer really is hard to pick a hole in. She's really good in her forerib. She's really good in her chest floor. She's really good out of that chest floor into that foreflank. She really has a nice shape to her rib and a lot of balance in the female. She's got a good stout hind leg on her. As she goes about the ring, she puts it down with some authority. She's a heifer that really has some muscle when you get out behind her. She's maybe not quite as extended and feminine up front as our heifer that won the first class. When you get her in motion, that might show just a little more, but she's still a very sound, complete female. With that said, really a nice division of heifers. Amy's going to go out here and get your division winner.
Selected as your early yearling champion female. Entry 335, FCF, Proven Queen 419, shown by Leslie Rogers, Patoka, Indiana. Congratulations, Leslie. And selected as your reserve early junior yearling female, entry 348, Dameron C5 Northern Miss 1406, shown by Martin Harsh, Radnor, Ohio. Congratulations, William. Entering the ring now in our Angus class is Class 66. Class 66. Senior yearling females. Now comments from our judge, Mr. Jack Ward, and our Charolais show.
Well, as we start our bull show here in the Charolais ring, nice set of calves, a lot of spread in age, and it'll be interesting to kind of watch him mature. This real attractive bull catches your attention that wins. He's very thick. He's young. I mean, a June calf. And so I look at his testicles and I'm a little bit concerned, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt here. He's got some masculinity to him, some strength, some muscling. He's really good on his feet and legs, very trim throughout, and gets out and goes well. Nice kind of a calf here, youngster to start the class. Another high-performing bull in second, certainly got a little more age to him, tremendous length, a little more open through his shoulder, a little easier down his top line, maybe not quite as neat and tight underneath as a bull that wins, but he is really long and tremendous amount of muscling in him as well. Nice attractive bull here in third. He gives out just a little bit in terms of rib and flank and volume, but a very solid kind of a calf. Moves well and certainly got some length and future to him. Same could be said for the bull here in fourth. Very long and trim. He's a little more upright and straight through his front shoulder. Maybe doesn't have quite as good a look out on the move in the way that he holds himself together, but another very good calf with some length and muscling to him as well. Nice set of youngsters, and again, quite a bit of age spread in that group. Thank you.
Go ahead, Bruce.
Just a single entry here in the Angus show, but really a nice female. Really love the udder attachment in this female. Tremendous amount of milk in this 2-year-old. A very feminine front, long-sided square hip female raising a nice heifer calf. Really a good pair could stand some competition.
Back in our Charolais division, in our Class 26A. Class 26A Spring Bull Calves. This class is sponsored by Bethany and Gracie Cruz, Richmond, Kentucky. Placing first is entry 232, OLC CTD Hondo, shown by Chuck Druin, Shelbyville, Kentucky. Ortho Landon Cattle, Medina, Ohio. And Bart Kaiser Family, Medina, Ohio. Second entry 240, CH Mandrake 044C, shown by CNH Farms, Eugene, Missouri. Third, entry 233, White Rose 3D, shown by White Rose Charolais, Clearwater, Minnesota. And fourth, entry 237, shown by R&R Charolais, Fowler, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 26B Spring Bull Calves. Class 26B Charolais Spring Bull Calves is in the ring. Following this class, we will be selecting our Spring Bull Calf champion. I need Class 29 Junior Bull Calves, Class 29 Charolais Junior Bull Calves to the makeup ring immediately. Class 66 Angus females, Class 390 won that class. Champion Hill Georgina 8547, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. In our Angus ring now is Class 67 Senior Yearling females. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion Senior Yearling female. Are these the weights for this class? Are these the weights for this class?
Oh, yeah, agreed. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Entries in this class are entry 392. She weighed 1590. Entry 393 weighs 1700. Entry 394 weighs 1790. Entry 495 weighs, is that right? 2165. Entry 397 weighs 1560. And entry 398 weighs 1620. Are you Attention Angus exhibitors, for those of you at the end of the show here, we are going to move right into our group classes before pictures. So after Grand and Reserve Grand Female, we're going to do all of our group classes, and then we'll do photographs, okay? Now comments in our Charlet ring on our class from our judge, Mr. Jack Ward.
Nice set of March bulls here in this particular class, and really big, strong bull that wins good length and good bone structure. His testicles are right. The depth of his body's good. He's performed well to this stage of his life, and yet done it the way he needs to, and that's having some extra length and some muscle shape. I think he's a bull that's got body and capacity to him, and yet nothing excessive about him. I like this calf quite a bit. His feet and legs go all in the right direction. Just a good kind of a calf to lead off. Got a one here and two that follows him very nicely. He's not quite as stout in his structure. He's a calf, though, that I like his length of body. His hips good. He's a calf that, again, is in the right kind of rig to continue on, and I appreciate that about him. Testicles are good. Not quite as stout, as I said, in terms of his structure. His substance is what we've got in our bull that wins the class. The bull in third looks good standing. He needs to move a little differently behind. He kind of wants to pop his pasterns a little bit, but I like his rib and his volume, the shape of his top. Very muscular kind of a calf. Just need to change him behind just a little bit. The calf in fourth, then, we need to go to the other end and change him. He's got some length of body, some muscling in him, but he's just a little too straight and forward in his front shoulder. I like to relax him there somewhat, but nonetheless, a very muscular, strong-made kind of a bull there. Young lady's got a very attractive, well-presented bull next. He's just a little too feminine for me. I think he needs to have just a little more strength over the top of his crest, a little more masculinity. I like to see just a little more male character to him, if you will, to go any higher. But he is really trim, and he's very, very long. A little more masculine bull next that's got some shape to him, not quite as smooth and not quite as good along his top, lining through his hip and rump. The bull that completes the class, long body trim. He needs more muscle as you get in behind him. Good sound, good set of bulls, and certainly a very strong calf that won. Thank you.
Placing first in our class 26B, Spring Bull Calves. This class is sponsored by the Kentucky Charlet Association. First is entry 255, RF Bocephus 5027, shown by Ritter Farms, Herman, Missouri. Second, entry 248, Bar S, California 5532, shown by J.C. Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas. Third, entry 244, shown by Grady Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas. Fourth, entry 243, shown by Cottonwood Creek Charlet, Fletcher, Ohio. Fifth, entry 246, shown by William Schaefer, Carthage, Missouri. Sixth, entry 242, shown by Kelly Caster, Elizabeth, Illinois. And seventh is entry 257, shown by Nielsen Brothers, Newtown, Missouri. Entering our Charlet ring now, we will be selecting our Spring Bull Calf and Reserve Bull Calf champion. Attention in the Charlet barn, we need Class 29 to the makeup ring. Class 29 Junior Bull Calves to the makeup ring, please. And let's be getting those Class 32 Winter Bull Calves down here too, folks. Class 32 Winter Bull Calves. Let's bring them to the makeup area.
Over here in the senior yearling side, perfectly honest, and like I said, a lot of you know me, I'm kind of big on them having a calf in this division. With that said, I guess the female that just really got to me and Amy in this class is the one that doesn't have a calf. I did ask when she's due. She's due in December. That's going to be acceptable. For me and Amy, it's just a point of we really like this female. No, she hasn't calved yet. If there was what I considered a powerhouse female standing over there with a calf, I would have sure done it. But when it all got said and done, me and Amy like the composition and the makeup of this female. She's good in her heart. She's good in her shoulder. She's sound as she goes. She really is deep through the center of her ribs, square out through her hip. A very complete kind of female. She looks like she's going to have a nice udder. I mean, being due in December, and it looks like she's due in December. She's starting to make a little bit of udder. We just like the composition of this female. I switched down the pair that comes in next. I like this female a lot. She's feminine through the front, got a nice rib. I think for a 2-year-old, her udder's nice. She definitely has milk. There's probably, I'd like to take away some of the tilt to her udder, maybe hook it in a little farther up into her belly as she goes here. She's got a nice heifer calf at her side. The next cow that's going to come in is a cow again. I'd probably like to free her up as she goes about the ring. She's a heifer that is doing a cow that's doing a nice job with her calf. Has a nice enough udder on her for me. Nice heifer calf at her side here. The big old cow that comes next in line, I love from her shoulder back. A lot of power and stoutness in this cow. Probably like to change her in her udder a little bit, but where I'd really like to change her is in her shoulder. She just gets a little plainer and coarse up front for me. Gentleman's cow that comes in next maybe doesn't have quite as much to her. Nice udder on this cow, but a cow that doesn't quite have that depth and swoop to her rib that we're looking for. Nice bull calf. The cow that's going to come in next, I need to make her freer and easier to get her any higher today.
Okay, Jack.
So we get started here in our bull show. Our first division run leaves us with some very good bull calves, and it'll be interesting to kind of watch them mature. As I said, right off the bat, we've got a real typey, thick-ended, stout kind of a bull that wins, that's very young, and then an older bull that we said very sound, like his length, the volume, the mass, and a pair of seconds right behind him that really are very strong as well. So my compliments to them. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and we'll get you a champion reserve. Thank you.
Selected as your spring bull calf champion in our Charolais show is entry 255, RF Bocephus 5027, shown by Ritter Farms, Herman, Missouri. And selected as your reserve spring bull calf champion is entry 248, Bar S, California, 5532, shown by Jace Dickerson, Paradise, Kansas.
Over here on the Angus side of the senior yearling division, small numbers. We had a single entry in a class here, but really high quality cattle. This female that won the first class, she was in by herself. I really like the depth of this female. I love the way that udder attaches that far up into her rib. I love the teat size in this female. When you get out behind her, she's really square and balanced. She's really feminine and broody through her front end, sound as she goes about the ring. Nice young heifer calf at her side. A little early to tell a lot about her, but it's sure a nice individual. The heifer that won the second class hasn't calved yet, but Amy and I just decided within the class we sure thought this was the quality female. Really loved how full she was in her heart and in her foreflank, coming out of her chest, and how full she is in her rib. Very balanced and complete. Really a nice cow was second to her. I would like to maybe change her udder just a little bit on this cow, but a nice complete cow, the heifer calf. Really a nice group. We'll go out here and get your champion senior yearling in your reserve.
classes. Senior champion. Congratulations, your champion senior yearling Angus, entry number 390. Champion Hill Georgina, 8547, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. And your reserve champion senior yearling, congratulations, entry number 398, EXA Nimbus Blackbird 7813, shown by Austin Rozaki from Michigan City, Indiana. Again, we want to remind our Angus exhibitors we will do groups before we do photos that get a sire, junior get, and breeder's best 6 head. The groups will be before we take pictures and after the grand champion, please. We need all Angus group classes to the makeup ring, please. All group classes in the Angus to the makeup ring.
Here in our January, February bowl class, a lot of strength in this particular class, and there is some variation in them just a bit. And yet I think we've got, obviously, in my opinion, the most complete bull of the group winning. He's the sounder of the group, and he's a calf that's got some muscling. His composition is nice. He blends his body parts very smoothly. He's got some testicular development to him. He needs to be a notch longer bodied, in my opinion, as you compare him to some right below him. But he's good and strong in his top, good through his hip, bone is good. I think just a very complete kind of a calf that wins. I moved our calf up in to second here, and you love his early growth and performance and the extra length that he has. The depth of his rib is excellent. He moves well. As I get him off to the side, he's already beginning to develop just a little more waist up there between his front legs. He wants to deepen a little further in his chest floor for what he has there behind. So I don't see quite the balance, maybe the shapeliness to him of what we have in the bull calf that wins, but great early growth and performance and good on his feet and legs. Long-bodied bull again, the young lady has here in 3. The longer he was out here, the more I got a little disappointed in him. Right through the middle of his body in terms of depth. He's a little drier made through his rib and back about his flank, but he moves well. He's got some muscling in him, good length of body. Just need to give him a notch more depth of side. Their next bull, again, big, growthy, long-bodied bull that has some depth. He's a little too upright through his front shoulder. He's a little coarse in his hocks there behind, but he moves pretty well. He's got some rib and volume. I think his feet kind of go a little more in the right direction versus our bull coming next. This is really a thick bull that's good down his top through his hip and his rump. You get right in front of him, he wants to splay his front toes out just a little further than he needs to at this stage of his life, but really a thick, muscular bull there. Our very well-fitted, well-presented bull coming next has length of body, trimness to him. He's a bull that's a little sounder in his front end than the one that goes ahead of him, but he needs to be changed in his hind leg structure. He wants to bend over and not move his posturing quite as well behind. I'd like to change him in that regard, maybe give him just a little more openness through his rib, but he's good down his top line. He's very thick-ended, good length of body to him. Another long, trim-made bull that completes a class, moves pretty well. We need to give that guy just a shot more muscle in relation to his frame to go any higher within the class. Nice set of bulls and a very complete bull that won. Thank you.
What class is this? Class 29. Results of Class 29. Charolais Bulls. Congratulations. Entry number 262. Big Creek, Foxtown, 521 PLD. Exhibited by Big Creek Charolais, Harrisonville, Missouri. Second place was entry 266. Exhibited by North Grove Charolais, Grove City, Minnesota. Third place, entry 258. Shown by Michaela Barron from Broadhead, Kentucky. Fourth place was Ritter Farms from Herman, Missouri. Fifth place, entry 273. Bar J Charolais, Livermore, Texas. Sixth was R&R Charolais family from Fowler, Indiana, entry 265. Seventh was 271. Peterson Farms, Mount Grove, Missouri.
Cattle just keep going down, Bailey. Here's the feeder futures.
Oh, I seen it yesterday.
Wow, this
Ladies and gentlemen, it's quite an honor to get asked to judge here at the North American International Livestock on the green shavings, and particularly the Angus folks have always had a wonderful show here. We're pleased, and I think it's time to honor Bruce and Amy Sturzbach from Louisville, Ohio. Please give them a nice round of applause for an outstanding job.
Well, first of all, I guess Bruce finally decided to turn the mic over to me. But I'd like to thank the Angus Association and the senior board for having Bruce and I do this. I'll get a little sentimental here. The Angus breed means a lot to my family. It is how I put my kids through school. It is what we do every day. I get out of bed every day for the love of these cows and the love of the kids that work in this program. And I think it is amazing what the Angus Association does for the Junior Association to bring these kids up to be structured as well as they are in this breed and in this business. With that said, Bruce and I, every day for 26 years now, have worked side by side. Do we always agree? Nope, probably not. Many of you that know us know that's true. But what we do see, we see a lot alike. We see a lot of mothering ability. We see a lot of capability in these females, starting from your first heifer calf all the way down to your senior yearling. I think Bruce and I have done what we could do to our best ability as the cattle came in front of us, that you can see from one division into the next what we were wanting for females. We want them clean, we want them big-bellied, we wanted them stout, we wanted them functional, and I think we've achieved that in here. And I think the Angus Association, the Angus breeders, the senior board, the junior board, all the regional managers that have helped us today get through the ring deserve a huge round of applause, because I think it's one of the greatest breeds there is to be a part of. With that said, I'd like to thank my two boys that are sitting behind me, one of which is missing school today, of which Mom forgot to call off, but we got it secured and taken care of. They are our hired hands at Sturtzball Cattle Company. It consists of my husband, myself, my two boys, and a few of my Aussies, to be honest with you. It is what we do every day for a living, and I love it more than anything in the world, and I just think that being a part of this has brought our family and made our family what it is, good, strong, hardworking people. With that said, thank you again, and I'm going to turn it over to Bruce.
Well, again, I'd like to reiterate, I'd like to thank the people from the Louisville here, and I'd like to thank the senior board, the activities committee, the American Angus Association for giving me and Amy the honor to do this. My wife is one of the strongest women I've ever met in my life. The things she's been through in her life, she's extremely strong, and I'm so proud of that. I love her to death, and I love my two sons like crazy. There are no employees at Sturtzball Cattle Company whose last name aren't Sturtzball. It's not in the budget, so they work their butts off, all three of them, to keep our business going, and I appreciate that tremendously from them. With that said, after my immediate family, the thing I love most in this world is the Angus business. I love these Angus cattle. They mean a lot to me. I don't know, it's been 30-some years ago now. I took my first job in the Angus business from a guy who's standing out here. He's showing the senior yearling. Paul Hill gave me my first opportunity in the Angus business. I thank him for that, because without that opportunity, I probably wouldn't be where I'm at right now. So I really appreciate that he gave me the opportunity, and I learned a lot from him. He's one of the smartest cowmen I ever met in my life. With that said, I learned a lot from a lot of you people standing out here. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and lie. I know all you guys. You all know me. I appreciate all of you standing out here. I mean, these young people, I've seen them show through the junior program. I appreciate them a lot. Jeff Dameron, I consider a really good friend of mine. Gerald Callahan has done a lot for me. He's been there to talk to, and I appreciate his program he's put out here. What I'm getting at is, I know all you guys. You all know me. The way me and Amy like them, we like them. We came out here today with no agenda, and I've always said one thing, and I actually learned this from Jeff. You evaluate them the day you're asked to evaluate them. You don't evaluate them 3 months ago how they did. You don't evaluate them for what's going to happen down the road. Me and Amy are evaluating them today. Sometimes there might be things you saw earlier that you didn't appreciate. And when they got here today, they've done those things and you appreciate an animal more than you may have previously. Other ones that you really appreciate it, you might get out here and think, Oh, wow. Some of those things I was really wrong on. Be big enough to admit you were wrong on. These animals out here are evaluated for today. And the way these animals are evaluated is, in my mind and Amy's mind, what they can add to the Angus breed and the beef industry. I think sometimes in the show ring, we get so caught up in what we think is quote-unquote cool that we forget they're supposed to add something to the Angus industry and to the beef industry. And I think that's the most important part. Always strive to have your animal not just be able to win on the green bark, but hopefully down the road add something to the beef industry that matters. Amy and I talked about the size of them, or I did more. Like I said, she said I didn't give her the mic, but about them needing to be big enough and heavy enough to do what Angus females are supposed to do. I don't think, I commented on some that I thought were too big out here. I also commented on several I thought were too small. They have to weigh enough and be able to carry that weight with being able to add something to the business, as in, what the steer market is. The steer market now is 1,500 pounders. If you got a 1,250 pound 2-year-old female, could she really have a steer that could ever weigh 1,500 pounds without getting docked? Or can she have a bull that fits our bull market at between 1,300 and 1,400 pounds without being hog fat to do it? Those are the kind of things Amy and I evaluated. As we went through these heifers, we're very happy with the lineup we have. There's small differences in these females, but I think you can see a type and kind we looked for. I'm very proud of this group of females. Amy and I, right now, I'm going to go through them and just analyze the females quickly for you again, and we'll go slap a champion female. Again, it's been an honor and a pleasure. It's something that's very important to my family, and I thank you all for putting up with me and my wife for this amount of time to get where we are at this point. The heifer calf that won the first division, I love the sogginess of this female, the big belly she has in her. Even though she's young, I think it's important to have that kind of belly in one. She's feminine and broody up through her front end. She's sound as she goes about the ring. The young heifer that won the second division, I really like the structural soundness and correctness of this female. Probably doesn't quite have the belly that the heifer in front of her has, but still has enough for the maturity level she's at this age. The September heifer. Amy and I stood out here. This is a heifer that we think is very complete in her makeup. We love the way she transitions from her shoulder into her forerib and from her forerib back through. She's good out her hips, she's sound, and she's big bone. As I get her out here, I might want to see a little more belly sweep and rear third in her belly. But I really appreciate her for her structural correctness and soundness. The May heifer, I really like the belly in this female, the look she gives you on a profile. She's a female, when you get out behind her, won't disappoint you. She's big top, she's big hip. She's got a nice leg in her, a lot of bone in her. She's good on her feet. When she gets out in motion, I think she maybe doesn't quite reach off her front end, maybe like I'd like to see her. When you get out in front of her, she's a little bit pigeon-toed and bow-legged, and maybe that doesn't allow her to reach like she should reach. The female that won the next division, tremendously massive when you get behind her. A lot of power in this female when you're out behind her. A lot of turn to her top, a lot of rib in this female, a lot of muscle in this female, a lot of base width that she carries from her forerib back. Commented in class, I thought she's probably pushing a little more condition than she needs, but I'll give her credit for this. She carries it very well. If one's pushing too much condition, but they can carry it like this, you analyze it and think, well, if you take a little condition off them, they're still going to be a really good female, and that's how I feel about this one. The heifer that won the next junior yearling division, love her for her freshness, love her for her femininity, love her for her belly sweep, love her for the broodiness and female maternal look she has to her. In me and Amy's eyes, this is a very maternal looking female. There's plenty of bone, there's plenty of stoutness, there's plenty of foot, there's plenty of muscle, but it's in a female package. She can travel the ground, she's feminine, she's not over conditioned, so there's a lot to this female that is really what you see is what you get. The senior yearling, I love the udder on this female. I love how it attaches really far up into her belly. I think she's doing a really nice job with her heifer calf. She's very structurally sound. I think when you get her out here, she's maybe a little more moderate than some of the other females. I still think there's enough of her. Maybe want to give her a little more belly sweep in the center of that rib, but really a good female. With that said, I love doing this. I hope you appreciate the job we've done. I'm always open for comments afterwards. We're people that we believe in what we do, and we'll stand up to it. So if you want to conversate with me afterwards, I'm fine with that. But it's been an awesome show. You've done a great job, and give yourself a nice round of applause. Thank you.
Congratulations, your grand champion, Angus female, 335, FCF Proven Queen 419, shown by Leslie Rogers, Patoka, Indiana. Congratulations. Congratulations, your reserve grand champion female, entry number 302, Seldom Rest, bar 890, shown by Sydney Schnoor from Chowchilla, California. Congratulations, Angus exhibitors. Remember, groups are next, and then pictures. Groups are next. Judge Ward.
Well, as we get our attention back here on our Charlet Bull Show, a nice set of fall bulls, and this is really a nice bull that wins. Length of body's good, structure's good, beautifully designed from hooks to pins and back through his hip. He's a bull that's good in the size and shape of his testicles, and everything fundamentally is good, and he's a quite attractive bull to look at, got some strength and power to him. Our bull in second, again, I like for his length. He's a bull that's very neat through his shoulder and his front end. The testicles are good. He's got some muscle shape to him. He's a little full on the left side, kind of takes away from him right there behind his shoulder into his heart. But again, a good sound moving bull that's got some muscling width and dimension to him. I like the bull in third when he's standing still. I like the length of his body. Again, he's good down his top line through his hind leg structure in terms of squareness. You get right down into his pastern when you watch him walk. He wants to give out and be just a little uncoordinated there. But nonetheless, the length of his body, the muscularity, the strength of him is very good. That bull in four, again, got some muscling to him. Testicle size and shape is good. Little short, need to lengthen him out just a little bit to run with the three right ahead of him. Our two bulls that complete the class have got some elevation, some length of body to them. Both those bulls need to be changed structurally, in my opinion, to go any higher within this particular class. Nice set of bulls and really a very complete bull that won. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Results from class number 32. A winner bull calf, Charlais. Your winner is entry number 278, OBG SCC GF Jim Tom, shown by Oklahoma Bovine Genetics, Miami, Oklahoma. Stephen Craig Greason from Coatesville, Indiana. Samson Cattle Company from Cloverdale, Indiana. Second is entry number 280, shown by JVS Cattle Company, Sulphur, Louisiana. Third is entry 277, shown by Will Bankers from London Mills, Illinois. Fourth place, 276, exhibited by Bar J. Charlais, Liverpool, Texas. Fifth place, 281, shown by Kelly Coaster from Elizabeth, Illinois. Sixth place, entry 274, shown by Bar J. Charlais, Liverpool, Texas. Entry number 297, Charlie. We need you in the makeup ring, please. 297, Charlie.
Another good pair of bulls here in our Charlet show. They're obviously a little different in type. I think fundamentally our class winner's just better. He's cleaner in his joints. He's tighter and cleaner in his sheath. He kind of gets his feet going a little more in the right direction, especially the way he's designed through his front shoulder and the way he sets his front toes. He's just a little sharper there and a little nicer. Good in his lines, muscular kind of a bull, good testicles. I think just a very complete individual that wins the class. The bull in second obviously has an advantage in length and growth, performance, big scaled, long-bodied bull. He's a little coarser about his joints already for this time in his maturity. He's kind of got a little more sheath there than what I'd prefer. And again, I'd like to set his front toes a little square as he comes at you. But nice growth bull, tremendous length of body. Fundamentally, just got a little more complete bull that won the class. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Results of class number 33, Senior Bull Calves. Your winner, entry 283, LJRWIA Mr. White Collar, shown by Wild Indian Acres, DeSoto, Missouri, excuse me. Second place, entry 247, shown by Allison Dale Downing from Boonville, Indiana. We're now showing for Senior Calf Champion Bull on the Charlet side and reserve.
Well, I was just asked to say a few words to wrap it up. The groups have been nice. There was just the gets, 3 really nice 6 heads out here. But it's been a really awesome day, and I appreciate you all coming out, and I hope you appreciate the job I did. Like I said, come talk to me if you can, but thank you very much. It's been a good day.
Thank you, Angus exhibitors and the Sturch Box for their judging today. Outstanding show. We appreciate you folks. Hope you had a good day, and we'll come back and see us here at the North American.
Well, here in our Charlet Bull ring, again, a nice set of bulls as we get into our next division. These two class winners, for no more numbers than we had, really come together and look the part against one another. Again, attractive, well-made bulls, got some muscularity to them, trim, and yet masculine enough to be a bull. We know they're bulls, and testicles are good, and they represented a couple right behind them that are awfully strong as well. So let's give them a nice round of applause, and I'll get you a champion in reserve. Thank you.
Congratulations, your senior calf champion is entry number 278. Exhibited by Oklahoma Swine Genetics, Miami, Oklahoma, Stephen Craig Greason from Coatesville, Indiana, and Sampson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana. Your reserve champion, senior bull calf, entry number 283, shown by Wild Indian Acres, DeSoto, Missouri. Congratulations to you folks. You're at a Class 73. Your Get a Sire winner was Wilson Cattle Company. WCC Spoiler was the sire. And you're at a Class 72. Your Junior Get a Sire, Wilson Cattle Company, also WCC Spoiler. And Class number 74, Breeders 6 head. First place, Dameron Angus. Second, Express Ranch. And third, Wilson Cattle Company. We need entry number 300, Charlie, to the makeup ring, please. Entry number 300. MDL Farms, Joy, Illinois. We need your entry 300 to the scales, please.
Well, another good set of bulls, a little more challenge here, and yet I think I'm very comfortable with our class winner. Good-looking bull, long body trim and very shapely over his top. His testicles are set really good, squarely at the bottom there of his body, and got good size to them. He's sound enough. He gets just a nickel straighter than I'd prefer out of his front shoulder, but I think within this group, his quality, his muscularity, the length, the masculinity that he has far excels this particular class. The bull in seconds, very sound moving bull, extra depth of body, volume to him. He really concerns me a little bit in the size and shape of his testicles. He's got maybe just a little more fat up there in the top part of his scrotum, and he wants to pull those rascals up into his belly wall a little bit. But he's so much sounder and freer and more correct in his movement than our bull here in third. Young man's got the heaviest muscled bull in the class in 3. He's huge up over his top. Tremendous amount of rib and size and performance in him. He just needs to go and be more comfortable on both ends of his skeleton for me to get him any higher within the class. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Ward. Congratulations, winner class number 36, late summer yearling bull, Charlet. Your winner's entry number 290, MJNS Tiago 1432, shown by Megan Johnson, Beaver, Oklahoma, weighed 1,700 pounds, with a gain of 353. Second was entry 291, shown by Ismail Matson from Gallatin, Missouri. And third was entry 289, shown by Taylor Gerals from Tompkinsville, Kentucky.
Another very good class, interesting class of Charlet bulls, and again, you can make a judgment or two within your own mind. I'm very comfortable, though, that our class winner has got the right composition. He's structurally the soundest. His testicles are good. He sets his legs squarely at the edge of his body, and frankly, I see just a little more beef in him in terms of lean shape up over his top and through his hip and his rump. He obviously doesn't have the weight of the next two bulls, but he's good in his condition and really got a nice shape up over his top. I think just the most complete of the three. The bull in second obviously has the advantage in length and growth and performance. Some of that's due to just a little more waist to the lower third of his body. He's a bull that's maybe just a notch flatter. As you stand right in behind him and study him through his stifle, right up over the edge of his loin, I don't see quite the extra composition advantage that we have in our class winner. We just need to clean him up, give him a little more shapely look as you get in behind him. The bull in third then has more muscle. He's really good in terms of the shape of his top, the dimension of his quarter, and his stifle, but that guy needs to be better in his hind legs. Need to square him up, just give him a little more strength, and kind of make him a bit nicer in his overall design to run with the two bulls we got ahead of him. Thank you.
Results of class number 37, Summer Yearling Bulls. Charlet, your winner, entry number 295. Ham Mogo B1, shown by Bar J. Charlet's, Liverpool, Texas. Second place, entry 293, shown by Thurna Charlet's, Vandalia, Illinois. And TC Cattle Services from Vandalia, Illinois. Third place, entry 296, shown by Ritt Langston from Huntington, Indiana.
Well, here in the Charlet ring, we got a good group here for our next division run. And again, I think these two bulls that win the classes kind of come back here and do some nice things together. There's obviously one that's got a real quality advantage, length of body, and really trim and attractive to look at. Then we've got one that's maybe just a notch sounder in his feet and leg structure. So, bit of give and take. I think it's relatively close, and I think my congratulations to each of them. Let's give them all a very nice round of applause, and we'll get you a champion reserve. Thank you.
Congratulations, your intermediate champion, Charlet Bull, is entry number 290, MJNES Tiago 1432, shown by Megan Johnson from Beaver, Oklahoma. And your reserve intermediate champion is entry number 295, Hams Mogo B1, shown by Bar J. Charlet's, Livermore, Texas. Way behind us. Way behind us, ain't they? It should have showed a long time ago, didn't it?
We don't think we have it.
There's not much
Yeah.
showing.
Oh, yes.
No, you didn't.
We need entry number 282, Charlotte. To the scales, please. Entry 282.
Well, we got a good class of bulls here. All four of these bulls are tremendously good in terms of their muscularity, their thickness. So that doesn't become an issue. And so then you kind of sort them out from there. And I like the length of body. I like the trim look. And yet, a bull that wins the class has got some shape to his rib and the right kind of shape. Some masculinity to him through his front end. Testicles are good. He's tight and clean in his sheath. He's a little bit coarse in his hocks, and I'd like to change that about him somewhat, but he moves well. He's very comfortable out here on the walk. He gets his feet all pointed in the right direction, and I think just a really good kind of a bull with length and muscularity, muscle to him. The bull in second, again, very sound, very deep. He is a little cleaner jointed than the bull we've got winning the class, but he's a little shorter couple, a little flatter made right in behind his shoulder as you compare him to our class winner. But again, very solid, good moving, sound structured kind of a bull there in two. The bull in three has as much length as anything in the class. He's very trim, middled, maybe to the point of being just a little too shallow. For the amount of elevation and frame he's got, he needs to have a little more rib and flank to him, maybe relax his shoulder just ever so slightly. But wow, is he long, and for the amount of length that he has, he really holds his top line together well. He's good and square out through his hip and his rump and back into his hind leg. The bull in four is another very muscular bull. He is huge, thick. From behind, you see that jump muscle working. He's got his stifle working, and he's really strong up in through his forearm and shoulder. But he needs to blend himself just a little smoother and clean himself up from that regard just a little bit. And then I think if we could smooth him and blend him a little easier, he'd kind of get out and go a little easier as well. But nice set of bulls, and I thought a very solid bull that won the class. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Results of Class 40, Spring Yearling Bull, Charlotte. Your class winner, entry number 299, TRDSUL 100 Proof B24 ET, exhibited by Carousel Farms, Monroe, Wisconsin, Sullivan Ranch, Hillsboro, Texas, and Thomas Ranch, Herod, South Dakota. Second place, entry 301, shown by Stelcup Farms from Charlotte from Prescott, Iowa, and Wright Charlotte from Richmond, Missouri. Third place, entry number 300, shown by MDL Farms, Joy, Illinois. And fourth place, entry 298, shown by Taylor Girds from Gerald's from Tompkinsville, Kentucky. We're now showing class number 41 Junior Yearling Bulls.